Hello, everyone, and welcome to the MTG Arena Zone Historic Open, of course, brought to you by the Historic subreddit. I am Tom Anderson, the Wandering Bard, and boy, it hasn't been that long since the last tournament, but we are in an entirely new world of Historic this week. And to help me explore it all and watch today's games, I got Mason Esports Clark co-casting. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to play Historic. Uncharted territory. The set's been out for 2 days on Arena. We just got 350 new cards, some really powerful cards too. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen today. The format is wide open. We had the bannings 2 days ago. This is not Nexus versus Gruul dual decks anymore. It's very exciting.
No. I mean, right now we're seeing like so many elves on screen. We got Allosaurus Shepherd, a brand new legacy dominating card showing up here in Historic suddenly. So this elves board is like a lethal threat. Although right now it looks like Shibby 104 on some kind of Jund mid range is just scoozing it up and having a grand old time.
Yeah, Shibby really likes the synergy of elves, but also really loves just efficient cards as we see over here. Shibby playing the brand new Liliana as well to have this sort of Jund-esque strategy that we've seen in Mod, attacking on all angles, and Pop-Off is just trying their best to stabilize here.
Yeah, I believe there's so the Allosaurus Shepherd's got to be the extant threat here, right? It looks like we're 1 mana short of activating that. So this is sort of there is Cradlehoof in Historic now, so watch out. But there's also this card, which is sort of a backup way to get there for 1 million damage on the elves. And there's the Forest off the top, so the active is live, I think.
Yeah, it's actually only 1 damage off lethal right now, thanks to the Clan Caller. They can actually pump everything. Actually, they might just have lethal if they attack everything at face, because Allosaurus Shepherd, will make every card into a 5/5, all the elves, and Morrowind is getting the +3 counters from their abilities. So I could be mistaken there. Once again, the card's been out for a day, so I might have Allosaurus Shepherd's text kind of wrong, but it turns into a dinosaur. They're no longer elves. Sorry. That is correct. I just looked the card up, so it would not actually work. That's on me.
Right, yeah. But I mean, it's a huge bump to the base stats of the creatures, and obviously, as you mentioned, if you have anything that gains counters like the Marwyn ability, then you're rolling. So
for sure, yeah. And we see them trying to pressure the Liliana here. That Liliana has been surprisingly good. I don't know how much Historic you've played against it, but I've been queuing into like Grixis decks, and it's surprisingly powerful, ripping your hand apart and controlling the battlefield.
Yeah, I actually tried brewing with a little after it came out because I was trying to think of things that I could muster against, the sort of big mana greedy decks that people are playing, and having that Liliana of the Veil-esque uptick, as you mentioned, does enable the sort of powerful, mid-range strategies that full of disruption that we see in modern Jund, and the card's been pretty good, I think.
Yeah, it's no Liliana of the Veil. It's like a Mana More is a lot, but everything's a Mana More in Historic, so that's pretty good to me.
And that ultimate is like a real threat in most decks. As long as you build 1 or 2, solid creature threats, like questing base by itself is probably enough. That is a very demoralizing emblem to have on your opponent's side of the table.
Yes, they had that, and they kept buying back my Uro to draw a card last night. That was heartbreaking, to say the least.
So you think we might be seeing some Sultai later today, despite all that? Because there's obviously a ton of new Jumpstart toys, but most of them, because of the way Jumpstart works, are very narrow cards. They're very strongly themed around an Elves deck or a Goblins deck or a Walls deck. So you still think we're going to see a lot of just generic mid-range?
Yeah, I think there were enough reprints of just kind of generically strong cards. We also saw like a lands pack happen, and what we've seen in historically, is that Sultai kind of plays like a Yarvok Field of the Dead type mid-range plan, and so getting Explore, I think, is a huge add to those decks. Now they have Explore plus Growth Spiral, looking at much more consistent Yarvoks happening on turn 4, and into turn 5 Field of the Dead.
Yeah, and we already saw an Explore cast right as we were coming in on coverage, so it knows that Shibby 104 is also taking advantage of that, even outside of Sultai. But I have to mention, we just see the Allosaurus Shepherd text up on screen. It actually turns the elves into dinosaurs in addition to their other types. So they do maintain their Lord bonuses, which feels pretty good and makes this look like a really potentially lethal attack. I'm sure that's what Shibby 104 is counting. But I guess it's the choice between, is there a 4th Clan Caller? I can't tell whether one has already, unfortunately, passed away into the graveyard this game, but if not, there could be a lot of just sudden power coming out of this board. You can hold up your mana and trigger these effects mid-combat if you want.
Yeah, I wonder if Mr. Waffy or Pop-Off on Twitter, on Twitch here, is just maybe wanting to play around some sort of like Maelstrom Pulse type card or something like that maybe is in the format. Because otherwise, I believe that was lethal, right? I guess Scavenging Goose is making me look like a fool.
Yeah, it's just there's so much green mana available, and apparently this game's been going on a little while. It started before we joined coverage, and this Jund deck plays enough for removal, but this graveyard is well stocked, and this Screws is it's getting sizable over here for Shibi 104, kind of, forcing Mr. Waffy to respect, or Pop-Off to respect that creature. But is there a point where you're respecting it too much? It can only block and kill one elf, and most of this deck is elves. Do you not start pushing damage at some point?
Yeah, I think you start pushing damage. I think we're going to see it this turn. I think there's enough creatures as we go and grab the last Clan Caller that there's just not a real chance. I do want to say, traditionally, Elves is a little favored against like these kind of Jundy style decks. But look at how many cards that have been played that the Jund player has answered. We can see it from the Ooze having 14 counters, mostly the elf creatures, and somehow the elf deck can still have a full board. This deck is the real deal. If you're looking to play elves in Historic, you're like, maybe I should craft this, maybe I shouldn't. This deck looks very impressive right now, as we see a little counting of mana, seeing if we can maybe beat a kill spell here.
Yeah, I don't want to be biased at all, but if anyone's ever followed my content at all, this is actually the Jumpstart pack that I spoiled, and I remember at the time I got Julian Nab, sort of a famous Elves aficionado, on to discuss some of the cards, and could not talk up Allosaurus Shepherd enough, and that was for Legacy Elves. So when you consider you now have that added to Historic, which is obviously a lower powered format than Legacy, and still the same card, and you now have Cradlehoof Behemoth alongside Elvish Visionary and all this other gas, the new Llanowar Visionary. So you're just maximizing this sort of Elf Ball classic Elf strategy of drawing creatures and playing creatures with multiple payoffs. It's hard to see how you go wrong.
For sure, and also can't be undersold. That card is 1 mana. You can just kind of play it as you're curving out with your lords, and it's just like a body, right? Like, it's no different than a Llanowar Elf if you don't need the extra mana. And as we see coming through here for super lethal damage, as we activate our Allosaurus Shepherd, and wow, if I was Shibi, I say like we came into this match, it looks so bad for Pop-Off, and Pop-Off is just like, doesn't matter, have all these elves.
Okay, so now we can see the sideboard actually. Oh, so see the deck list, which I was interested in, the split between Allosaurus Shepherd and Behemoth. You see, it only needs the one Cradlehoof. Of course, 2 Fierce Empaths around to draw that Cradlehoof, which is a nice addition from the latest core set. But 4 Allosaurus Shepherd means you have plenty of redundancy. That's effectively 7 copies of your, win the game, pay off when you need it. 4 Lead the Stampede to help draw those. 4 Elvish Visionaries and 4 Llanowar Visionaries, cantrip elves, as well as the Clan Callers, which, as we saw there, it's not just about having additional lords. Sometimes it's just you'll pay, some of your huge elf mana just to get more bodies out of your deck, even if they weren't supplying your team +1/+1, which they are.
Yeah. Cannot be said enough. Just like elves is a strategy about putting a lot of bodies on the battlefield, right? Like we're good as a team, weak as a separate. And so just having the ability to do that. And we see it, one of the lords there too, just making an elf for a mana and tapping it, not a Oko Uro power level card by itself, but with all the other elves, it's really strong here. And we see a really strong start potentially here from Pop-Off with Llanowar Elf into Archdruid or Lead the Stampede, depending on how they want to do it.
Yeah, and you can just see that the main deck flexibility of that Allosaurus Shepherd is so useful to have a card where it's like, its baseline is just that it's a 1 mana elf. And in a lot of hands, if this was a 7, you would be loving to keep that, an extra 1 mana elf. But it's also, an extra win payoff, so you don't have to worry about ever fizzling, really. It's almost guaranteed you'll draw one or be able to dig to it. And best of all, it's got an additional little bit of bauble text on it that says, green spells you control can't be countered. Yeah. So if you ever happen to be against, any sort of blue permission deck, you get to just ignore them with, a 1-drop on turn 1.
For sure, yeah. Card's super good. Also works super well just having another 1-drop for Dwayne's Elite, which is secretly a huge ad that we got from Jumpstart here for the Elves decks. Just getting 2 bodies for 1 card. We've talked about how we just want bodies is so powerful. These Elves are neutral with Archdruid in play here, which is apparently we're not allowed to have. We get eliminated here. But if we had the Archdruid, having just a bunch of Elves generates an absurd amount of mana absurdly quickly.
Okay, so speaking of absurd amount of mana, obviously maybe not quite the same speed, but Shibi 104 dropping a relatively new card as well, the Radha, Heart of Keld. I feel like this card is the draw to playing a lot of these Jund mid-range strategies. If you are interested in kinds of like grindy mid-range decks, this looks like such a cool card to play. And I kind of want to find a shell for it as well, but how good is it really in Historic?
So I've played it a lot actually in Gruul as like kind of a medium threat that smooths draws and rewards you for going longer. And I find the card actually to be very surprisingly powerful. The upside of just not hitting your lands as like not flooding out is very strong. Also, just knowing plays that you can make as a reactive deck like Shibby. Like how often have you been like, oh my goodness, if I draw my kill spell, I'm in such a good spot next turn if I do this. But if I draw my, my Planeswalker, I'm in such a better spot. Now you kind of know, and it gives you that payoff, right? Like we saw last game, Shibby had like 8 or 9 mana. That's +8/+8 on Rada. That will end the game, and we see it right here. Shibby really maximizing Explore and all these land drops with a bunch of powerful 4 drops and having some payoff in the later game between Skooz and Rada.
Right, yeah. So you're effectively having these very honest cards that end up being your late game mana sinks to constantly pay you off for having all these land drops. And yeah, I guess like you can look at it as Rada being all about the potential value. Every land you play at the top of your deck is like she drew you a card. And every time that she, as you said, sees the top of your deck and says you don't need to make this suboptimal play, you can go hard, is, blowout like we just saw there. Wow, 2 removal spells off the top and the elf snap concede. That beat down the clock is too fast in the end.
Yeah, it's super fast. And we actually see Pop-Off here bringing in Heroic Intervention to try and help fight on that angle. I wonder if maybe Scavenging Ooze should be looked at for the same thing. If we're going to try beating each other down and racing, maybe we don't need things like Greater Hoof and Fierce Empath, and we just need to stabilize and trade cards with them on a proactive way. So I'm going to be curious to see how this game plays out, because that was a very good start for Pop-Off.
Yeah.
That was you would dream to have that one. I would pay good money to. So
yeah, it's like that's a great hand for your deck, the Elves deck, and you have multiple threatening elves in hand and some others, and lead the Stampede to get more gas. And you would normally think that this sort of deck, sure, spot removal on your Lord sucks, but at this point, there's such a density that you really are approaching that peak Eternal Format tribal deck status where every card in your deck is like a dangerous Lord. You don't really have a lot of chaff elves. The closest thing to a chaff elf is like Elvish Visionary that cantrips. So, yeah. How is your great hand on your Elves deck now losing out to spot removal, which is something it feels like you should just beat naturally?
Yeah, for sure. And I wonder if maybe Shibby's proactive, big 4-drop plan is throwing Pop-Off off here, as we see them shocking an Overgrown Tomb and play Llanowar Elf. This is a lot of pressure on Shibby. If Shibby doesn't have an answer, like a Disfigure, this could be game over, as we see Grafdigger's Cage.
Wow. Okay, this does stop the Elvish Clangcaller coming out of the deck, but is that worth it, I wonder? I can't really think of any other effects that would be preventing.
Yeah, it could stop Finalia Devastation if I believe the tournament is open deckless, so maybe that isn't something that's happening. But that's the only other card I can think of off the top of my head. Obviously, Jumpstart had a lot of good cards. And did you see what they just drew?
Archdruid? Oh, we got Imperious.
When they drew the Archdruid, they have all the mana in the world and all the homies in the world, as they get to play this and Archdruid on the same turn now. Oh, they're choosing this to beat down too as well, which is totally reasonable.
They seem to be playing around the Maelstrom Pulse. They saw that last game. They really thought about it, but Pop-Off does not want to leave themselves open to the blowout of 2 Archers going down for 1 card. That would be absolutely ship sinking. Sure. Instead, we just see an eliminate on the perfect, so no 1-mana elf tokens coming out. God, when you consider how valuable an individual elf body is, and the fact that you paid 6 for it on the Clangcaller, Imperious Perfect, tapping for 1 to get that elf, it does seem pretty crazy in this format.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that the Lord can't be undersold. And speaking of kind of crazy in this format, Grim Lavamancer is a card that I've had my eye on as maybe above the line, when it comes to power level. And here it is. This is the kind of matchup where Grim Lavamancer really does a lot of work. If we see Maelstrom Pulse activate here, like you mentioned, that could be game over. Just full stop.
It's sort of about the critical mass laws. Oh, and that's not Maelstrom Pulse, but it could be just as good. This Liliana has a downtick mode that is going to melt one of these elves, and now the rest of them are in Grim Lavamancer range. So this is going to have to be a big lead to Stampede to try and get your elves out of range. Otherwise, you're sort of going to have this tug of war where you can never get your elves out of Lavamancering range. And, compare the Lavamancer sort of mana/graveyard sink to the Scavenging Ooze from game 1, right? That Skooz went as far as you can ever really expect a Skooz to be able to go. And it ended up not being on the scale that you needed to combat the elves deck. They just lethal you eventually. But this Lavamancer controlling the board can potentially hold the elves down by itself forever.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw an interesting moment here from Pop-Off where Lead the Stampede was played to get a lot of cards. Probably going to end up winning the game, but they actually had lethal on board thanks to Allosaurus Shepherd with the Archdruid. Yeah, so it's an interesting moment here where this deck is like super powerful and has a lot of play and really strong lines to it. It's it's so impressive, honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say before, just the fact that you have like now so many different abilities that can change combat maps mid-combat drastically, and the fact that you also have a lot of your creatures that can be tapped for mana to pay those abilities. As we see Maelstrom Pulse kind of get roping the game back towards playable, but there's 2 more Allosaurus Shepherds in hand, so no shortage of bodies.
Yeah, I believe the game is over if we pass, right?
Well, we can torch the Archdruid, but yeah, that Allosaurus Rider is such a risk. I guess we're waiting for the Allosaurus Rider activation to like make the mana be spent, and then you hope to. No, you can't wait for the activation. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening.
You're still gonna die because the lava.
Yeah, that's on the stack. Yeah.
So you need a shock. Shock will let you block and buy a turn. Draw Languish maybe, which by the way is a card I imagine Shibby has to be thinking to draw, and that unfortunately will not be enough. Elves go burr as they attack for lethal.
Yeah, and that's that redundancy we talked about. There's just like the elf ball. Sometimes it used to encounter this problem where you're playing elves and elves and elves and elves and elves, but they're all 1/1s and 2/2s. Maybe you have one lord, whatever. But sometimes just a board of 2/2 elves doesn't get there if your opponent has some sort of presence or is pressuring you. Now it seems like they have that critical mass and the payoff very quickly, very reliably, and you don't have really much hope of them waiting to attack you for like 30, 50 damage.
Yeah, and I think I love what you said there. I think that's so important, and I think we've talked about the Shepherd a lot because of how important it is. But the fact that your win condition is also a curve out play really can't be undersold. Imagine if they had Crater Hoof, right? They could have cast Crater Hoof, but they'd be less bodies on the board. We would have done less chip damage. We would have had less mana from the Archdruid. The game is just totally different, and being able to have like Crater Hoof in a box is super impactful in these sort of games and changes the dynamic of the matchup drastically.
Absolutely. So that's the first time we've seen elves today. Maybe not the last, because that's one of those things where I'm sure we'll see more and more decks come out of these new Jumpstart cards. As you mentioned, this is like one of the biggest shakeups I've ever seen to a format happen at once. Like not only top decks getting cards banned, but 300 some cards, a very high percentage of which are like playable or highly pushed for the format, coming in. And so I can't help but imagine that there's decks that are going to be very good that aren't going to be discovered by this weekend. It's just not practical. People are still trying to get the cards on Arena right now.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say the Elves deck looks like one of the more obvious ones, like Elves and Goblins. These are themes people know are going to try and slam really hard. Yeah,
100%. And I agree with what you're saying a lot. And I think this weekend we're going to see a lot of proactive stuff because, like you said, we're gonna try and win this tournament. There's real money on the line for free here on the MTGA Zone Open Arena, and we gotta get that cash. You're gonna secure the bag. But I think that means we might see a little bit more proactive decks as we hop into a Sacrifice Mirror, which is the other there's like Elves, Goblin, and Sacrifice have been like the 3 breakout proactive decks we should play, and we see Acclaim the Firstborn, which actually legend rules away the other Loris, which is such a sick line. You've got to love it from picks here.
God, this is flashbacks to before they changed the legend rule to allow one on each side, and there would be mirror matches that just consisted of sideboarding in your opponent's key legend to removal spell it. This board is crazy. Yeah, I was about to say, talking about decks of complicated board calculations, like this is a lot of damage being pushed here. Blood Artist in play looks innocuous, just another 0/1, but it is representing a lot of damage right here.
Yeah, Blood Artist is going to push through a lot. Fanatical Firebrand actually can kill another creature as well. Like if they let the Scorpion and the Cat trade, the Fanatical Firebrand actually ends up being a Boros Charm and does 4 damage to the face. And we have called the Death Dwellers to bring it back again. And then the Fanatical Firebrand plus another creature's coming back, so you can do that same trick again if like a cat dies or the cat drain happens. Plus Blood Artist makes cat not quite as insane as we've seen in Standard. This deck is very impressive, has a lot of play to it, and does a lot of damage literally out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean we're used to these decks being very grindy, but now with Blood Artists, like they're getting lower and lower to the ground, it can just be very highly explosive. And Is there any reason there's even a 3-mana, demon that damages opponents on sacrifice trigger, right? If you wanted to go very hard on those, or are we more just on a conservative plan where we play good and cheap cards?
Looks like both players have Lurrus. I'm gonna guess most likely it was a companion. It could just be in their main deck. We've seen Lurrus be strong enough. But actually, one thing we've seen from Twitch streamers like Ash Lizzle, who's kind of like a Rakdos aficionado, is they sideboard their Mayhem Devils in the Lurrus matchups. Like when the Sacrifice Mirror gets played, and you bring your Lurrus in as well. And then suddenly you're sacrificing cats. Yeah, as we see Blood Artists be like, cool, you gained some life. Here's some more damage. It was a little overkill. And wow, that was super strong. And was that the match?
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, very impressive.
Cabeza de Bolo there playing, or apparently drawing. I don't know if both players had them, but the multiple Croxes, not even getting it done. You would think the Mythic would be the card to swing that mirror match if you draw it, but actually it's the Blood Artist that proves to be the real powerhouse.
Yeah, those mirror matches are super intricate and intense, but when you're playing this or make your opponent run out of cards, Lurrus is really good at saying, not so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like you mentioned, the Lurrus is so powerful. Main deck, it's strong enough in some of these lists as a companion, even after the companion mechanic was, reasonably nerfed a while back. So no surprise to see decks being built around that card, even after, Jumpstart has sort of raised the bar, I would say, on the power level of historic. Do you feel that? Do you feel as though now that it's sort of much more demanding to have a tier 1 historic list because of so many more powerful cards being added?
Yeah, I think the power level's gone up. I think we're still early enough in the format where you could present me with a deck and I could believe it's something, even if it looks a little out there just because of how many cards. But the general power level has just gone up a lot right now. Like that Sacrifice deck also got Phyrexian Tower, which when combined with Croxa is a huge thing. As we're about to go into another matchup where the power level of Goblins has gone up a lot too.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Turns out this is a ladder match.
So, yeah, this is a showcase of historic, obviously, today going on. And the format's so new that really, everyone's gathering data about the decks that are good. As you mentioned, right now, you could sort of believe almost anything could be real. It's a very magical time. But we're going to no doubt these days, the internet hive mind is pretty quick to winnow down that field of ideas and really put decks to the test. And now it looks like we got following a high mythic player, Abyssal Archon, on some sort of Bant Field of the Dead deck. We see already our buddy Ugin the Spirit Dragon here. So, not everything's changed with the addition of the new set. Testing things in high mythic.
Yes, yeah. We'll see what's going to happen when it comes to all that kind of stuff, but some things are just tried and true. And also you mentioned about the meta being impacted. We're kind of defining it today, We're we're doing one of the premium tournaments with cash money on the line. When there's cash on the line, people are going to show up and they're going to play things that are good. So it's going to be very exciting to see here today. I'm curious if Wilderness Reclamation will show up and be the dominant force that it has shown to be in Standard. So
yeah, absolutely, and modern. The card definitely has precedent as dominating formats, and it's the kind of card that only gets stronger as more tools are added, right? Like that Reclamation effect never stops being good. If it's been able to survive the Teferi environment already, then it's all up from here. So I saw you tweeting about it, and yeah, the deck looks really convincing.
Yeah, it's surprising and scary how close it looks to a Standard deck. But it has the power level for sure. And if people are trying to do small ball stuff, we've seen Team Erek is easily able to go over the top of everyone. As we see Cameo hit the board.
Oh, I was about to say we're watching a Standard deck we played right here. So, okay, it's got Explore in it apparently. But other than that, this is our classic Standard deck that's better than a modern deck, Bant Ramp.
Yeah. As we actually see, our opponent is also playing a historic meets Standard deck of Rakdos Sacrifice. Says a lot about what's going on with power level that we see, 350 new cards added, and we're playing upgraded Standard decks, which kind of was Historic's MO before, but I thought that might shift up a little bit. So we'll have to see how this plays out through the course of the day. I do think these decks lack if they don't have their best draw against Elves and Goblins. We saw how fast how fast Elves was last round. Goblins has the potential to be just as fast and reload harder. So it's going to be interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm hoping that we can catch up with the Goblins deck, at some point during our time on the mic today. But I wasn't sure if the stream caught it as we tuned in to Abyssal Archon just right now. The match we joined in progress was them against goblins, and we didn't see much of it because there was something like 20 power of goblins in play, and the Bant deck had like 4 lands and nothing. So yeah, the goblins deck goes pretty quick.
Yeah, the Goblins deck is surprisingly strong. Skirt Prospector being able to sack a Goblin and make a mana, and then getting the new Goblin King that puts, you look at your top 6 cards like Coco, and you just put all the Goblins. For some reason, Goblins get to do it all, and so it's just so powerful.
I admit, I saw that Muxus Goblin King, and I it's got a lot of text on it. I pretty much glanced through it, and I thought it was Goblin Ringleader. It's not. It's it's Goblin Coco / it's Ringleader plus Lackey. I don't know how you want to describe it. Just vomits goblins into play for free basically, and then is a huge Goblin Piledriver-esque threat itself. So if your goblins deck lacked a clock before, which is kind of what I was feeling, like we had a lot of good utility goblins, but we lacked like a way to really shove damage. They didn't have as many lords as elves. Now they got everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely 100%. As we take care of that. It's so impressive. It's kind of like if Goblin Lackey was made in 2020, right? Like that is Muxus. I'm sorry, Goblin Ringleader in 2020. My mind just instantly, like without thinking about it, thought, what if I Lackeyed that card into play on turn 2? So luckily we didn't see Lackey in Historic.
Maybe it's good that I'm not out playing Paper Legacy right now. That's going to happen to me. I'm going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, that is going to be a test. Do you have the bolt? I'm not sure. But we see, hitting 2 Goloses. These Field of the Dead decks have shown to be, we've mentioned a lot of aggressive decks so far today. We talked about Elves, Goblins, Sacrifice. These are proactive decks. Field of the Dead seems to be the premium go-to reactive deck. Do you think this deck can actually hang when it comes to power level? All they really got was Explore. What are your kind of thoughts on that?
I don't know if they need much more. I mean, one thing is that like with Historic, the mana appears to be good enough that you can kind of just throw Field in a lot of decks if you want. It's kind of just a free roll if you plan on be doing big mana things. And to be honest, if you're not playing aggro deck, if you're not playing elves or goblins, you may as well go hard with Explore and Gross File and Uro and Cultivate and all of these cards in the format. Like, it is very easy to find yourself with 7 unique lands. So why not play Field of the Dead at that point? I mean, I built a 5-color Honden's deck, and I think this is universal for everyone who's played that deck. You just end up throwing Field in it because you may as well, and especially with Ugin running around, right? Because if you are playing the long game, you basically need a plan to combat Ugin, and usually that plan is just to play Ugin because there are so few effective answers to the card. But one of them that you can play is Field of the Dead, since at least, even if your zombies get exiled, usually that leaves them, that's their only play for the turn. They have a somewhat low Ugin in play, and you can at least start generating zombies immediately to try and pressure it, which is obviously so critical. If not, Growth Spiral at end of turn and then attack it to death with your zombie.
Speaking of Ugin, we saw how, you just mentioned the Ugin to Ugin. Also, Field of the Dead just makes it very hard to kill your opponent. What's the counterplay to Ugin? Well, it's 8 mana, kill them real quick. It takes them forever to get there, even with all the rain out. And Field of the Dead says, not so quickly here. We also see Oracle of Moldai added to these decks. This is an oldie but a goodie. I was curious if this card to be strong enough to add 4 mana, but looks like Abyssal Archon here has said, playing 2 extra lands a turn is where it's at.
Yeah, you mentioned the Radha, the power level of that card. And I guess for a deck like this that's not interested in going to combat at any particular point in the game, it'll get there eventually, the Field of the Dead says. So, Oracle at that point seems like a really good pickup for this list. And, just anything, like you said, to try and ramp into 8 mana faster or 7 unique lands faster has got to be good for them.
Yeah, I like it. And actually, hearing you talk about that. Oh, Crocs are getting countered by Tameo.
Yes, hidden Planeswalker text. Beautiful 2019 strikes again.
You love and hate to see it. Yeah, it's very, very impressive there. What I was going to say is I wonder if this Field of the Dead deck should maybe consider playing Radha post-board against counterspell decks. Maybe that's something
it does seem like a good card. You wouldn't mind having one more card. I remember when Field of the Dead was very first in Standard and people were sort of figuring out, decks to play around it after Scapeshift left, and so the very obvious solution went. People were playing, one of the very early cards I identified even was Kenrith, right? The King from Eldraine, the box topper, with all these different abilities. Just the ability to spend that mana to manipulate combat when you need to press damage through is so relevant, and that's what Radha allows you to do, but not needing it there, obviously.
Yeah.
And hopefully we should be getting started with round 2 of the actual tournament soon, as much as this is
it sounds like we have 2 matches left, so you're gonna have to unfortunately listen to our beautiful voices without gameplay as we talk about some stuff here. But yeah, Rada is kind of like a weird juke. You know, we see the blue-white control decks that try to exist in historic play, a lot of Field of Ruin, and sometimes we've seen Jeskai with like Sun Moon, whatever it's called. Blood Sun. Yeah. I had a moment there. It's very early for me still. Sorry about that. And you get the juke on them by playing Rada, and Rada really does reward you having a lot of lands while also just being another strong late game threat. So I'm curious. Maybe that's too cute. Maybe it's not strong enough. But those are the kind of things that decks that play 5 colors get to do that other decks don't. You know, Elves, we saw them have like 4/4/4. Like they had just a couple cards. And they have to hope those are the right cards. These 5-color decks get to really adapt their game plan.
Yeah, and I do love that kind of play where you get to run out a card like Rada that sort of synergizes with your main plan, but avoids the usual hate that's played for it. It's kind of like, we haven't seen it happen yet, but when the card Titan's Nest was spoiled in Ikoria, I kind of see it as a way to play around Grafdigger's Cage, as long as that's the primary form of grave hate in the format. If you're playing a very graveyard-heavy deck, and a lot of these are also mana-intensive decks, Sultai decks, being able to use your graveyard as a resource without having to cast cards from it means you just ignore your opponent's hate. As we see, wow, Syncopate coming out. Haven't seen a ton of that lately. And with Zerta the Dawnwaker, I guess this is just Jeskai control and that's a free body, or is there any way to actually get value out of that?
My guess is that it's probably just Jeskai control with a free body. And just probably like, maybe there's one activated ability creature they have in their deck somewhere, so it's slightly better than playing Kira as your free one. But, it does have one more toughness as well. So I guess if you're Jeskai, it's a little bit easier to cast as well, not having to be like white on your mana base. But Syncopate, I think, is actually a surprisingly important part of these decks. Like, we see Primeval Bounty, which is another new card we got from Jumpstart, as a way to really go over the top. We actually saw, hosting us here today, Sidetrack, play that deck last night in Historic and dominate with just having this amazing, another late game engine that goes over the top and stabilizes you in a bunch of different ways. And you can try to counter all the payoffs, but when Field of the Dead's one of the payoffs, it's very hard to do. So sometimes you kind of have to hope that you can cut off the ramp and slam your planeswalkers and hope that, Narset, Teferi, and that sort of stuff can go over the top.
Yeah, you've got such a diverse, it's almost like every card in your deck that's not a land is a payoff, and even your lands are Field of the Dead generators. Like, that's the real value of this deck's late game, is that you reach a point where there's no bad draws. Everything is either a redraw or some sort of like relevant value on board. And Primeval Bounty just sort of ratchets up that pressure because it's impact to every single play you make for the rest of the whole game. So certainly there's a ton of really viable cards like that. I'm just interested to see how many of them find a home outside decks. Wow, we see Cradlehoof Behemoth. This one, I admit I did not consider, but okay, it turns out, it doesn't only buff elves. It is an honorary elf, and I just get so used to thinking of it as being tied to that deck. But here we see it in this big mana zombie tokens deck. Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it also seems like we mentioned how Ugin's kind of a mirror breaker, but only in the sense that, like, you have an Ugin, but now we see Craterhoof is like, hey, we got a bunch of zombies, but I literally always win. So, and wow, Gola's popping off here. We might see Craterhoof on the next turn.
Yeah, this could be, is this second Golas going to come in for Field of the Dead, it looks like, potentially, and then you have enough zombies to lethal?
Yeah, luckily, the Craterhoof's pretty easy to math. You just square it, right? And this seems to be 1,000,000 times 1,000,000, which would be 1 billion. And so we're going to see grab another Field of the Dead, put a bunch of lands into play, and slam the hoof. And if, you Sam the Rad doesn't have a counterspell, that's game.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we didn't have it. We didn't until now seemingly have enough differently named lands, but that Fabled Passage is going to be such a valuable pickup, of course, presenting several instances of field triggers since you get to fetch a different land afterwards. And unless there's a Wrath here, this looks like game over. Wow.
Yeah, that should be game unless... Yeah, we need a counterspell for the hoof, but I think we have enough mana that unless they're playing actual Essence Scatter, that's going to be game. And I saw some pretty interesting stuff from the chat. Chat was talking about maybe we want to play Witch's Vengeance in the new format. Everything we've talked about, minus Rakdos Sacrifice, is a tribal deck, right? Goblins, elves. This is like a zombie tribal deck, so if you main decked one, that would be a totally reasonable play. Imagine if our opponent had black and just like wrath the zombies this turn. They would buy themselves a turn or two easily. And so... that's very smart.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me again back to when Field of the Dead. The last time people were really paying attention to this card, and I mean, obviously in Historic it's been a thing, but people were trying to fight this card in Standard by playing Legion's End main deck a lot of the time, because all the decks were either this deck where it's sort of like a board wipe in that it at least clears up the zombie tokens for a cheap price, or their aggro deck's trying to get under what the field decks are doing, in which case, great, I've got this really effective 2-mana exiling removal that might even 2-for-1 use. So, Witch's Vengeance seems like perhaps even a more widely relevant version of that effect, especially since so many of the Jumpstart packs being heavily themed were tribal.
Yeah, if you
rate sorry, I should jump in and ask, do you rate any of the other tribal packs that we said? Because we got a lot of support in Jumpstart also for, we'll say, less classic tribes, stuff like Dogs, which had a lot of representation in M21, or Spirits, which is obviously a popular deck in other formats.
Yeah, so I think the only other tribe, and so I'm using tribe loosely here, is the discard with Tiny Bones. There were enough cards. Yeah, Grixis had enough cards where Tiny Bones at 2 mana is kind of a lot, but that effect is very good at snowballing a game. Traditionally, you discard a card, you're both down 1, but now Tiny Bones lets you pull back ahead. And so maybe that's the sort of thing that could actually push. Outside of that, I haven't seen a lot of strong tribal cards. I really stretched your tribal question by using Tiny Bones. So
no, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
It's that kind of deck, that kind of heavily themed deck where it's like, that's where you might not expect this deck. You might not have thought of it before now because it just wasn't present. People were occasionally trying to force stuff around Waste Not, but now with Tiny Bones, you actually have, again, we were talking about it with Elves, a density of payoffs where you're not just playing Burglar Rats for no additional value. You are going to get your extra Tiny Bones card or your extra Waste Not card off of that. And since they also got, now you also have Croxa and Liliana, multiple forms of recurring discard value without necessarily needing to always, draw a card and immediately, 1-for-1 it with your opponent. You have ways to pull ahead. So I am respecting that deck a lot more now. And I was actually looking forward to trying it out myself, probably more than most.
Yeah, it's surprisingly good. And Tiny Bones' activate ability, those decks are really good at getting to the late game, like we talked about a lot today, right? Like games to get to the late game and need an ender. Your opponent taking 10 damage, probably a reasonable end game most of the time.
Although not against this deck, it must be stated. You're trying to do finite chunks of damage. There is this deck running around.
Yes, there's like the life gain mono white decks. It's funny. I played a bunch of Historic before Anthology 3 came out, and I grinded a lot with the mono white deck. And I came back post Ikoria and everything and Jumpstart. And I was like, I wonder if this deck's still good. And the power level has just kind of gone up. Where I think that deck is probably fine, but it needs some sort of shot in the arm, I feel.
Yeah. Do you feel there's any credibility? And we actually see this is what the play here in Euro Wormhole is on. They've got an isolated chapel over there. So black-white, right? I'm a career black-white player to a large degree in all formats. I play pretty much only white decks, not by design. It's just where I end up. But I saw Veto and I got really excited. And I've been brewing with Veto across Standard and Historic. And I understand there's a temptation. Okay, it's a 3-mana card that doesn't do a ton of a lot. The 5-mana activated cost looks quite expensive, especially since it's black if you're splashing for it in white. But when you consider how much life gain this deck just generates by itself, how many of the creatures have lifelink, how easy it is to grant your payoff cards, like Ajani's Pridemate can gain lifelink from Heliod, from Shadow Spear if you're running that, from Gideon, a wealth of things. It sort of becomes a way to double your damage and push through blockers for only 3 mana. And if you want to go even further into black, this is probably a little cute for Historic, but there's also the combo with War of the Spark Sorin, which can, reanimate one of your key cards, including Veto, and immediately go to combat, presenting an entire board of lifelinkers dealing double damage effectively.
Yeah, that's very true. I like how you mentioned that Veto is kind of like just a double strike card in these decks, right? From combat, since most of our things are lifelink, I think that's what happens. So my thought would be that if I wanted black for maybe sideboard or some other card, I would look to get that card. But if I'm playing with Veto, I really want him to be kind of like the key point of what's going on. So maybe they've decided that you really need discard spells or kill spells in the mono white deck. And then once they're at that point, it's like, well, I can fit a couple of these in. I've got a few 1-ups that are kind of niche, and this can be a card that does that sort of thing. So definitely interested to try that. Also definitely interested in seeing what could happen along the lines of what combo potential, right? Because we've seen Revival Revenge do some meme stuff in Standard, maybe Historic. We've also seen the new Celestial Armor that was printed in Jumpstart. It's +3/+3 flying, vigilance, lifelink, and when you hit, you double your life total. So if you put that on a Vito, that's a little memey, but it's a pretty good Twitter screenshot. So maybe that's something that the deck could try doing as well.
Yeah, I think that's the Looks like we're about to jump over to round 2. I was about to say that to me looks like that's the base black veto deck if you want to do it, just because you obviously have a lot of black self mill that's also life gain that's going to filter you towards your combo pieces and plenty ways to like recur veto into play once you flip it over. It's sort of the fastest way to find it. But my concern is playing any sort of slow white or black deck into a field of ramp index is brutal. So I feel like maybe the white aggro plan with veto just as a bit of clock acceleration is maybe the only way to do it.
Yeah, that seems kind of right to me here. I don't know. I know that a lot of people have tried that card, and all I know is the coolest thing I've seen is Tavern Swindler with it. Do you know Tavern Swindler?
Yeah, the limited combo, right? That's the draft combo.
Yeah.
All right. Just need Croc's thumb in Historic, and we'll be right.
Awesome. Well, it looks like we're going to actually follow the Field of the Dead deck here into our next round of Historic. It looks like it's going to be... I'm so sorry. It's not Field of the Dead. This looks to me like Teamer Wreck from Gabriel here versus Gruul Beatdowns with Dreadhorde Arcanist. So this is exciting. I wonder... Wow. Gabriel's deck looks a lot like the one I tweeted. I wonder if this is like sort of like that, maybe in the same vein. This is the thing I was looking forward to watching, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is your deck, and I was excited to see what it matches up against, but this Corey Cloud deck actually almost has more of my attention right now. I've seen Dreadhorde Arcanist before, and like, if you've watched its progress over multiple formats ever since War of the Spark, you must respect, its tempo potential, but this looks like, mono red with like a light green splash. We can see Domri's Ambush in the hand, obviously, only just now got green mana down, and unfortunately it was the tap land, so, Castle Embereth, green-red Temple, not even the shock. This is feeling like a very light green splash. And I'm just wondering what that necessarily gets you over playing straight red or even a different splash that I'm more used to seeing with the Arcanist, like blue.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm going to have to see how that kind of goes out. Maybe I can pull up his deck list here. But also, look at Gabriel getting rewarded. Gabriel has said, I'm going to play a main deck Aether Gust. This format has goblins and elves and sacrifice that we keep talking about. It has green for the ramp decks. And then what is rewarded for Gabriel's patience and this big brain? A green-red deck, main deck Aether Gust. This is such a beating for Corey here. This is insane.
And we just say again, like these color hate cards from M19, I think it was, right? Like just proving once and again that they are effectively main deck cards, not really sideboard cards. There's just so many things that are either red or green. You can just get away with it.
For sure, yeah. And speaking of, powerful cards that
round timer ended.
Get away with, Shark Typhoon might read 6 mana, but apparently just fits in every deck as we see it. Ambush Dreadhorde Arcanist here. And wow, this is a very powerful... Oh! Hold up. Samut Sprint saving the day. Wow, that's a powerful one.
Wow. So could there's no chance this is like Naya Feather, right? But like, I'm trying to work out why you would put Dreadhorde Arcanist a bunch of combat tricks in a green-red deck.
I'm not.
We know what the green-red formula is.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what that's about. It's very interesting. I'm also very curious to not see Gabriel just kind of slam Shark Typhoon. Like, we have Bolt Hound here. Maybe this is just like an aggressive green-red deck, and that's the plan.
Yeah, I think I've got the list up here, so we'll have a look at that in a moment, but...
Yeah, I'm so bad at multitasking. I haven't pulled up Gabriel's deck here to see if it's basic. It looks to be the deck I've been championing, which is the Nexus of the Reclamation deck, which is the little brother to Nexus of Fate, which unfortunately plagued Historic. I feel like the deck we're watching right now from Gabriel, I just have to be honest, I think it is the best deck in Historic by a lot. And so,
all right.
Yeah, it's powerful. And look at this, Gabriel. If it had two more cards in graveyard, would have an Uro in play and Expansion and Collision mana up. And even if the Aether Gust was dead in a matchup, that's just such a powerful turn that these tribal decks, unless they have their best draws, really cannot compete with.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, it looks like Corey is on some sort of... I have to assume this is a budget list because just the mana base is very... very, very light on of rare lands right now. Only one of Rootbound Crag, Temple of Abandon, Stomping Ground, and Castle Embereth, which kind of explains the difficulty in playing these green-red cards. But as we can see, it's all 2-drops and Bolt Hound, and then just a bunch of pump spells, Simba Vines, Domri's Ambush. I mean, that could certainly, explode out of hand and kill some people. It kind of feels like a Kiln Fiend deck without Kiln Fiend. But Yeah, Team of Rec comes well prepared for creatures. See the 4 copies of Storm's Wrath there in the main board, it looks like. As well as Shark Typhoon, a cantripping flying flash blocker. Can't really go wrong with that one. Oro, of course, just basically eliminating the whole concept of aggro from Magic the Gathering for the last couple of months.
It really condenses what an aggro deck has to be, right? Like, you really need to mean it.
I was kind of shocked we haven't gotten like Skullcrack or similar yet in Historic, in light of that and the mono white deck. It feels pretty brutal to have. Obviously there's like Ferocidon, but that's not always as applicable.
Yeah, it's interesting not to see Skull, like they had Chain Lightning and Bolt in the burn pack, and they were replace them with cards because those would be too good for Historic.
Sure.
I mean that clearly too. I know that sounded ironic, but I do believe that. And so Skullcrack does seem like like if you want to play a burn deck, we have a card for you where sorry you don't get Lightning Bolts. So I really like the decision.
Even if not that, like Sulfuric Vortex, just something to counter this rampant life gain, because otherwise, it's like really hard to see traditional red decks like producing with like reach. It doesn't really exist anymore because the incidental life gain that's generated just by these ramp decks going about their main plan, not even really slowing down. They just seem to churn out blockers and life and enough of it to just put themselves out of reach of aggro almost without needing sideboard cards or a special tech. It's pretty brutal to deal with.
For sure. And we see Gabriel here, is in a position where they have so many powerful cards for this kind of matchup. We saw in the main deck how it looks like they were already leaning a little bit towards answering elves and goblins and sacrifice, like we talked about, the 4 Storm's Wrath and the Aether Gust. And then post board, they really don't want to lose the other decks. And honestly, one of the advantages of playing Team of Rec is you do not need that many cards for the other go over the top decks and controlling decks. Your main game plan of just Expansion Explosion or Shark Typhoon to death puts so much pressure on them that something like Night Pack Ambusher, which looks to just be a standard card, can actually go the entire distance. So
yeah, I think Night Pack Ambusher has proved its chops by this point. But yeah, it's just so it's because every other card in the deck is so threatening. Like when Night Pack Ambusher was like the big threat in like Simic Flash, right? In standard, that card could still certainly beat people up, but people were able to hold their best spell for that, or as long as I countered that, they don't really have anything else that terrifying. In this Team of Rec deck in Historic, it's like that's their weakest card that they're going to play proactively, right? Like you're gonna throw out Night Pack Ambusher because you're not playing anything else this turn. And like then your opponent must deal with it because otherwise, that's a lot of power of wolves very quickly. Meanwhile, you are still happily cycling, ramping, hard casting Shark Typhoon, but and that's talk about game-ending spells. Like
100%. Yeah, and look at how powerful having Explore in this deck is, right? They had Explore and Growth Spiral, and so now you have like 5 to 8 copies of that effect, which means you get to play 4 Ambusher, 4 Storm's Wrath, 4 Reclamation, and play them consistently ahead of curve, and that game plan will beat a large number of your opponents single-handedly. As we see now, we've established our clock, and now we just get to sit back and chill.
So my only concern for this deck, as I mentioned, is a slow deck. My mind goes to Ugin. What do you do about the Ugin decks? Because this seems like the only big mana deck that isn't going hard on the Ugin plan.
Yeah, I think the hope there and my game plan has been to Expansion Explosion and hit them for a bunch, and then they Ugin and minus that. I've developed enough mana with all the Explorers and Uros and Growth Spirals that I can deploy another Reclamation and hit them. It's pretty hard for the other decks to ramp that hard, not take hits from a Shark Typhoon, and then like not die to Expansion Explosion. And the trick to that card is it's very good at finding the second one if somehow they didn't die to the first one. So it's a very self-fulfilling prophecy, to say the least. As we see another prophecy of Who Let the Dogs Out still being a banger all these years later.
Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what we talked about, right? Like the Shark Typhoon you can think of as like a free card. I was just cycling to get deeper into my deck, but hey, here's this 4/4 flyer that like might be bigger than every creature in your deck if you're low to the ground, like Corey. And here's this Night Pack Ambush, excites and spare mana at end step. And you can do a 7 power of wolves.
Yeah, it's so flexible. Gabriel really showing it off that match. And, cards like Shark Typhoon really let you flex your muscles as a strong player and let your deck be so adaptive, right? Imagine if Gabriel was playing against, elves, right? Attack in with their Llanowar elf or something like that, where maybe a lord, and then suddenly, boom, it's dead. And now suddenly the opponent has to play against that, and that could lead to a lot less damage happening. So,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, yeah. So you know that you need to like pressure the Team Erect player as hard as possible. As you mentioned, now they ramp so much faster. They have so many ways to push damage, and that like that explosion is coming, for sure. Not to mention all the threats that are going to slow you down, having to try and deal with or navigate around, ambushes and sharks. But yeah, as you mentioned, if you swing in, with one of your key lords and it gets blocked and killed, that already destroys your ability to put on a clock. So it really is this like huge problem that aggressive decks are facing right now. And that's why I guess there's so many tribal decks, because they can play a bit more over the top. And if they're not certain about attacking now, they do have the option to keep, building lords and building lords. But then we come back to, what the Nexus deck used to do about those, which is just run fogs. And if you are planning to build up and do one, 100 damage alpha strike with your elves, you leave yourself very open to that.
For sure. And we're actually going to switch over to Shibby, who was the aggressive Jund, the like explore into good cards player we saw from round one against Elves. We're going to switch over to their match, and we have it up on our screen here. I want to talk about this because this is one of the more exciting decks we've seen so far, and I'm getting a look at their list, and they kind of did exactly what we talked about. They have Explore, and they're just trying to bridge the gap with that or a kill spell into a powerful 3 or 4 drop, and just kind of slam them over and over again, as we see on screen here. Thrag Tusk, Ravenous Chupacabra, Liliana, Questing Beast. These are just all-star cards. And if you want to beat tribal synergy decks, breaking them up and hitting them with these strong cards could be something that's pretty powerful. So I'm excited to see if Chibi can close the door here. And it looks like they're up a game against Griffin. So
yeah, that's really interesting to me, because people are kind of like, and I'm going to include myself in people here. People are kind of pronouncing the death of the average classic mid-range deck, which I think for a lot of people, Jund represents. Like these good cards, right? You think about, okay, well, play removal and disruption for the first couple of turns, start playing, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana threats, so your really big stuff, and you hope to grind it out. Whereas these ramp decks have kind of compressed you so much that it's hard to see just value getting 3 drops and 4 drops doing enough. But I suppose it's because like just the selection of cards. Although, look at this. This is a Jund mirror. Is it like over here? Wow. This is where we see some more value-based cards, right? Bone Crusher and Thragtusk, they go longer. I think Shibi's aggressive build is actually more to my liking.
Yeah. What I like about Shibi's deck is that Shibi is trying to play that fair game we talked about, right? That really gets condensed. And instead of having a bunch of answers for cards that you can't really answer because they go in such like these over-the-top things going all different ways, what they're doing is they're pressuring the life total as the answer, right? We talked about what's the game plan against Ugin. It's 8 mana. Kill them. Kill them, idiot. Just get them dead. And Shibi's like, I hear you loud and clear. Questing Beast, go beep, beep. And that's what I really like about this. And Moose Stuff's deck here, maybe this is just a few cards we're seeing here. We're going to have to see more as time. I'm sorry, Griffin's deck here as time goes on. But yeah, it's very interesting to see the different approach. And I agree with you. I like this. Like, hey, we're going to play Magic and attack them fast. So
yeah. I mean, the question is, I would be interested to see how this does against, say, Bant. Because these cards, they do line up well against the tribal decks in that, like, it's hard to block the First Striking Rudder, the, almost unblockable Death Striking Vigilant Questing Beast, right? Like, these cards win combat against creature decks. But, wow, Guardian Idol.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Okay.
A little
manic swayed back towards Griffin's side now.
Yeah, maybe that's Griffin's plan is, they're going to play Guardian's Idols and Explores as a way to like, hey, I'm going to have some bigger cards to kind of win the mirrors. And that's kind of one of the cool things we see in Magic, right? Is like, hey, if the norm is to do this thing, how can I kind of juke that? And they're like, well, I'll just go a little bit bigger and I'll be a little bit worse, but I still have that fast draw potential.
Yeah, I might also be tunnel visioning, but that is one more way to deal with an Ugin if it comes down and minuses your board away. It has to minus for a pretty high amount against these decks. And then, your Guardian Angel will be around next turn. You can turn that on and get in for damage. To at least ensure that the game continues past that point, which sometimes it doesn't. And now we're going to see the test of this philosophy where the Rudder Heart of Keld is still lining up okay against the Thragtusk thanks to the first strike, but I just worry, how does that do against, Teferi will still bounce this. Uro still blocks it as a 6/6 until you have a lot of mana in play and potentially spend a lot of mana to buffer up. And, if you might get one hit in with these powerful creatures, but a Shadow the Sky is still going to, to force you to draw another one. A Hydrate Crisis off the top is going to time walk the last turn of damage and, essentially tap you on the shoulder and tell you have turns before that Ugin comes down. I just still don't know whether any sort of like life total pressure, as you mentioned, will do it against specifically the Uro Ugin decks.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, right? Like, I don't think these decks have a particularly good matchup against those decks, but if you're going to try and beat those decks and not just fold to them, this does seem like the only way that is reasonable while still maintaining your game plan and not just being a strictly worse version of like Elves or something like that, right? Like, you want to have some sort of thing, and this is a compromise. Now, time will tell if the compromise is good enough. We know historically in Magic this has not been a thing. As we see, you know, Murderous Rider really show like, hey, if you go bigger, buddy, you got some really powerful cards over here. So we'll have to see how time breaks on this one. But yeah, the problem with beatdown cards is if your opponent, you know, can also beat down and interrupt a little bit better, you're going to lose. You know, you always want to be a slight step behind somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to see Griffin like playing so much ramp in Jund. It sort of makes me wonder, since we did also in that hand earlier see a Casualties of War, wonder whether that might be the answer there, because like there are an increasing number of land destruction effects in Jund, and Wizards has been very careful to not really let anybody play Ponza yet. Like the kind of absolutely aggressive, oppressive mana denial strategy that I really think Magic the Gathering thrives upon. Bring it back. But like you can potentially ramp into bigger stuff and start crushing people's dreams that way. And you mentioned how hard it is to get to 8 mana for Ugin. Well, if you keep them off mana development, then maybe they never get to that, and you have the time to enact this mid-range plan.
Yeah, I will say one thing I like about Shibby, and I know I like Shibby's deck a lot, so it sounds like I'm a little biased, but I'm just a little, is that all the cards that Shibby's chosen to play towards like this aggressive game plan do have some backup role, right? Like right here in this matchup, Rada drew a land last turn, and if you know Griffin had drawn a land, that'd be a huge setback, and those sort of things do add up when games go really long. And we see, you know, Griffin over here just completely and utterly taking over the battlefield. And if they can hold the battlefield down for just a little bit longer, we see with a minus from Garruk here helping enable that plan, they're going to like win the match.
Yeah, it's interesting because it seems like Shibby's build is the more aggressive one, and Griffin's build is the more greedy one, and that they're playing just bigger cards. But then you look at the cards in the actual play, like, okay, Thragtusk is a larger creature in a sense. It lines up, unfortunately, against Radha stats-wise. But quite aside from those effects, Radha has this mana sink ability where actually last turn she attacked as the biggest thing on the battlefield by far and presented a very fast clock. And then this turn we have, you know, the Garrett coming off the top that's going to generate value over time, but also, you know, the Humble Scoos, just a 2-drop, but it also, you know, in a late game scenario, if you have nothing else, it at least gives you something productive to do with the mana, which your opponent actually still has to respect in this kind of matchup.
For sure, yeah. Shibby has a lot of cards that trade cards, but they've just chosen to do it via creatures. And I think that is like the way you have to try and play these reactive decks in 2020. You can try doing stuff like Casualties of War. I feel like if you do, you need to be maybe a little more dedicated to the mana and stuff like that. And we do see Garruk take the fall here from Thragtusk, the tokens left behind, and it still looks really good for Shibby though, right? Like Shibby has a lot of mana sink abilities, and while we do have the all-powerful Guardian Isle on Griffin's side of the battlefield, threatening to become a 2/2 at any moment, Rada scales very fast. Every land is +1/+1, and so we're looking at potentially, you know, you can not block Rada one time, maybe. It's a lot. We see Shibby here considering throwing away the Scavenging Ooze. What do you think about that?
I would have actually probably, I mean, it's hard. I'm assuming there's only the one untapped land for the Scoos to activate, so we're only considering the option of trading the Ooze. And okay, now a Rudder for Griffin actually, and now we're going to eat on the Scoos. So we're choosing to have a second large threat in the Scoos and a source of life gain as well, which is probably the primary thing. But I wouldn't have hated the idea of having the Garruk left around, because you are able to then uptick on the Rudder and give it trample, although it looks like it ultimately doesn't matter, because we have Maelstrom Pulse, so you're going to lose both permanents either way, it seems. And, oh, that's a lucky draw.
Yeah, that was a good one. Also, one thing that we should probably note here is when we're talking, we cannot see Shibby's top of the deck. So Shibby might have had, like, another Garruk, for example.
Oh, yeah, like, for sure.
So, you know, that's one thing where we want to make sure that, you know, we're giving Shibby the respect. Clearly, they've, you know, this deck is very blinged out. I assume this is the kind of thing that Shibby likes to do. So I'm going to definitely... Oh, Pelucranos. All right, maybe Griffin is super in on the creatures that also do something as well planned. But we do see, Agonizing Remorse. That's super convenient against Pelucranos.
Yeah, this feels like a sideboard card for sure.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the answers to these cards that can go longer. Maybe Griffin even has like a Croxa in their deck, but we're gonna see Pelucranos was just a big dummy this time.
Yeah. I mean, that's unfortunately how the card's always been. I have definitely tried to put Pelucranos in more than one thing. I mean, even by 2020 standards, the rate on that card is unbelievable. I mean, even before Escape, after Escape, it's absurd. And it does have the activated ability. It isn't just a dummy. It fights creatures. Holy crap. Okay, the Immortal Sun coming down for Griffin. So you're talking about this kind of trade. Now we really see who's on the creatures and who's not. So many Planeswalkers now dead draws in the deck. A second Rudder's not going to do it.
Yeah, that looks to be game over here from Griffin. We even have the Guardian Idol if we drew a kill spell. And we talk about one thing I was going to say is in 2020, I really think it's important that your cards win the game or move through your deck, right? Like we see Muxa win the game, right? And while moving through your deck, that's why it's so powerful. We see Allosaurus Rider let you play Allosaurus Shepherd play your cards and win the game. It's so powerful. And one thing that these cards don't do like Pelucranos is they are very efficient, but they do not win the game on the spot. It feels like they do when you have a 12/12, but they don't actually do anything. And cards like Uro, Shark Typhoon, the Immortal Sun, even though an older card still kind of fits that bill, they move through your deck and just give you more of these cards. And if you have enough ham sandwiches, eventually you can kill somebody. So we just have to get to the ham sandwiches. So
it feels like the Pelucranos is a sideboard card against creature decks, and I do want to give it some credit that if you're against elves or something, we talked about how hard it was to play that into like heavy enough spot removal. Like one copy of Pelucranos is heavy enough spot removal. It can just fight all your lords one after the other and eat them all up, and that can beat the game for one card. So as sideboard tech, I can respect it, but you're right in that in the general, just playing any large idiot, it almost doesn't matter how large it is, and even cards that like previously you wouldn't have thought of as just an idiot, right? Like creatures with real upside, like Niv Mizzet Parent, right? Like that's the real mind blower for me, because like even when that card got printed, it did see play, and it seems like one of the most powerful cards you could possibly have under your control in a game of Magic the Gathering. It's even uncounterable, and yet sees no play, because like getting it just one out traded for an Elspeth Conqueror's Death or something is such a blowout, and your opponent could be you could be playing something that just drew you a card, and then you would already be ahead. So that's how important that kind of card economy that you mentioned is in the current meta.
Yep. And that card dominated for the first 3 months it was in Standard. It was one of the best decks in the format. It was an incredibly powerful. It did. And then we saw LSV top 8 MC1 where Autumn Burchett won the tournament playing that kind of card. And now, like, that's a small example. Now look at Thragtusk. That card was hated in Standard. One of the most oppressive cards of all time. People use it as like you mentioned Thragtusk. People didn't play know what it does. It's so oppressive. Look at it here. It is kind of close enough to playable. And we see that Shibby and Griffin have decided that maybe with enough kill spells and threats it is playable. And I'm excited and hopefully it's going to play out like that. But in current Standard, Thragtusk is just an idiot.
It's bad Uro, right? It's bad. Why would you play Thragtusk when you don't even want more copies of Uro, because you can just replay Uro? Why would I put this terrible Uro in my deck? Sorry, Thragtusk.
Yeah, it's very shocking. We even see cards like Elder Gargoth trying to be Thragtusk-like cards and line up, and as we see them in the hand here too. This is going to be an interesting game. Both players have gone big, and Griffin hit a little bit of ramp there with the Explorer. Can they capitalize with double lands? That might be the game.
We'll see, though. Questing Base is a pretty good card to run out, and the Gargaroth,
I thought Shibby was on 2 mana. I'm so sorry.
No. This is the Gargaroth. The Gargaroth is a card that people were like really excited for, I think, and then people who have been a lot more cynical or perhaps just played more Standard rightly identified that the card just may not have any luck. There's no card in Standard that currently sees any play above 3 mana that does not generate advantage the turn it enters play. Like, there's literally none. So even a card as powerful as the Gargaroth, it kind of falls in that Niv Mizzet Parent category. So you actually just can't push a card enough unless it's in this specific direction. But as a sideboard tech against creature decks, the fact that it triggers on block makes it, maybe good enough to play. Maybe.
Yeah, in this kind of deck where you're already trying to bridge the gap to a later thing and generate extra value, I like Gargaroth as like a one-of to handle middling aggressive decks. It's very powerful in that sort of setup. It's kind of like the green Baneslayer Angel, like you play it, it's strong, it has a lot of stats, but you really need to untap with it if you're going to do something. Yeah. And so it's cool to see that card at least get explored. And, sometimes that's all we can hope for in a card, right? Is we hope it sees play. By the way, look at us bashing Thragtusk as it completely dominates the battlefield on the other side before this Maelstrom Pulse here.
Yeah, this Maelstrom Pulse is going to get some value. Obviously, not quite as much, which is the classic insurance plan that made Thragtusk so dominant. But considering that Shibi also has their own Thragtusk, as well as now a Liliana, Waker of the Dead, you're probably pretty happy to drop those Thragtusks down into tokens. And we're going to actually play the Liliana and activate here. So apparently not scared of the combat threat, maybe even trying to bait an attack. It's curious to me that you would run that Planeswalker out before deploying the Pulse.
Yeah, my thought is that Griffin is trying to make the battle about the Planeswalker and then win a race, like try to initiate a race that way and then be like, nah, I'm going face, then Pulse to really stomp it. What's shocking to me was seeing Scorching Dragonfire discarded, as it would answer the Thragtusk so cleanly and not, allow you to get an easier trade-off on this Liliana. So I
what the other card in hand was, and now we're going to get to actually mop up the Thragtusk tokens with this Pulse, which I suppose is as good.
Yeah, I wonder if you're supposed to just, we got another Thragtusk that's huge. I wonder if you're supposed to answer the Scavenging Ooze. Like your Liliana will kill the other Thragtusk token, the token kills the other one, but that Scavenging Ooze is threatening to completely and utterly win the game, just to be blunt.
We can't see how many cards are in the graveyard, but you're right, with so much untapped green mana now and having just traded off, like that's what I mean about like wanting to cast these spells or use these abilities before trading off those creatures, because now it seems like you've made the Skoos a must kill. So now Griffin does have the chance to eat a bunch of cards, probably won't spend all the mana, because with an active Castle Locthwain and 20 life, it feels like this is the point in the game where you want to switch focus and start trying to draw into better stuff. But this is just the power of Skoos, right? It's such a 2-drop with so much potential that it must be respected in these grindy matchups.
It's so versatile, so powerful. And also, we saw Griffin here eat another card. Potentially should have ate a couple more so that Liliana couldn't minus on their creatures. Kind of a weird dynamic there.
Oh, it happened there.
Looks like I'm sorry, I just assumed she had a little more there. That's a heart.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a oh no moment. As you down to Liliana and realize that you only have one creature left in your graveyard. It's a new card, right? This new Liliana. People have probably not played that much with it. It hasn't made much of an impact on Standard yet. Obviously, people are only just testing it in Historic because there's been such a glut of new cards. And this is what's really intimidated me, I'm trying to write up right now, like just for everyone listening at home, I'm trying to compose actually a like metagame overview for Historic after all the changes recently. That'll be published probably in the coming week. And it's so intimidating to try and comprehend what's happening right now, because no format has ever gotten this many live cards before so quickly. It's not surprising that someone might slip up on the exact function of one of them that's completely new.
Also, raise your hand if you've played a Magic tournament that you really cared about and made a mistake. Like,
yes.
Hands high, chat. I see you over there. I don't see any in chat. We've all been there. It totally happens.
Very rough for Shibi, though, as now this looks like a tough situation. This is where you want the Ugin, right? Like, it's just, if you are playing these sorts of grindy matchups, it's so hard to justify not running that Planeswalker, because it just answers almost any situation single-handedly. Like, you just have the ultimate top deck.
For sure. By the way, speaking of the format, if we're shilling here for a second, you can check out Constructive Criticism on iTunes, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Me and Allie Warfield are going to actually talk about the brand new Historic metagame this Monday. So there you go.
I've been looking for actually a new Magic podcast. So I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, Constructive Criticism. I'll link it in chat here in just a little bit when I have some time. I love to shill, and so when you open the door, you've really ripped Pandora's box open.
We're kind of watching the Magic junk time. We can commentate on poor Shibi drawing lands, or but we can tell the people about some content that they're obviously interested in, right? You're all Historic players. You'll want more of that delicious Historic juice. We know you got nothing to do during lockdown, so
for sure. Also, the Immortal Sun is really making me reconsider my kind of poo-pooing Casualties of War. What I would give for a Casualties of War right now, as we see Shibi fall to the Immortal Sun.
It's such an interesting card, the Immortal Sun, right? So when War Standard was around, I was on green-white tokens. I was really behind. It was my brew. I was playing it in High Mythic and doing really well. I took it to a bunch of paper tournaments and I nearly won an MCQ with it. Like, I felt like I was onto something, but Planeswalkers were the problem. And I kept going back to the Immortal Sun thinking, this 6-mana card can't be it, can it? But it's sort of like, in many ways, the only thing you can play to deny most planeswalkers their value, because otherwise they're going to come down and activate. You don't really have a window to stop them, and a lot of times the damage is already done after that. And now with Ugin dominating the format, if you are playing that slow grindy deck, and I said you needed a game plan, I hadn't really thought about it, but I guess that is kind of the plan, right? And it's not disgraceful when they don't have an Ugin. Whereas, in a matchup like that, if you had a Sorcerer Spyglass, you either wouldn't board it in, or it might just be a very sad top deck in that kind of situation.
Yeah, and we might even see a package out of Griffin Cyborg there. Maybe they play Illness in the Ranks, or Virulent Plague, I believe, is the -2/-2 on tokens. And with those two combos, what are Field of the Dead decks supposed to do, right? They're trying to use tokens and Ugin to beat you. At that point, it's just Uro. And while Uro is nigh unbeatable, when it's the only thing you have to beat, it is manageable sometimes. So
yes. For these sorts of decks, definitely.
Yeah. So that's very interesting. I'm very excited to see that sort of card going forward. I hope we get to see Griffin play more. I really like the idea of these Jund decks. Like we said, we've seen a lot of high synergy decks, which, don't get me wrong, I love high synergy decks. I actually used to go to my LGS. I beat him all the time playing Elves, so it holds a special place in my heart. But I do love to see some good mid-range decks. So I'm hoping to see more Jund, more Team of Reclamation, more Esper Hero type decks. Just
more different mid-range plans as well, right? Like those decks you just mentioned, they all have very distinct characteristics while all being broadly within the range of mid-range lists, and they all play out very differently. So if the format is able to sustain all of those play styles at a roughly even level, where they're all kind of like tier 1, tier 1.5, that is to most people a healthy format, and certainly sounds like something I'd be more interested in playing than a lot of what we haven't constructed lately. So he's hoping to jumpstart
Nexus.
Yes. Also, then Gruul versus Nexus.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's a very exciting time. We'll have to see how things break out. Synergy decks, when they synergize, are very good, but luckily over time they break out. You can break them apart once you know the things you're supposed to be targeting, which is kind of the downside of playing a reactive deck on these first weeks. You need kind of a lot of broad answers like Storm's Wrath and Shadow the Sky, etc. Are there any decks you're excited to see? Like I mentioned a couple of mine. I'm really hoping to see like a red-blue Prowess deck. Is there anything else that maybe caught your eye from Jumpstart while we wait for the next round here?
It's so crazy. I haven't been able to focus as much on Jumpstart apart from the Elves deck, which while I had fun looking at all the cards, is not my area of expertise, or even necessarily a deck I'm likely to play myself. I mentioned the sort of Grixis or red-black discard decks that with Tiny Bones and Liliana and Croxa. I'd be very excited for. Previously in Historic, I was actually playing Kamal's Druidic Vow.
Okay.
It's like a deck that because after Kinnan got printed, the number of explosive starts you can have in like a dedicated blue-green ramp deck that also include legends is getting quite high, and the fact that that's like an X-cost ramp spell that also puts just lands and planeswalkers and such into play, untapped, ready to use. You can often buy back, often end up putting like a Tameo into play. You buy back the Vow, you do it again. There's a lot of times that you win with Thassa's Oracle or Jace quite early in the game, or else just present like very large boards for people to deal with. I don't know whether the deck really got much, or whether what it got made it, able to keep up with some of the, creature decks we're seeing here. But that would have been something that I hope stays good. Other than that, a life gain deck would be fun, but because I'm a Martyr Proc player in Modern, so I am on those kinds of like kooky mid-range long game plans. But even just that Jund deck is satisfying my itch for that sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of really cool stuff in that sort of vein. I like the Martyr Proc decks. I like Heliod's such a great ad for those decks. Right? Late game, and it's very exciting. I really hope those things can come back. I mentioned earlier I played a lot of mono white, like Heliod, Ranger of Eos, like toolbox things, and grinded the Mythic Ladder pretty high up, I would say, with those sort of things. So I'm curious to see if maybe there's some card I missed. We got a whole life game pack Doctor from Jumpstart. Maybe there's something in there that kind of slipped through the cracks. And maybe the metagame forms where there isn't a card that looks to make sense right now, but in a week or two when things kind of shake up, or settle down, we can shake things up with one of those cards. So excited to see how that all breaks out.
Yeah, there's lots of decks that you don't necessarily think of, but end up being like navigating the way through the meta. Like I've been checking out green white tokens before this drop. Like is actually feeling pretty close. Just rebuilding my old standard list along that same lines. If we do see people go back towards a lot of spot removal to combat these tribal decks, that ends up being like quite a potent answer. Or even like there's sort of a critical mass of indestructible and protection creatures in red, white particularly, that you can build like this weirdly resilient aggro deck around that's hard to fight or even block. I mean, the problem with these decks often ends up being just quality of your draws. You don't have that accelerating through your deck quality that you mentioned. It's just like so hard to argue against in the long run. But I will keep exploring because, you know, those are the kinds of deck I like to play.
For sure. Well, let's take a 5-minute break here so the last match finishes up and we can get into a feature match and everything excited. Let everyone use the bathroom, that kind of thing. And then always, of course, go follow Constructive Criticism on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, and wherever else you get your podcasts. So we'll be back in just 5 minutes.
And welcome back to the MTG Arena Zone Historic Open, episode 11, or, you know, version 11. We're just tearing through the tournaments. And of course, this is one of the most important ones of all, as we have a completely new historic format. And here to help break it down for you today is, of course, myself, Bart, and Mason Esports Clark. It's been an exciting first couple of rounds, no doubt.
For sure, yeah. We got the last match. They started streaming their thing. So we're about to jump into Esper Control. We talked about wanting to see these 1-for-1 decks. We have that versus Bant Lands, which is one of the boogeymen of the formats. And I'm excited to see here. We just saw we started game 3 and Esper had won game 1, it looks like, surprisingly, and we're down for game number 3. So this is going to be exciting.
Yeah,
it looks like. Oh. Yeah. Oh. There's a little bit of, there we go. I thought his thing disconnected, but that was me for a second. We're all good. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. So we mentioned before, like, wanting to see different types of mid-range decks. Obviously, control deck is not mid-range, but in contrast to these sorts of explosive linear decks, it is still a more reactive kind of game plan. It has similar sorts of deck building challenges, and to play this in like week 1 of a new format that's changed so much is pretty brave, I would think.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can take some cards that are broad stroke answers like Shatter, Settle, Absorb, Teferi, and like hope that those can go the distance. But you really need to make sure that your plan is good enough if you're able to enact it. Because if it's not, you're going to get run over by these sort of decks. You don't have time to really close the door on them with any real card in Historic, unfortunately. And we see maybe a card that will help with that. Unmoored Ego. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was about to say, as soon as you said that, I'm like, man, Fateful Draw Step there, Unmoored Ego, one of the real weapons of Esper specifically. It's sort of been this trick where for a long time, this would have been the best answer to a card like Field of the Dead, but it's only accessible in a very specific color combination. And luckily for Kellen, like, this is what we're playing here. So actually looking to cut Nissa, Who Shakes the World, out of the game.
Interesting. Does Unmoored Ego not hit lands? I thought it did.
It specifically does. Yeah, so I was expecting Field of the Dead. I think we were all expecting Field of the Dead. Yeah. Kellen apparently just not concerned about that at all.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if maybe they tunnel vision a bit there, because I don't actually hate the Nissa name when your hand looks like this, but we just drew the Elder spell. And so maybe this was a little bit of a jump by Kellen here. Sometimes it's happening in Magic all the time. We draw our dream card and we're like, this is the perfect card for it. And then we draw another card that's an answer and we're like, but this was the perfect card for it. And so you play it, and maybe the Field of the Dead is the answer. Also, maybe Kellen has like 4 Unmoored Egos in the deck. Maybe that's their plan for these decks, like for Ugin, Field of the Dead. And so they're hoping to get there. And if Filth here wants to beat that, they should just play a Field of the Dead now as we see it hit the battlefield. We're only going to have to beat at least one, but maybe some more are going to come down.
It certainly felt like, you do need, more than one, Unmoored Ego by itself won't beat these decks anymore just because they have this diversity of threats. But yeah, it seems like the game plan might be to, charge up a quick Teferi emblem, which obviously, against a slower deck like this Bant Lands deck, will hopefully get there. And, just denying the opponent some Planeswalkers almost works against you when you have that as your strategy.
For sure. I'm going to be very curious to see if Kellen here is going to minus this Teferi to set up them replaying their Teferi later and then Elder Spell that maybe, or if they're just going to try and race them. It's going to be a very interesting next couple of turns here. A lot's going to come down to the sequencing.
It almost feels like with Ashiok in hand, they might uptick here and end up... No, they're going for the downtick. Okay, so relying on the Elspeth Conquer's death, I mean, we are going to end up with a lot of Planeswalkers in play, but I wonder if you can put together an Elder Spell play here before... Philippe's own Teferi comes back, and I have to imagine, down ticks on this one. There's no Teferi in the yard to bring back with this ECD, right?
Well, there isn't, but there's Narset, which is huge because it actually will find more Planeswalkers while making it so that we're getting another thing to sacrifice the Elder Spell. Kellen here only has 5 minutes on the clock, so maybe that's part of the game plan of naming Nissa as you want to try and kill them quickly. But we're really close to the Elder Spell going off, and if Kellen has maybe some sort of other Planeswalker that's kind of niche but really good at the Elder Spell, we could see an instant Wombo combo win here.
Yeah, true. That is the big threat these decks pose, and I sort of always look at these and wonder whether they could be 4-color or sort of play like Nicol Bolas, God Pharaoh, and or like Sarkhan to turn all your Planeswalkers into dragons as an alt win con. Seemed like to me the really big payoffs are going this heavy on Planeswalkers, but the classic like Elder Spell might Teferi beat you, still gets there in the end against a lot of these decks. So maybe this is the way to play the control. You have a more proactive way of winning, not just, well, eventually I'll draw enough cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Maybe that's the game plan here. And I sympathize with Kellen. You have 5 minutes on the clock. You have to win this round. You're playing a dirtily controlled deck. I do wish that after we duress, we maybe Narsetted first, see if there was something else we wanted to hit. But that being said, we have so many threats here. I'm surprised to not even see a counterspell on this to turn off Field of the Dead, since this would turn on or give a big burst to Field of the Dead, I should probably say. I wonder what the Dovin's Veto is being saved for. Maybe the Teferi? I don't know.
Yeah, it must be the Teferi, right? Like, because you know that's coming down, and there's no other reason. Like, the game is rapidly accelerating. There's no late game. Oh,
Teferi can ultimate. If he plays the other Teferi and Elder spells, he can ult that Teferi. Oh, it looks like we're going to wait one turn maybe to keep the Teferi. But yeah, it looks like next turn we are going to go off with Teferi land.
Yeah, and it looks, we have enough Ashiok tokens to just protect our Planeswalkers. We don't care anymore.
Yeah,
Spare Teferi in the hand.
Yeah, I am curious to see us. I guess we want to make sure that Teferi lives to the next turn, despite having the other one in hand. But wow, the aggressive ECD. Yeah, there's an Uro in the graveyard over there. I guess the plan is you just pick it up. Oh no!
Oh no! The blowout of all blowouts. You should have counted the land spell.
Yeah, it looks like this is something we talked about, but it's hard to manage those sort of things, and I think that's lethal. That's 1827 with 6 beauty on the board. That's not enough. Craterhoof Behemoth beat coming in. Wow, it looks like ECD wasn't needed.
No shade to Kellen. We talked about how hard it is, but you couldn't ask for a more textbook example of how rough it can be to play a reactive deck like this on week 1, because this really was a well-managed game plan. It was very proactive. If you assume you're playing against like a whatever you imagine a stock Bant Lands deck to be, but then this, what I assume is just like a one-off Craterhoof off the top, just ends you. These Dome Vetoes meaningless. Your army of Planeswalkers too slow. And you know, if you were a few more weeks into the format, you might expect that. You would be better prepared. You would have an Aether Gust, but not here.
For sure, yeah. And it can't be said how punishing it is that Field of the Dead is a good deck, right? If Field of the Dead was a good deck, you might play another answer for an early aggressive deck instead of Hoof, right? But the fact that you know you have to win Mirror just means it's a nightmare for these reactive decks, because they're going over the top of each other, all the while you're down there at the bottom of the ladder and they're waving with all their big threats like, I got Hoof up here now. And just before, they probably wouldn't have Hoof. They might have like a board wipe or some sort of way to prevent damage like a Fog or another ramp spell to get there. So really punishing, but also shows just the immense power that Craterhoof Behemoth has brought to this format. It's a new world.
Yeah, it does make me wonder whether or not the Hoof was, I guess it's open deck list, so the Hoof was known, but like, you know, it's impossible to play out. We saw how many different cards were present in that Bant Lands deck when we were spectating those ladder matches before. You just cannot guard against all of them simultaneously. And again, it's just like so good at pressuring these reactive lists, and especially something like Control that's playing very passively. At least, you know, as you mentioned with the Jund list, you could have a board that you're establishing over time and ramping up your own pressure while you wait for your opponent to present something like a Craterhoof.
For sure. Imagine if we were watching, you know, the deck we saw earlier, the Jund one, right? They go Rada into Questing Beast, into, you know, maybe like a Scavenging Ooze plus a discard spell. That sort of game plan would have worked very similarly there, but given them a chance to really close the door. These reactive decks that are solely reactive have to have a Haymaker like a Teferi Ultimate. But even if they had ulted Teferi there and gone for the Elder line, they still would have lost, considering they had no extra card draw. So it's a really terrible spot to be in there.
Exactly. It's kind of like that. I feel like it's a real liability, unfortunately, in this sort of metagame to be a slow deck with a slow win con, because it already takes you a while to set up that kind of board. And even though it felt like we were pulling ahead with the Planeswalker Elderspell plan, it's all kind of intangible progress towards a combo, not whittling down someone's life total or something else that really closes off their options in the same way. And you're certainly no more protected from getting blown out by that Craterhoof play. You know, so if you're playing that sort of thing and your opponent has this ultra powerful top deck like a Craterhoof, like an Ugin, you know, you can't just hope to counter or exile all of them. And, you know, a single card off the top could just ruin your whole plan.
100%. That's the risk you take with these reactive decks. Looks like we got round 3 pairings going up, and we're going to hop in a match in just about 1 minute here. You know, before we took our break, we talked about decks we want to see. I thought of one while we were gone. Mono Red has a lot of really good cards right now, and Goblin Chain Whirler, very good versus a lot of things we expect to see here today, especially if you combine it with Death Dwellers or something along those lines if you want to get a little fancy, or maybe even double Goblin Chain Whirler, Obosh Chain Whirler. It's a good way to beat Field of the Dead. I really hope we see Mono Red. It got some pretty cool new cards in Jumpstart. We got Thermo Alchemist, Kiln Fiend, those sort of things. So I'm excited to see if maybe Mono Red can kind of jump up into the format.
Do you think the mono red would be a better home for Kiln Fiend than say the like a blue red tempo deck playing? You've got a lot of tempo effective 2-drops now between Kiln Fiend, Sprite Dragon, and of course Dreadhorde Arcanist for those extra triggers. That deck seems very explosive and obviously has a few famous proponents in the Magic online community.
For sure. Yeah, I think that's a great spot for it too. I think it really depends on the type of red deck you want to play. If you're playing like Alchemist, the 03 that pings and untaps when you cast a spell.
Yeah, Pauper Burn.
Yeah, Pauper Burn, exactly. Yeah, if you do that sort of thing, I kind of like the idea of maybe having a Kiln Fiend at least game one. You have Crash Through in that deck as a way to be a free ping, like a Needle Drop pseudo play.
Yeah.
So like maybe that sort of thing. Maybe you get sideboard out. But yeah, I do like the idea of trying something like that, and I do want to see like the blue red prowess decks sort of come up. I think they have an issue with not knowing exactly what answers they need to beat the threats this weekend. But if you nail it, wow, you're going to nail it really hard because other people are not prepared for that sort of deck.
Right, yeah. It's sort of like we mentioned that there's a difficulty in playing a deck with answers over a more linear and aggressive deck. But ultimately, those decks are very aggressive. And so a lot of the time, you may not have the ideal cards, but you're not waiting around to hopefully not get beaten by a Cradlehoof off the top. You are just murking someone on turn 4, hopefully, with an enormous Kiln Fiend, or if not sooner. So, I can definitely see how that might be the way to go if you want to play some disruption but still present a clock. It looks like we're jumping over to our next rounds. We have, round 3 up and away. We're already digging deeper into this tournament, starting to really sort out, the decks that are sort of looking solid from the more experimental brews. Not that we're sad to see those show up today. That's what the weekend's all about.
Yeah, and we'd love to see them in the early rounds too. We want to see them, the early rounds of a tournament, the quality of deck and opponent might vary a little bit more. That sort of thing just kind of happens in all events. But you want to see if, even if they're maybe not against the tierest one of thing, they can hold their own. Because we always think about, you go to tournaments, you're going to play against only tier 1 decks. And that's just not true. Classic story, Hogak Summer. I played a lot of GPs and SCG as a grinder. I did not play against Hogak as much as you would think. You have to be prepared for the other decks in the format, and you can't tunnel vision. It's a huge part of tournament play.
I'm proudly here to represent the person who's going to make sure you don't only have to prepare for the tier 1 deck. Like I live to beat up people who are over-teched for whatever like the best thing going is. I'll just be on some weird deck that like doesn't line up neatly with common answers and and it's not out of, I don't know, some perceived sense of being the underdog or anything, but I just enjoy games of Magic where you break down one or both players like A1 strategy, and then you get to see more unusual interactions between cards in the deck. You get to see people think on their feet, how good's your plan B? How can you like find, value cards like Scavenging Ooze, right? People love to see just because they are so flexible in those kinds of scramble situations. And I really enjoy that kind of Magic. So hopefully we can see some players, create a bit of chaos, with some credible decks this weekend.
For sure, yeah. And, one of the ways to, like, if you're looking out there and you're wanting to get into tournament Magic and you're wanting to become a grinder, these free tournaments are a great way to get started. It's free to enter, free to play, win real money. It's a great experience and a great way to kind of sharpen yourself, especially during these trying times that we live in. One of the best ways to get good at Magic, though, is to make sure your cards line up poorly for your opponent's answers. So what I mean by that is, if your opponent's playing a bunch of Aethergust main deck, it might be the weekend to play mono black aggro, right? And those sort of things. So being aware of that and building your decks and playing in a way in game, even if your cards aren't going to line up the best way to counter their plays is a huge thing. I think we'll see normally in the later rounds here in the top of the play. By the way, Black Red Goblins is going to be
Call of the Death Dweller and Fanatical Firebrand. No doubt there are 4 Goblin Pain Whirlers in the deck. Yeah, so
Dancing
this
Cans
is a
one of our
strong player on
ringers.
a strong. Yeah. We got a really oh wow, it's a mirror, looks like. And here we're gonna see the power of the Goblins deck. We've talked about it all day. We've managed to avoid it till now. And I wonder if this is mono red versus red black. So we're actually gonna see sort of a clash of goblin ideologies.
Yeah, my guess is that red black lets you play things like Phyrexian Tower, a few sideboard cards, and Call of the Death Dweller as another way to cheat mana and do that sort of thing. And then mono red's a little bit more efficient. My guess is, from playing Magic for a while now, is that the black-red deck might actually be favored against the mono-red deck as long as they don't get run over, since they'll have more cards that are grindy elements, you know? We're seeing the ability of Call of the Death Dwellers to bring back Fanatical Firebrand plus another Goblin, and then use Fanatical Firebrand to kill something like a Snoop here. Oh, looks like the opponent's also on black-red.
No, they're still...
They have a Dragon Skull
on
top
of the deck.
It's hiding in the corner,
right. I didn't see that.
Years of Corsair Crucifix taught me.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean, in this case, it looks like it is, as you said, sort of more of a mirror than you would suppose. But I guess that's why you might play black-red. It depends how free people feel like it is to play Call of the Death Dweller. It does seem like you might lose a little bit of speed, but in return, it must act as such a mirror breaker for any of these like creature deck matchups. Because like the board wipe is powerful enough that I was playing it back in standard with, Status Statue plus Goblin Chainwhirler, which is a much more awkward combo to pull off. Call of the Death Dweller, a very reliable way to get multiple goblins back on board. You can use it to reanimate your Prospector if you want, and sort of like even reanimate Prospector Snoop. Suddenly you're like back in the game out of nowhere. In Chainwhirler as a board wipe is so powerful.
Yeah, maybe they're playing Status Statue. I actually got my first SCG Open top 8 doing that in Standard, so maybe that's the plan. That seems like a very powerful thing to do. I mean, Call of the Death Dwellers plus Chainwhirler is obviously that plan, but much more efficient. And we're actually going to see Snoop go down here. Oh, it looks like they're actually going to go for the mana-reducing Lord that gives haste. That seems pretty smart if Krenko is going to come down. This matchup's very interesting to me. It seems to matter a lot about board presence and not getting got,
Yeah. It's like the both decks are full of these really like value generating cards. We can see, look, Haste Lord after Haste Lord coming down. The hand of Dancy Pants has Call of the Death Dweller and Muxus, so two like extremely powerful plays. But Muxus needs a bit more mana. Call of the Death Dweller, you need the graveyard loaded up first. So I think removing the Haste Lord is just about making sure you don't die. And I think that's where the skill is going to come into these Goblin mirrors. Is like, sure, set up your cool plays, but like watch out that you don't just die suddenly with a bunch of Haste Goblins coming down.
Well, Dancy Pants is one of our top players for a reason. Look at them snap block that Chainwhirler so they could set up a one-sided board clear. Magnon here actually just losing their entire board. Maybe didn't need to. They had Muxus, on the top of their deck, and they could have haste attacked with a bunch of goblins. And suddenly, the game that looked to be totally dominated by one side, these are the things that break mirrors. Call the Death Dweller, making that sort of play. Maybe if you want to attack, you just attack with the Snoop and the Fanatical Firebrand and don't offer a trade of the Chainwhirler. A counterintuitive play. But
it seems like this is such a thing. If you're playing Red Black Goblins, I assume that look at Muxus, right? Like, does it matter? You kind of force out the Chainwhirler board wipe, and now you have another board. Whereas before, you might have been like committing that Muxus and losing all of this. So it seems like maybe, I'm sure, I want to give Megan and Timino some credit to like, this is your deck. It's a mirror. You must be aware of the Death Dweller play. And with the way that Dancy Pants was playing certainly seemed to set that up. So now you've, forced them to have another answer that's equally as good.
Well, Muxus can do what Muxus do, and let's see if Muxus can bring in another Chainwhirler.
There's another Chainwhirler here.
This could be the lights out. There's another Chainwhirler.
Oh, no.
And
Goblin
now
Shortcutter. Wow, this is going to be just like lethal. Oh, no, sorry. The Muxus doesn't have haste. There's no haste Goblin there.
Yeah, not this time. But look, we hit a Conspicuous Snoop. We have another Muxus coming. This is one of those huge things where, like, taking over the board and these sort of matchups matter so much, and we're seeing it happen here. And now, I mean, we have to draw like another Muxus or something, or we have to have our own Call of the Death Dwellers. But I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure if that's like a stock thing that people are doing, or that isn't some Dancy Pants.
Really?
I'm unsure. It's day 2. Who knows?
What else would you be playing black mana in this Goblins list for, though? That seems like the first thing you would look for in black.
Sure, that's pretty good. I would imagine discard spells from the sideboard might be something that you like. Agonizing Remorse is a way to answer things, that sort of stuff. So, yeah, sure. Illness in the ranks type cards, maybe, or just that sort of thing. Oh. It might be stock. I could be totally off basis here. And so Dancy is playing no black sideboard cards. Dancy is like, listen,
wow,
my mana's great. These temples are nice. I just kind of want to hit some Call of the Death Dwellers plus chain action, with Fanatical Firebrand being our B, not as good plan, our Kmart, Dr. Pepper. And it looks to be paying off here. We're going to have to see how it comes. And Snoop doing what Snoop does. It looks to be kind of close to lethal.
Kind of wonder, like, obviously, it seems like it might be so hard to go away to any creature that's not a goblin, but there's so much direct damage. I'm really loving the number of ways that, like, you can lump down a bunch of goblins with your Muxus, and then suddenly you go, okay, well, that doesn't quite kill your Muxus with my Chain Whirler trigger, but I got this Firebrand here, and oh, I've got this Ember Hauler. Actually, that is 4 damage. Like, the flexibility to remove creatures and just control the board, it reminds me a lot of Legacy Goblins. Or
For
I guess
sure.
Mod Goblins now as well. And we see the win coming up pretty quickly for Dance Pants in game 1.
Yeah, we see Muxus' ability. Muxus not only draws you all the cards, but once you have goblins, even if they suck, Muxus gets so big. And we see a Fanatic of Bogus here as maybe some mirror tech.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, and we see all the boxes for 3 call.
Okay, and 4 copies of Goblin Ruin Blast, of course.
Okay. So the opponent here, we're actually looking at the other side board. They had 2 call in the main and 2 in the board. So it looks like Magon might have actually known just taken a risk in order to try to close the game out there. But they're going to have 4 Call the Death Dwellers and have Red Cat Melees and have Lava Coils. I'm curious how many of those you bring in. We see a lot of these goblins and make a lot of goblins and do a lot of thing. You obviously want to answer Snoop, since Snoop is like a draw engine in this sort of matchup.
Red Cat Melee seems huge because it kills a Muxus.
Yes, like, yeah, and so efficiently.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. I'm curious to see how much of those they bring in. And Ember Hall, by the way, we should probably mention, also works with Call of the Death Dwellers the way you'd like it to. So I really like how Dancy Pants is pushed hard in that sort of direction.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, even if these cards are, like, completely fair, like, you're not giving them Death Touch to just, like, abuse that direct damage, they do actually line up pretty well against these other creature decks. Like, imagine you're playing against Elves. They're trying to resolve Lords, and you're just, like, pinging them down with Ember Haulers and Fanatical Firebrands, and, like, you have the benefit in that you have, like, this individual card in Muxus. Okay, the Elves, I guess, have Lead the Stampede, but they don't have quite the explosive plays that the Goblins deck do. And that's why when I was comparing these and people were raving about both these decks, the Goblins deck is the one that looks, like, slightly more real to me, even if like, only one of them is going to make it through. This deck just has so much less linearity. It's got many options regardless of what you draw, even with sort of what you would regard as the more filler cards in the deck.
For sure, yeah. We see that kind of coming up, and it's also a symptom of, like, well, you know, if both decks exist, they have to play against each other, and maybe Elves and Environment would be fine if it wasn't for the, you know, the flexibility of the Goblins here. As we see a Call of the Death Dweller bring back Ember Hauler, and the Skirt Prospector plus Ember Hauler combo is very cute. Yeah, we'll have to see if that comes up on this turn here. This matchup, though, I gotta say, all the decks we're seeing, they do all seem kind of weak to rule that we've seen. I know we don't want to talk about it. They disband Burning Tree Emissary, but 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop Embercleave does seem very good against the stuff I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little shocked that Goblins deck wouldn't bother playing Embercleave. It seems like, you know, if you're playing stuff like Chain Whirler or, you know, let alone a Muxus and Lords, like, you could easily have that at least as an option that would let you, you know, take a turn, if not 2, off your clock against in these races. But it's looking like the plan is definitely more to just, like, really actually mid-range them out and control the board. And yeah, in that case, Gruul rather, seems like it's not a good plan. I guess the Jund list that you were most excited by before is closer to Jund, but certainly less aggressive. You've got the hasty threats and the like really valuable top decks, but not the curve out potential.
For sure. I think we saw a little slip up back there when the Skirt Prospector came down the Chain Whirler, not sacrificing the Ember Hauler to do the lethal death touch on the Chain Whirler, and it's kind of racking up right now. Hopefully this doesn't come back to hurt Dancy Pants too much, but they've fallen behind on board very far right now, and we're about to untap with Siege Gang Commander, and let me tell you, Siege Gang versus 2/2s does not end well for 2/2s. So we're going to have
actually playing the Siege Gang Commander, because it looks like Megan Timino is playing like multiple of the main deck. It's a real point of divergence between these players, it might be.
I don't think so. It looks like they are playing the Goblin that makes other creatures one creature not able to block this turn and maybe be a little lower to the ground. So we're gonna have to we're gonna have to see how this goes here. And what a great attack. Basically being like, hey, do you want to trade your goblins? Oh, interesting. Okay, they're gonna let the Siege Gang untap. I thought we were gonna Ember Hauler down the Siege Gang Commander with Death Touch.
Yeah.
But maybe we're just dead if we do that via damage via the shock. I didn't actually do the math. I'm not going to lie.
I guess we're holding up Prospector, Ember Hauler, I guess, in case that you sort of want to maybe make them try and remove your goblins first. But again, yeah, there might just be a lethal threat here, especially with Castle Embereth in play. You could even potentially just, attack through. They're going to sacrifice. Yeah. and then they're going to use, we're going to cycle, and so we're going to just get maximum value and kind of force Mago and Timino to spend resources removing these goblins before we sacrifice them ourselves. It is a very risky play, though, and wow, big punish from the Goblin Lord.
That's game. As they come down with
That's the risk they took.
Yeah, we're going to see the Ember Hauler try to kill the Goblin Lord here, but without a Muxus off the top, there's just no real chance of coming back. And even with Muxus, you have to hit a Haste Lord. And
it looks like it's going to happen with the game.
Yeah, unfortunately here, we checked to see if we would have got there with one more card, but we're going to game number 3 in the Gabo v Gabo mirror. And looks like, no Siege Gangs over here.
24 lands here in the Goblin deck, which I don't object to because, like, again, we're playing the 6-mana Muxus, although only as a one-of, and we are playing, like, a lot of mana sinks. There's many ways to use that mana, but, certainly can come back to bite you because the Goblin deck doesn't, like, draw a ton of cards as the Elf deck does, and, if you hit a bunch of lands in a row there, you are going to lose so much tempo.
Gotcha. And so apparently I'm learning that Hauler actually doesn't work with Death Dwellers the way that it does with Fanatical Firebrand because of some weird placement ability here from chat. So thank you, chat, so much for helping there.
Okay, all right.
That's one of those things where if a judge told me, I'd believe him, look him in the eyes, soul check him, and then I'd be like, all right, cool, what happens? And just move off my day. So. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Magic's weird. Chromatic's weird, just whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that. Weirder things have definitely happened in Magic. When I had first time a KCI player had to explain to me that I can't interact with their stuff due to mana cost windows. I sort of questioned everything I thought I knew about Magic. So, this one gets around the weird, like, last timestamp rule for checking Death Touch on sacrificed things, whatever. There's still a lot of sources for it in the deck, although it does make it seem kind of weird that Dancy Pants went ahead and committed that Call of the Death Dweller anyway, I guess just in need of some kind of play in the face of what Mago and Timino was bringing and just not having a strong enough draw overall.
Yep, and we see the power of Snoop already, right? You're on the play. We Goblin. Oh, never mind. Chat is double-checked. They're wrong. I thought it was a little weird, but you know what? That's on me. What? I should have known Twitch chat's never right. Yeah, Twitch chat, I trusted y'all once, and I have commitment issues, and so I'm never trusting you again. I'm sorry it's that way. And so we see those Snoop, right, getting that extra card, and now our Goblin Chain Roller has potential to be stronger. Imagine if they had just played like the Goblin Instigators there, right, and made a couple 1/1s. What a blowout this could have been. Snoop, a premium card, and part of the reason we're seeing that and Muxus really gives these Goblins like a whole new angle. We missed on lands for 2 turns in a row. Skirt Prospector, technically the land, but not if we Fanatical Firebrand it. This could be game over here as we see,
Yeah. I think you're sensing weakness here. Maybe you just gun for that Prospector. The mana is not going to help you much on this turn. Oh my god, this Snoop. No.
The Snoop's going off.
You don't quite have the going off potential that you do in Modern, but this is still disgusting within the context of this matchup.
Yeah, and we see a weird bug on Arena where it looks like you had mana, but you didn't off Snoop. Arena's crazy.
Well, the Snoop could have sacrificed something because it has the sacrifice ability of the Prospector currently. So I think that was the option, was you would have had to sacrifice.
Sure.
You could sacrifice a Goblin to play the Prospector, and I think Dancy Pants thought about that for a second and went, I don't need to go that hard right now.
Yeah. I'm not that committed. And also, look how powerful this is. Crater Maker, kill the Lord. Chain Whirler, kill the Curse Prospector. And Dancy Pants on their way to another top 8 in our MTG Open events here.
Yeah.
This is super powerful and a very impressive start here for the Goblins, like to say the least. I believe we have 8 rounds today. Being 3-0 is Sorry, so there's 7 rounds today with a cut to top 8. So being 3-0, we're 2 wins away from probably going to be a thing that we should consider playing this and an 8th round if we had over 100 people. But hey, we're here today. Can we talk about Goblin Matron for a second? What an absurdly strong card to get this deck.
Yeah,
totally changes it, right? You get to play 1 Muxus.
Exactly, yeah. You get to play 1 Muxus. If you want to have sideboard cards, like I noticed there were Goblin Trash Masters in the side, you don't feel pressured, even if you feel like this sideboard extremely important in a particular matchup. You can go low on the count and just tutor them out with your matrons. Obviously, we were talking about how powerful the cantrip elves were in these tribal decks, where often it's just about how many bodies you can put into play. And the goblins deck doesn't have as many of those, but like matron itself is effective. It's like a much superior cantripping body, because you're not just drawing a card, you're drawing your best card in almost any situation. So certainly worth the mana investment, even for the stats that you get. And with powerful payoffs now, like Moxus running around, this is the real deal, this goblins deck.
For sure. Yeah, the goblins deck, if like enemy number one, I think is a fair thing to say leading into this event for a lot of people. And I'm going to be curious to see how it plays out here. It looks to be very strong. Like, how are the Field of the Dead decks supposed to handle Goblin Chainwhirler plus Death Dwellers?
I mean, you mentioned the idea of Witch's Vengeance, but we haven't seen that card once across multiple blacklists. So that's kind of something I would like to see how it does against just sweepers. Because I think that ultimately, like, that board control game plan looks a lot worse against any of these lands-based decks. And even though the Death Dweller game plan certainly can, kill infinite zombies and slow it down, we know Field of the Dead decks don't really care about you killing their zombies. It's, can you push lethal through their zombies? Because they will just outvalue you in the end. I mean, maybe there's a hope that if the Goblins deck holds out long enough, you set up a really explosive Muxus turn, or as we just saw, the Snoop sort of acting like a goblinized experimental frenzy, where you just churn through your whole deck and have a big turn that way. Maybe you generate enough tempo to push through after you've cleared the board with the Chain Whirler. But yeah, I don't see it as being a coup de grace for the Goblins deck in the matchup.
For sure. We're actually going to go watch Gabriel, who was our Team Rec player, versus Philippi Filth here, who was the Hoof player we saw at the very end of the last round. They're battling it out.
Oh, finale for Hoof. Here we go.
Finale for Hoof is a combo, as we see exact lethal come across the board
Legacy?
Here.
Like,
it looks to be, and wow, that is. Oh, sorry. I thought.
Wait, what?
We just hopped in.
Yeah.
Those zombies have 7-day sickness. That's on me. I'm so sorry. I hopped in right when I saw finale. I just assumed it was lethal. Yeah. Normally, when Hoof comes down, the game ends. That's on me. So
yeah, very interesting.
Well,
the finale itself grants haste if you just cast it for a couple more mana. So Philippe clearly assuming that it's important to get in right away against this wreck deck. You obviously don't know how much longer you have to live before you get exploded, but maybe worth waiting a turn.
Yeah, you know what I actually like here, and this is a weird play. I kind of like putting in no land if you're trying to draw Expansion Explosion, because you can see what the next card is and still put the extra land in from Uro to be able to cast the next one off the second Uro. So it looks like we're trying to find Expansion Explosion to win the game here, which will win the game as we have double Reclamation here. I've got to say, it looks really bad for Gabriel, but Gabriel's really close to winning this game, despite everything that's happened.
I mean, and that's just the strength of this deck, right? It's like it doesn't quite you may not have the Ugin top deck, but Expansion Explosion in the context of this list, especially with double Reclamation out, it may as well be, right? It's a top deck that immediately wins the game, and everything else in your deck, like you said, is sort of just some amount of board control or pressure on your opponent while drawing through your deck as fast as you can. To example, there it is off the top. So double rec. This has to be enough mana. We're just going to throw that land into play. And,
I believe it's 32 mana. I believe that's my approach.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. I was 28.
Wow.
Dang it, I was wrong. Or 23. I did it wrong there. Anyways, that's game, as the kids say. Yeah,
and that's the power of this deck.
Looks like we accidentally clicked one too many times on the +5. Who among us, right? But we have plenty of mana to do it here. Just a little dexterity error. And yeah.
Whoosh.
And
I always hate the BM of just you drawing your whole deck before you die. I'd rather just die.
Yeah, just don't give me the animation. Who has time for that? And this is what we're talking about, though, from the Team Erect deck, right? They're doing their thing, and their thing goes over the top of everybody in the format, full stop, period, while being able to interact on the way. That sounds like a tier 0 deck to me. I'm curious if our Field of the Dead opponent can actually keep up with them, because we saw they had Teferi 3 in play, and that's the card. You're supposed to be like, hey, I have Teferi 3. I beat you. And they were just like, I got blasted and it happens.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it doesn't beat them forever. Nothing like that. That's the other side of a tier 0 deck, is that like no one thing truly stops them. I mean, no multiple thing. You have to simultaneously have very specific tech to not die to them quickly and deal with every card they play while also racing to your end game faster than they get to theirs, right? Like it pressures you on every angle of like life total, resources, specific answers, and ultimately time, because there is no real answer to expansion explosion, short of counter magic perhaps, but even then, there's mystical disputes in the main deck. Obviously, you need to have hard counter magic because there's usually no shortage of mana. I am interested to see going down to just 3 wilderness reclamations. Also, shout outs to the Immortal Sun, which does appear to be like this is being adopted as the tech. I mean, with enough ramp in the format at 6 mana, it doesn't seem like so much, and it does beat Ugin and a lot of other boogie monster cards. So how scary is the idea, without touching on that, of losing your reclamations? Because that's always been like the big thing you do against this deck. Is like, well, if you can just kill every reclamation or counter it as it's cast before they get to untap, maybe I can slow this deck enough down enough to beat it.
Yeah, it's interesting. The main game plan for a lot of decks is to interact with the actual card reclamation, right? Whether it's disenchants to fairies, and we've seen our opponent do that. And it's interesting to see us board down on wilderness reclamations, which I think is a reasonable way to juke in that matchup. We talked earlier, tournament magic, a great way to do well is to make their cards line up poorly. Have the disenchant rod in hand is a huge advantage, but not move down on the expansion explosion. There we go. We actually lowered our expansions there too. That card's fine without wilderness rec, but really isn't a playable card without it. And so it's good to see that sort of thing lowered there. And I like the way Gabriel's kind of trying to juke, it seems, a little bit and feel it out. Our opponent here is on 5 colors. We saw them have a plethora of cards that can win the game, and it's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, answering Wilderness Reclamation is definitely a good way to win these sort of matchups. And I could totally see something like Reclamation Sage out of Filth's deck there as a way to tutor up with Finale Definition and bop that card. So we board down them a little bit to make that play less powerful. But speaking of less powerful, this hand's not that.
No, this is the straight gas. So you are definitely, again, like forcing Phil to have that specific answers. Like you are going to need to deal with this reclamation and do so without running into Aether Gust. And then you're going to have to fight a Shark Typhoon. And even then, like, the next reclamation that comes out is going to threaten lethal because of expansion explosion. And even though you've diversified your threats to play around something like an Unmoored Ego that might come out of, as you mentioned, a 5-color opponent, you have to be prepared for anything. Oh my God, this is just, we're not rolling the delaying cards off the top so much here this game. Gabriel just has the gas.
Yeah. Like you said, it looks like we're going to see a turn 4 Rec, probably with an end of turn Shark, and then play another Reclamation, make another turn end of Shark, as we set up to answer the Teferi here, which is very nice. And then we're going to see Expansion Explosion for lethal. Filth doesn't know it. It looks like we're playing on Mystical Dispute. Tight play, I like that there. I have no respect, so I would have slammed, but that's me.
With the second Reclamation in hand as well, it feels like maybe you could take the risk. But we do have Expansion Explosion in hand, so is there a point where you consider...
Sorry. Yeah, this making it so they don't have more mana to develop a Teferi or something when you're lacking answers is a subtly great play while stopping the Field of the Dead from going online as quickly. We saw Filth actually sneak a ramp spell through some counter magic earlier in the tournament and win the match because of that. And Gabriel's not going to have it here. You were saying about developing some mana, though. What were you thinking?
I was going to ask you, like, this is certainly the kind of play tip that you only get once you sort of have a real feel for the deck. But Expansion Explosion in other decks that I've played it in does sometimes come in handy for the expansion side. It's just like a little utility effect. And especially if you have to fight these sorts of counterspell wars over key cards, would you ever consider, if you are worried about Mystical Dispute, if you get to 6 mana, you can potentially copy their dispute targeting itself and make it hard to prevent the reclamation resolving. And obviously Teferi can make that not as worthwhile as it seems, but is there any situation where you use the first side of Explosion, or is it just the win con in your deck?
It's definitely something where for a good player, it is that, and for a master, it is whatever you need it to be. That is the power of Expansion Explosion. It's a kill spell, it's a counter spell. It's everything you could ever possibly want. It's a draw spell. It's a ramp spell. It's a ramp spell. Yeah. I've definitely Expansion Explosion some growth spells from my opponent when I needed it to get the reclamation down sooner. And so that card, you need to always be thinking about how can I best use this card, and you definitely use it a lot of times as a way to even just tapping them out on Mystical Dispute so you can resolve maybe another threat or get a Shark down or just something along those kind of lines. Mystical Dispute, I'm sorry, Expansion Explosion is great for answering cards like Mystical Dispute. I actually liked the Shark for 0 that we saw last turn, but I like it at the end of the previous turn as a way to get mana down. I think what's happened is Gabriel is really scared of the card Mystical Dispute, which is fair. Mystical Dispute or Dovin's Veto easily answer Reclamation. But what we've done is we've actually given them the spell every single turn. And if they didn't have it, we'd be on our way to winning because we have the Wilderness Reclamation. Meanwhile, they're working towards the endgame of Field of the Dead. But also, the secret mode of a card that you have extra copies is it's a counter spell, right? Wilderness Reclamation counters Dovin's Veto if you cast it now, and you don't lose the game because you have another Wilderness Reclamation. So when you're in these kind of spots, make sure to think about your cards in ways that aren't practical or aren't conventional, because that's how this card actually reads right now.
I mean, it's very easy for us to, in hindsight, point out, like, oh, well, look how much further ahead Gabriel would be if you took this different line. Whereas Gabriel, if you ripped a couple of lands off the top a few turns in a row, clearly the plan here was to actually develop to 6 mana and try and resolve a Wilderness Reclamation with protection. But yeah, in hindsight, you had 2 Recs in hand, and as you mentioned, that like this is a matchup where the tempo is actually important, and can start to threaten their game plan sooner is important. And in these early game situations, before both players ramp out a million lands, they are constrained between answering your play and advancing their own game plan. And if that tempo was important enough that you liked the idea of like Aether Gusting an Uro to deny a double spell turn, surely it's important enough to force them to have it with Wilderness Rec when you had a second Rec in hand. And then unfortunately, drawing the third Rec instead of the 5th and 6th land really drove that point home.
Yeah, and it matters a lot to the counter spells that Filth is playing. We unfortunately don't know, but yeah, I had a feeling they're playing Dovin's Veto, right?
It's uncounterable.
Exactly.
Uncounterable counter. What are you playing around with that? Yeah, so punished hard.
Yeah, we even have the Mystical Dispute here, right? If they had negates, or maybe they have a split, and unfortunately we got here by Gabriel. But those kind of blinds come up, and then look, we've extended the game, and now Teferi's coming down, and we're gonna Mystical Dispute it so we can resolve our Wilderness Rec. Or maybe our Immortal Sun as a way to hopefully kill this Teferi over time. But we're in a really bad spot. Even with the Storm's Wrath able to answer the Teferi, time going on is the key game plan if you're a Teferi deck versus Wilderness Rec. You want the game to elongate with Teferi in play as many turns as possible. If you're playing those decks, that is a key plan to do. We see it from Bant and Standard. And right now, we can play this Wilderness Rec now, but if our Storm's Wrath gets countered, the game is close to over. Now, we do have Blaststone as a way to answer the Teferi, but we've seen Filth like Craterhoof. You're getting really close to dying. It's a very, very small line we're walking here.
And it seems interesting that this deck is so scared of Teferi, or that Teferi is such a singular answer that is otherwise a very, very well-rounded strategy, and there aren't more clear answers to it. It seems like we're kind of going fine. Well, we could easily play a Fry or something like that. Would you be on okay, Storm's Wrath does potentially kill it, but it's the least flexible way to answer this card. So would you personally tech more against it, or are you just this situation is such a low roll that I just hope never to encounter it?
Normally my playing would be that, but Teferi is so good, and we see it in so many decks, that I've actually done things like I'm playing 2 Blast Zones. I have the 4 Storm Wrath main deck as well. I have main deck Mystical Disputes. Because when your deck, I think, is as strong, if you basically are willing to believe that Temur Rec is the best deck in the format, which I do, you can make some concessions and have a little bit worse cards in other matchups and have the edge here. As we see the Blast Zone leveling up here to answer the Teferi and the Uro. Luckily, we didn't get punished last turn by the time getting here, and our opponent seems to be having a harder time closing the door, which is a weird thing to say for a full board. But hopefully they have the... We've cracked our Fable Passage, and we have Aether Gust on the Reclamation. We can't save it.
Wow, that's such a brutal play. This almost never comes up, but that's really heads-up play by Philippe. This is a modern or a legacy play almost, and really utilizing Aether Gust to the nth degree. That's so brutal. Can you put it on top and cycle the Shark Typhoon in response?
You can, but then
you won't be able to replay the wreck. Oh, no, hang on. No, you get another land. You will.
You can, yeah. But then you're losing out on the Shark Typhoon as well. So
I mean, it's bad or worse, right?
Yeah, exactly. You have to make
Gabriel does see the line. Credit to them.
For sure. Yeah, and that is a sick counterplay to already a sick play. I love to see high-level Magic like this. Hopefully, losing the Shark... Exactly. Hopefully, the losing of the Shark won't matter too much. It looks like with the context of the game, it will be fine. But if the game goes on 4 or 5 more turns where there's another Teferi, we might see that come up.
4 or 5 more turns is extremely hopeful for Gabriel right now, I think. Although Blast Zone...
Yeah, so this is one of the things I was about to mention, right? Is you would love to Blast Zone at end of turn so they don't play another Teferi. But Uro is saying, hey, I'm going to hit you for a lot. I'm going to speed this game up and draw more cards. Are you sure you can afford to wait? And Gabriel's like, all right, you got me. I can't wait. Oh, no. We did all this, and now Night of Autumn coming down and blowing up the Wilderness Wreck. This is game on the next turn if we don't cast this Storm's Wrath. So
we have to give up a turn and cast the Wrath.
And I think if we cast Wrath, I mean, kind of low-key keeping track of the graveyard, I think they get Uro back. Oh, I kind of like this. You're in such a bad spot, just hope to get lucky. You have to hit some lands to develop.
Okay.
Yeah, you take 2, but yeah, you got to do something because the game is not winnable if we just play Storm's Wrath and pass. So
very, very, very often you got to play to your outs, and even if your outs is like, I'm 50-50 to be dead here, like what's the point of dying a turn later at 100%?
Exactly.
So,
yeah. And this deck, I assume, has 28, 29 lands with 4 Explorer, 4 Growth Spirals, so it's a pretty safe bet to hit. And we see our opponent now definitely going to be able to Uro. And,
oh no.
Nissa. Coming in for 3? Well,
only 3.
Yeah, we're halfway to lethal as we play another Uro, get another card draw. Then I assume we'll get Uro back in play if we don't have like a counter spell via the one in our graveyard here. And maybe we hold because the only way we can lose is... Now, I guess there's not a board where if they actually hit you, so you just do put the Uro in play. But, wow, this is some devastating play. And we see the power of... You stumble on your mana a little bit. That's a way to hurt the Reclamation decks. Is they are willing to use a lot of big mana stuff, right? We see how if Reclamation dies, the deck kind of falls apart. Same sort of thing on you need to hit your land drops. And unfortunately, Gabriel here had a couple high-end cards like the Immortal Sun that got switched out for Explorers and just kind of didn't work out the way you hope it does in a 29-land deck. And those sort of things do happen. It looks like we're going to get a Game 3.
That's what I was going to mention. It's like, look, people... It's such a cliche, and people don't really want to hear bad beat stories at this point in Magic the Gathering. We understand, the game has variance, right? And sometimes it is going to go against you. You need to be prepared for that. But when you play a deck with this many lands and the whole game plan is around making land drops, and then, you cycle your Sharks for 0, you bank hard on drawing into those lands and they don't show up, you have to feel as though maybe you were right and your deck just didn't show up for you this time. And game 3, you're going to run it back the same way, right? You don't let your play be affected by that.
For sure. You gotta clear your head. I would actually be very interested in cutting the Sun, cutting this Uro, get like the counter spells back in, and then getting Scoos in as a way to answer their Uro and pressure their Teferi. Maybe just try to like play the game on that sort of answer. Yeah, it looks like they're doing the same thing here with even Night Packs. Oh, it looks like we might have like a play draw sideboard. You love to see that when you know the matchup so well, you know the plan so well that you have the play in the draw board. Just like, hey, matchups kind of like plays out like this. I hope you know that because Night Packs are coming. So this is exciting stuff to see here.
We saw in the early game, especially when both players are constrained on mana, how important it was with these like very cheap pieces of interaction, Mystical Dispute and Aether Gust, and now Negate, like that those early turns really do matter a ton in terms of like, are you getting to 4 mana to cast the Wreck, before they get to 3 mana and play their Teferi sort of thing. So it makes a lot of sense in this matchup, especially to have a difference when you're playing your draw board, because that like one land drop of difference and who has the advantage drastically changes how you can, approach it.
Yeah, and we see Gabriel here taking a very interesting approach. Looks like they're boarding down to only 1 expansion explosion and leaving the Sharks. My inclination is that Shark is weaker in this matchup, but maybe they just plan to go full beats and they're going to have a 5-mana 3/3 flyer. And sometimes that plan totally surprises people since Team Wreck does not play that way. We're going to have to see how it plays out. And this hand's looking pretty great.
Yeah, if you're on the Shark plan, you can't ask much better. And the one thing I can think about with the Sharks is, right, if your opponent is... The Teferi is clearly the key card in this matchup, right? And, okay, Teferi is the answer to a Shark because obviously bouncing the token is going to brutalize you. But... it is also the one card that you can play to try and sneak in under the Teferi static ability. Since you're not casting a spell, you can still make a Shark in their end step and maul a Teferi basically for free. And nothing else in this Field of the Dead deck, touch wood, because what could be in this 5-color monstrosity, nothing beats the Flying Shark. Nothing even blocks the Shark. So you could actually kind of become the aggressor in this matchup if you draw it right.
Yeah, I like the idea of the shock, by the way, from Gabriel here to answer a growth spiral, but I do feel like we have to kind of respect Teferi since it will kill all of our sharks. And so now our opponent kind of knows we have Mystical Dispute since we didn't opt or anything like that. So it's kind of awkward here. It's also going to make the next sharks worse with our triomes. A little bit of maybe missequencing is strong, but misevaluating might be here. But also Gabriel here has a very different approach to the matchup than I would expect. Maybe this is the moment where I need to shut up and watch them crush it.
Yeah, true. It's always, and that's, again, we talked about the information being so valuable coming out this weekend for these players as well as for everyone watching and for us. And to see how different players, even with these really established decks, like Team Rec has been around a little while now. And yet we're still figuring out how exactly it's going to look in this new historic meta and what the exact way to play these mirrors, play these high-profile matchups like Bant Lands is going to be.
Yeah, and we see here we can make a 4/4 Shark end of turn, and we have a 4-turn clock. Looks like we're going to hold up just in case, maybe use a Castle Vantress to try and scry towards some of our more impactful threats and make a bigger Shark later. Oh, but Teferi coming down, and luckily we do have the baby Shark on the board in order to pressure the little Teferi. So we're going to have to see how this one plays out from them. Maybe they'll just try to answer the Shark and blank the Reclamation that way. Who knows?
This does sort of seem like Gabriel was kind of almost playing around with this setup, right? Because, like, as you said, with this 1/1 Shark, obviously the Teferi gets the most value by bouncing the Wreck. But now you have the answer, and okay, we're still going for the larger Shark. So our 1/1 Shark is going to be able to finish off the Teferi, but even if that Shark was bounced, we would be able to make the second Shark and clear this Teferi up regardless.
Yeah, and maybe Gabriel was planning to cycle these triomes as a way to find more cards. Lord knows I've been in that spot before. A little awkward here where we could develop Reclamation plus Skews. But now we get to play Reclamation and hold up Negate. That's really powerful. We can also play Skews and eat an Uro if the graveyard's dangerous, but I feel like we're kind of safe on that front for the moment. But yeah, this game's looking to be kind of wrapped up unless Filthier has a lot of very powerful cards, which feels aggressive to say wrapped up so early. But when Team of Reclamation gets in these sort of positions, they close the door very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's very much a deck where their mana advantage is so dominant and they're so good at drawing through their deck that, it's not hard for them to answer what you're doing as you do it and continue developing.
Yep. And we're going to see the Reclamation answered here, which is important, but another creature for our Skews to eat. Kind of not the most impactful turn in the world if it's about flying on the battlefield. And we're seeing me just eat Crow here when it comes to these Sharks completely dominate the board. As we activate Castle Vantress and we look for maybe Night Pack Ambusher or another Reclamation or maybe just another Shark.
Yeah, the Sharks, this is exactly what the Shark plan wanted to do. We managed to bait out the Teferi and kill it, and that's the only real answer to these Sharks, right? Like, Philip is not going to be playing, board wipes that'll kill these Sharks or anything like that. So they are presenting a very real clock. The Night of Autumn had to be used to destroy the Wreck, and I'm sure that, Philip would be happy with that choice since it managed to dodge the Negate that was no doubt, protecting the Reclamation in Gabriel's mind. But it's pretty hard to win this race against Scavenging Ooze and Flyers.
Yeah, Scavenging is also eating the Uro as your other way to stabilize. Like, Field of the Dead will get a lot of zombies like we talked about. Luckily, Sharks fly over those. But Uro would be the other way to stabilize, right? Gain some light, make it so we're just taking a little less and start a race. And Scavenging Ooze coming in out of the board totally changes that plan. We see Nissa here, but unless they have a counterspell of their own, we're going to get hit by Negate, and that will be a crushing play. But it looks like we might see a Mystical Dispute or a Dovin's Veto coming from Filth here.
The fetch makes it look like Dovin's Veto? No?
Yeah. It looks like
Negate.
I don't know which triumph.
Oh, nothing. Wow.
Oh, I like the bluff.
just made him sweat for a minute.
Yeah. It's over. But you gotta get them where you can. Maybe they have the heart attack play. That's like the only way you're gonna get out of this one. Apparently, as we see, we're gonna move to combat here.
Yeah, as this game sort of, not to count Philippe out, but this is definitely looking like, dire straits for the Bant Lands deck. And I want to go back very briefly to what you touched on as your preferred approach to Temur and what's worked out here between Game 2 and Game 3 for Gabriel. And just something I think of overall, when so many of these decks are on such strong value-based threats that sort of recoup their cost as soon as they enter play, and there's other spells that are like just instantly game-winning plans, it seems like the tempo-based or like flash-based game plan where you're playing Sharks and ambushes and more counter magic might be the way to take this Temur deck, if not, outright making another green-blue X flash deck strong in the meta. That's kind of like what I might be looking towards if we're still talking about like archetypes we haven't seen yet. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's something that you could totally look towards doing, and this deck's kind of showing that they can play that. And that is also one of the strengths, right? Is Retriever Wreck becomes that deck some percentage of the time
Yeah.
here. As we do see Teferi come down with some zombies, this is the type of card that could take over the game, especially with our Shark plan, right? Like, the Sharks do need to hit a couple times, and Teferi is really good at grinding out value. So we're going to have to see if we can close the door here. We're kind of just in top deck mode. I wonder, maybe we're supposed to Castle Vantress upkeep? Yeah.
They can, assuming they keep hitting zombies, it's like we have to be able to kill we should be able to kill the Teferi here, which is very big. This is a big Teferi, so that was a large investment to kill a Shark token. That's just where the game's at for Philippe. Now it's just drawing the 2 Mystical Disputes is not great here.
Yeah, we're safe from Hoof, but that's about it, would be my guess. Maybe, you can double them up, tag something.
We have just enough to double dispute this Nissa. That's so wild.
Yeah, that's very fortunate on our part. Hopefully, Filth doesn't have a land to, get more zombies to hold down the board here. But wow, this is getting crazy here. As we have Baby Shark. Do. And we have Castle Vantress too, so if they don't play a spell, we can maybe try to find our one expand. Oh, Aether Gust. How many cards are in the graveyard?
I can't see from here. Was there not a creature to eat with it? I was hung up on why we didn't swing with the Skoos as Gabriel. Right? I'm sure you want to pressure here. But...
There's one with Night of Autumn. I imagine we're trying to make it so that we can hopefully attack through more zombies. But yeah, this is what I was going to mention. You had to check the cards in graveyard because you can immediately play Uro as a priority.
The Aether Gust, though, to reset the Uro. So just making as much mana investment happen as possible. And now those cards have been exiled from graveyard as a cost. So even if Filth goes for the Uro next turn, okay, you did allow a trigger, but now that Uro is much less impactful as a draw.
Yeah, and that's so true. Maybe we should have ate the Night of Autumn first to at least get the Skoos a little bigger if that was the line, I have to wonder, though, if the problem I have with this is that the 3 life is 3 turns for Baby Shark. And it moves you a card towards zombies, which are going to invalidate the Skoos. This is the other problem I have with the Shark plan is if the Sharks do get answered, we have a really hard time closing the door. And while Uro isn't coming back anytime soon, and we're going to luckily be able to eat it with our Scavenging Ooze here, it's now bought 5 turns and drawn 2 cards as we see Teferi come down. And maybe, I know I said earlier we were saying it's going to need some big stuff. We didn't count Filth out. And we were kind of saying Gabriel's going to win this, but Filth's just raw card power and moving through the deck has kind of let them stabilize. And it's kind of looking like Gabriel needs to be the one to draw Expansion, Explosion, Reclamation in order to get out of this and hope that they don't have veto.
I'm sure Gabriel was expecting to draw those cards, right? But we've just seen, even with double Castle Vantress in play, we somehow haven't been able to activate it every turn, so we haven't got as much scry value, and we've just hit land, Mystical Dispute, negate, land, explore, growth spiral, land, growth spiral, all of the air in the deck in a row. And so despite having this once dominant board position, Philippe has somehow gotten away with so many extra draw steps without Gabriel really being able to produce anything at all. And, despite being able to fight off a few of these spells with counter magic, it's not what you wanted. You were looking to close the game out as a tempo deck. And I guess the difference between this deck and a more dedicated tempo deck is just you don't quite have the threat density to really take advantage of that window you've created for yourself, especially with such small sharks as you had. Once that 3/3 shark vanished, you really are on an anemic clock, and we were hoping to draw into either another Shark Typhoon or at least the good old Nightpack Ambusher to try and close things out in a more timely fashion.
For sure, yeah, and this is part of the luckily we do have one Expansion Explosion, but this is part of why you need a card like that to go over these zombies. It's because the Shark plan isn't going to quite get there, and we see the zombies start crashing in. That's pretty telling from me that they feel like, okay, I'm the beatdown now. No longer do I need to protect my walkers. Or I need to do anything like this. I just need to end this game before Gabriel here has a chance to actually win it. And we see Gabriel eating some lands now to try and make Uro not a thing. But really, okay, Flame Sweep's a draw, but we can only... Well, the Flame Sweep's a draw, but then the Teferi answers, and it's very awkward.
Maybe forgetting that Teferi can phase this creature out and prevent it from doing any damage. It does force a down tick, but... Yeah,
it's more of a thing where probably they were like, well, maybe not forgetting, but just forcing their hand, right?
Mm.
And so it's awkward because this is the problem with cards like Flame Sweep, right? Instead of having Storm's Wrath, like Storm's Wrath, yes, would have killed our Ooze in this sort of situation, but also answered the Planeswalkers as well. And while it was a reset that could answer something that's a problem, right? Like Teferi 3 is a huge problem now. And it's going to get attacked, but it doesn't really matter because we don't have enough cards set up, and they've moved through their decks so much, and they have so many zombies to protect it.
In this case, I was gonna say, like, Storm's Wrath wouldn't have killed Teferi Master of Time. She would have upticked in response. So, like, in this case, I don't think anything really gets. I think the answer here is maybe we shouldn't have sided out all our expansion explosions, right? It seems like in this matchup between the enemy ramp spells and counter magic, you could maybe find enough value in expansions to value that to be worth playing the full complement of the card or close to it, even if you were trimming some reclamations, right? Because, like, how much worse is it right now than these, like, empty, sort of one-for-one answers that in this long game aren't really doing enough for you by themselves as the only card you draw for turn.
For sure, yeah. I agree with that 100%. And as we mentioned before, expansion explosions, a self-fulfilling prophecy. They find each other, but now this is our one expansion explosion in our deck. This is the one.
And we're casting it for 3 on a Teferi.
Yeah, and so we have to try to do something. We have to go to this Teferi to, like, use our negate and hope to stabilize. But now our whole plan is to draw the last Shark Typhoon because the Scavenging Ooze isn't going to do it. Not to mention, we have these. Yeah, we have Explorer being Growth Spiral, but better because it's Teferi 3. And there's Dovin's Veto get found.
Yeah. I think you can pick up the cards. If you're committing to explosioning the smallest of your opponent's 3 Teferis while facing down double Field of the Dead, and that's like your last real threat in your deck, I'm pretty sure you can pick up the cards. But Gabriel's going to try and fight it out here against increasingly dire odds. And wow, if you're Philippe, you must be so relieved, right? That would have been such a scary mid-game. You're throwing down multiple cards in hand. Like, okay, you do get a Nissa, like, double Mystical Disputed, but even that is, like, pretty sad in card advantage terms. And when, Gabriel isn't able to follow up on those early Sharks, it looks like this plan, unfortunately, has fallen through.
Yeah, and this really goes back. There was a moment there where I was a little worried, and I thought, like, the Shark plan, maybe I've been misapproaching this matchup so much, it's so much easier. But the fear I have of, like, the Sharks need Temur Reclamation. They need Reclamation in order to actually be big enough to kill your opponent. And if that's the case, why not play Expansion Explosion as a way to maybe copy a Migrations Path, like you talked about earlier, right? Like, get that extra mana, copy a Counterspell, be some card draw to find some more things. And you have a plan when it comes with the Sharks and the other creatures like Joriel. You could get a little bit of a brew, a little beatdown going. But if your opponent gets to the Field of the Dead, it's going to end pretty quickly. And then, because at that point, the Teferi gets protected, it can just start minusing on the Sharks. And then suddenly things get out of control really quick here. So it's awkward, a lot of pressure, a lot of angles.
The Joriel is such an interesting card. Like, I really wonder, like, as a one-of especially, like, what matchup that card's coming in where it's so impactful in your deck that you really like. I was almost thinking, like, maybe you want something like, I don't know, a Spectral Sailor, like some flyer at least if you're going on this Shark plan, and something that can actually get you out of that kind of situation, because, like, all you want to do is continue pressuring your opponent while getting through your deck. But in the end, like, this Shark plan not showing up. I think it's just the number of Teferis available was something I underestimated. Like, there are actually too many answers for those tokens in the deck to really rely on those small Sharks getting the job done.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that maybe a card like Young Pyromancer might be a little better if you, like, play, like, the opt version of Reclamation. It lets you have an early threat, goes kind of wide, pressures Teferi, works well with cards like Dispute, Opt, Explore. That's something that's kind of there. Joriel works pretty well with a lot of those cards, but does require you to play cards on your own turn, and sometimes with the intention to hold things back. And I think one of the things with this deck is it's so clean, it's so efficient. We're going to another feature match here, but we're seeing some things in chat about, like, wanting Field of the Dead in Reclamation. And while powerful, it might become an end game for the mirrors. You do want to keep that sort of consistency, I think. I think that's why we haven't seen the adoption yet. The Field of the Dead and the Reclamation seems like Teferi and Reclamation we see in Standard, and that's more of an in-game thing in Standard. In the early weeks, it might end up being right in 6 months, but right now it's probably not the way to go. You do have to beat goblins and elves and that sort of stuff, and having too many tap lands can be a huge problem. Speaking of goblins and elves and Field of the Dead, what's going on here? Can you fill me in?
Yeah, this looks like a Field of the Dead mirror, but two very different Field of the Dead decks, and even different to the Field of the Dead deck we were just watching. As you can see, this looks like a base Bant list here, but we're splashing red and black on the side of Red Mage Frank. And we've got a Ugin the Spirit Dragon rocking in hand. But unfortunately, on the other side of the board, Kaizita is playing Khan the Great Creator in multiple copies, it appears. There was one in the graveyard earlier, and fetching the Immortal Sun out of the sideboard. This is like the tech card of the tournament here. And these two Ugins in hand are looking so rough against that. At least you get a chance to use one. You'll be able to mop up all these zombie tokens. But that's going to be about it. And killing your opponent's Planeswalker in the face of that Immortal Sun doesn't seem as valuable as it would have been otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Sorry, I had a moment there. There's just so much information on board. I just melted. Sometimes
there was a million cards. Yeah.
I don't even know how chat's following it. All this is happening, by the way, and Kayaksta has a minute 40 left. I'm having the brain melt. They've had to play this whole game. Yeah. And they have a minute 40 to kill their opponent.
I mean, if we're looking at this deck has Growth Spiral, Radha, Escape to the Wilds, Golos, Oracle of Mildire, Field of the Dead, Arch of Arazka, Blast Zones, a Khan Wishboard. Like, this is the most unnecessarily broad range of technology like we have seen today. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say unnecessarily, but this deck has so much going on. I'm not surprised that you've used up a lot of your time, especially on these grindy field mirrors. And we're actually seeing, here we go, Field of Ruin on your opponent's Field of the Dead looks great, but yeah, you've got a minute to close this out.
Yeah, I don't know if they can.
This is a lot of zombies.
Yeah, it is, but they have the. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so dumb.
Immortal Sun.
Yeah. I'm so dumb. We could totally do this.
Dead in hand and dead on board. Dead Ugins, bricks.
Look at Kitex, by the way. Kitex playing Radha. I was mentioning that earlier as a way to juke, with all those lands. Looks like Kitex is going in that sort of direction. Buy Radha on issue. Golos has got to spin and it's got to hit a Wrath, I think. You're already one of those weird Magic situations where you're not going to normally win this game if you played forever. But I don't know if they... Oh, my goodness. Sky. Well, that will do it. That will do it, Pig.
Just have it.
Yeah. And wow. I
would simply draw my Shadow the Sky.
Yeah. Some Yugimoto stuff. I'll draw my Shadow the Sky and clear the board.
Red Mage Frank with the Destiny draw there, and now Kaizita has to rebuild this board with only 40 seconds on the clock. I mean, there's Goloses there. There could be a lot of zombies next turn, but every turn is soaking up seconds, and with all these triggers to click through, you can't auto pass on Golos triggers the way you can in Magic Online. So this is actually a meaningful penalty to the clock.
Yeah, for sure. Those sort of things come up. You have to play quicker. This is the chess clock moment. In real life, it'd be very awkward. Be like, come on, we gotta hurry. But here, luckily, you're only owned by your own stuff. And yeah, I don't know. Are we out of? Maybe they're playing light Field of the Dead. And Red Mage Frank taking the concession there, accepting defeat.
Is that the honorable concede?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think that's like a yo, homie, you got this. You would win in real life. I don't want to win like this. And
wow.
Add respect for that. It's going to be
a lot of sportsmanship to not just take that, because I think there's it was not clear that there was time to generate enough zombies and kill Frank. So
yeah, I'm like an SCG Team Nova filthy grinder. I would have been like, I did it. I made the time go, and I would be happy about it. But add respect for also, hey. Yeah. If maybe there was a disconnect, maybe there was something that happened and they had to do that.
Sure.
And so I have mad respect either way. I don't think
maybe those two know each other, right? Maybe it's literally the homie concede. All right, I'm not gonna ruin my friendship over this field mirror. But yeah, that's certainly intense. And again, I think it's the politics is so interesting of it, because in paper, I think that would be that would be a concession I might make, because especially if you've been the one playing slow, or you feel you've taken a lot of time off the clock, depending on your standings or whatever, it's more ambiguous. But in a chess clock situation, I mean, to some degree, that's all your opponent. You used up all that time. If you didn't want to time out, you should have picked a faster deck, or you should have played faster.
I agree 100%. In real life, I've definitely been the homie there and Scoop because I was like, hey, I took forever. I slowed us down. You're going to win. Good luck in the next round. And having a draw in those kind of tournaments, regardless of what people will tell you, unless it's the last round, is not good for you. It's better than someone win and be the honorable thing there. On Arena, I got to say, I'm just going to be honest here. If you took that long, you took that long. Like you got the clock.
In a tournament format as well. Like I would say, well, let this be a learning experience. You got to maybe play some aggro decks if you can't click through your zombies really fast.
Might actually just Ember Cleave in these trying times. I feel like
vampires. I'm hearing vampires. Vampires sounds pretty good. Because vampires was on the verge of breaking through before this latest shake up to the format, I feel like, and it has some very powerful base cards, and I feel like it has the payoffs, especially the 3-mana Sorin is still just busted. And what it was lacking was like quality vampire cards, but it got there was a vampire pack in Jumpstart and then several other vampires in like other packs, like the Minions pack. And so when I asked you before, I'll be honest about like, were there any Fringe Tribals themes from Jumpstart that slipped through? That was actually the one I was thinking might be legit. I don't think there's enough support for Spirits yet, the way that there is in Pioneer and Modern, but I think Vampires is just an aggro deck might get there. They play such powerful cards.
For sure, and we're seeing really Sorin plus Champion Dusk still Splinter Twin gonna win the game.
It just
Demonic Embrace on. Yeah, this is a very powerful start here. Gabriel, our Team of Rec player, the homie we hope to go the whole way, just getting completely smorked down. And this is the downside of Aether Gust. Early in the tournament, I praised the Aether Gust. Here it comes back to haunt you a little bit. We do see the Shark Typhoon, coming down as a way to block. But those dead kill spells.
Wow.
Yeah. Dang, this is a rough one. We actually can see Expansion Explosion copy the Eliminate and make them pay 4 life on Adontos. Hope they misclick, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Again, like these little tech choices be so valuable in most situations, but unfortunately, like doesn't quite line up against vampires. And like this is the kind of thing where you mentioned how important it is to not just play a good deck, but to play the meta. If everything does go back to like Aether Gust format, which we saw before in Standard, right? Everything devolves into like blue, green, red, Gruul, Temur, Bant, whatever. Main deck Aether Gust gets very attractive to these decks, but if you can actually tech into something that is none of those, if you end up playing black-white vampires, you are just bricking a number of draws out of your opponent's deck, and that's hugely valuable when you're actually, already fiercely clocking them. And I mean, another card that I love to highlight here that is just like an absolute pet of mine, but Legion's Landing / Adanto the First Fort remains an unbelievably great card in these aggro decks, especially for a deck that also has other cards like Sorin and Champion that let them play the long game. It's not just all in on the smork. So that card just appears to be taking over Modern this weekend in the wake of the latest round of meta shakeups, not to get away from Historic too much. So if it's got the power to shake things up there, it certainly has the power to keep vampires in contention in Historic. And so with enough good 1 and 2 drops and Sorin and Champion to kind of carry you through to the late game, I wonder how far this deck can actually go.
Yeah, for sure. I imagine it's very good. I mean, Vampires back in Standard right before Champion Dusk rotated was one of the best decks in the format. Proactive, has the ability to play Answers with Duress and things like Agonizing Remorse now, and just so many strong cards. And it can't be understated that Sorin with Vampires, if the Vampire is good enough, makes it one of the best Planeswalkers of all time. It's not Oko, it can't win the game on its own. But if you draw the 2 cards together, any really good Vampire and Sorin, you take over the game so quickly because the tempo advantage is so huge. And decks like Team Reclamation do have a problem with that sort of tempo advantage. They rely on cards like Rec plus Expansion or Storm Trap to clear the board, and it's very easy to get your creatures out of range. So
I think it was very exciting to see one more card that actually wasn't a vampire on board, but the Demonic Embrace from M21. Like that's a card I've been playing all sorts of things, and people have been playing very successfully in mono black. You throw it on a register or whatever to give it flying. When you talked about tempo there, like that is a real choice to decidedly lean into the tempo side of the deck. You're already ahead by jamming this 5/4 Champion of Dusk onto the board early and drawing a bunch of cards. Why not make it an enormous flyer on top of that and really force your opponent to have it immediately?
I agree. And we see here, we just talked about Vampires gets to play Duress, and it looks like their hand doesn't line up well. Lines up well against Scorching Dragonfire, which you hate to see with a handful of Scorching Dragonfires.
Yeah, it's insane. Like how many creature decks would you expect to see a Duress come out and reveal like removal spell Wrath and go, I will take your utility / kill card, thank you.
Yeah, Adanto Vanguard really does change the way these things sort of play, and I'm going to be curious to see, if the Adanto Vanguard can go the distance. Historically, pretty good against these kind of decks. We saw Mono White and Standard have a problem back when it was a Nexus of Fate type thing. Obviously, this deck's a little different, but oh no,
oh dear, it's going to get Shark Typhoon, right?
Maybe Wilderness Wreck. Maybe Shark Typhoon.
Oh, true. It depends how scared you are of Wreck. But I mean, there's no gas left for Wreck in hand, right? And no fourth land. So you need to draw a fourth land and then draw something to actually do with your Reclamation mana before it all goes great for that plan.
Yeah, I know it seems weird, but I think we have to cycle the Shark Typhoon for 0 if they take Wreck. Like, I think we just need to find lands and cards that are good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying to get them.
Okay.
What do you think about casting Dragonfire just to deal 4 in the hopes of expansion explosioning them with a little less mana? Like they pay 4 so it doesn't die. It's I don't know.
I guess you have Storm's Wrath. Like my thought would be that that's less valuable than just killing whatever they play next, because we assume there's some number of non-Adanto Vanguard vampires in hand right now that are kind of hiding from Dragonfire. Dragonfire also, can kill Sorin. And maybe you think that it's worth it to use Storm's Wrath for that, because that'll sleep up the board and you can use the Dragonfire to pressure the life total. But that's a 4D chess line to be this far behind on like tempo and board and just have your Wreck discarded and go, all right, 4 to your face.
I think you have to, because Uro's your other line out, right? Like you're trying to draw Uro as your other card here. Explore is nice.
But now you have Dragonfire for this Night of the. I mean, you would have had a second.
Auto Tapper.
Whoa. Oh no!
Draw a blue card. I mean, Auto Tapper gets me all the time, but I don't know if there is a blue card to draw. But I'm scared. I don't know. I have fear.
The Auto Tapper definitely sometimes can outright miss just mana abilities that are about to become live on board and stuff like that, and just get you. But this is looking pretty grim. And this is what I meant about the Joel Rail. Like, I'm not convinced that this card actually does enough in this Wreck deck specifically. You're not made out of cantrips or anything, and you don't really have enough of a board where these 2/2 cats are going to be, supplemented by other creatures or make Joel Rails active worth using.
Yeah, I feel like Jor-El is a nice card for control decks, like the Esper deck we saw in round 2. Maybe more decks that have less answers for the board. Esper might be signing them out because, against Uro and Sharks, you're going to leave in a couple. And so, look at Jor-El just kind of coming down here. Doesn't really do a lot in creature matchups, but in matchups where there aren't a lot of creatures, maybe that's something. Also, worth mentioning, the Storm Wrath is going to put them to 4 if they want to save those Vanguards. And suddenly, I was about to say we are on the pressuring their life total plan. Although I don't know how we follow up from that. You could also just. Oh, sorry. I was about to say you can pay for those Vanguards and then lose whichever one they point the Dragonfire at. But what you end up with 2 creatures regardless, because now this Knight of the Ebon Legion has managed to evolve its way out of Storm's Wrath range. So you're going to be facing down a pretty severe clock, no matter which creatures they have left over, and then you have to kind of go from there. Well, the Knight's going to die because the Lord's going to die. So, true. Sorry, my apologies. I forgot it was your counters on it. You're good. Yeah, that card's very confusing. So now these Dragonfires read kill target Adanto. I'm just saying, if we cast one earlier in the game, it probably would have killed one. But who knows? And so we see. That's true. You got there. Reclamation is a huge draw here. We get to float a mana, Dragonfire 1, have Dragonfire up, have Shark Typhoon. There's a reason I think this is the best deck in the format. Bingo, bango, we're in it right now. I mean, if you're the Vampires player here, you must be kind of really sad you haven't managed to find a Sorin at all in this whole game. Or, I don't know if this deck would even play Veto, but, certainly you wouldn't mind having, another source of life gain here. Yeah, just another power card. Yeah. Anything, we drew 2 good cards, right? We drew our Danto's Vanguards, E-Boy, Knight of the Ebon Legion, kind of close. Oh, wow, this is so awkward. I don't even know what to say. Like
we're gonna have the blast zone ready to kill this 2-drop. We don't even need to trade our shark for it, and then the shark gets them.
Hopefully, I guess it's so awkward.
Actually, you can just make the world's biggest shark, right? And what do they draw? Do they even play unconditional removal in the vampire deck? Eliminate, I guess.
Yeah, Mortify is the card I would be afraid of right now. So, yeah, okay, I've done that before.
Just make a very large shark, my friend.
Yeah, I want. So you can make you can actually level up Blast Zone to 2, and make a shark that's a 5. Yeah. So
I was wondering if they have enough mana to do both over the 2 increments. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So okay. So I see what they're doing. They're gonna blow this up now, and then just end of turn ambush Viper them. It's 1 mana short of lethal, but probably good enough most of the time. Silver Moat.
I mean, is it though? Because like they have 1 draw step, right? If they draw the Mortify, they're going to mortify your ambush Viper, whether you play it now or at end step. And if they don't have it, you're now not presenting 1 turn lethal. And they don't even go for what?
Yeah, I assume this was a moment of we need to block the ghoul not to die, but I think we probably just needed to draw off the shark there just to try and find cards. You have a lot of cards that win the game. Like if you draw Uro, game's basically over. You know.
I really can't imagine not presenting a lethal threat or at least a 2-turn clock and drawing a card. You're not in range of dying to the ghoul unless they draw Sorin on top of it. Like I think it has to be exactly Sorin. So this seems like almost too conservative from Gabriel, but hard to doubt the rec player. I mean, we're digging our way out of the hole again.
Well, the problem is the way we've played, Sorin still beats us. So Sorin, you sacrifice that creature, and then you deal 3, gain 3. So Silvermoat Ghoul comes back immediately, and you gain 3 life. So it's actually terrible. And if they pick up on the Ghoul, you have to block because they're going to gain life. So we needed to actually make our shark bigger so that we didn't lose to Sorin in a couple different ways.
I've been building so many Silver Smoke Ghoul decks, and I forgot the Vampire Sorin interaction. That is probably just hands down the best engine for it, right? We're going to draw a card here. So eventually we're going to hit one of our powerful spells, and I mean, Timurek's a hard deck to play.
Yeah, and actually Gabriel messaged me between rounds. He just built the deck, and he's been trying out some different stuff.
Oh, no!
They must have drawn it off the Ghoul, but we could still throw. We could still throw the thing right at their face, and oh my goodness.
Yeah. And that Sorin's uptick as well.
The Sorin is big enough that it's not going to die. We have to draw Uro now. We have to draw Uro, expansion.
Shark
for 0. Yeah, you have to shark for 0 here. It's one of those plays where it sucks. You get punished some percentage of the time, but if you hit Uro, you're safe. You win. If you don't hit Uro, you're in trouble. If you don't hit Expansion Explosion, you're in trouble. If you don't hit
several turns. If we made a 5/5 Shark, we would have just won the game, right?
Yeah, if we made it 5/5, if we made this shark a 6/6, we'd be in a much better position to win the game because we'd have another shark, right? Like,
yeah. I definitely don't play these decks. I might be too eager, but I'm the kind of person where, especially in this close game where people are just so low on resources, this is a top deck war. If there's a window where I'm like putting you on 1 top deck to not die, I'm gonna take that opportunity. I'm not like waiting around to see what happens.
Yeah, I feel like was pretty close to stay safe on the first shark, the one we talked about a couple turns ago. But last turn, the 2 mana getting floated. I get we have Scorching Dragonfires. I understand that's a thing we're allowed to do, but maybe it's just not going to get here. And honestly, I think the play is hope your opponent just attacks with Silvermoat Ghoul because they're too lazy to click with the Vampire, and then block with the Wolf, because that's the only out we have right now.
A real line. You got to consider the human element. No way.
We gotta go for it. I hope they don't have a Vampire. This is why you never concede. What do they have? What could they have in hand? Do they have the Expansion Explosion? Who knows? And if they don't have a Vampire in hand, they don't draw one off the Silvermoat Ghoul here. This is a stolen game. What an amazing game. Oh, no! Vampire off the top. You hate to see it, but oh, wow.
Drama to the final seconds.
That was an incredible. I'm so happy we got to see that match. A little unfortunate things for Gabriel, some tight lines. The Timurik deck, not the easiest to play. It has some moments we have to make decisions and put bets here, put bets there. Where you're gonna hit, hold. Who knows? But that was a crazy match. I'm so glad we got to see that. We also got to see the power of Silver Ghoul and Vampires.
Yeah, I'm so glad that I had you around to help provide the commentary there, because I would definitely on the Vampire side of this matchup if I'm either side of it. I'm definitely smoking instead of trying to make those decisions, and to have obviously you've been a real strong proponent of this Team Reclamation deck, and it certainly seems to have the firepower, but it's so tricky when there's no one card in the deck that's like definitively your win con that you're playing towards. So it's like, in the Vampires deck, like, well, I'm waiting to draw my Sorin, but in this deck, it's sort of like, am I using my Sharks to win? Am I cycling with them? Am I chumping with them? Am I pressuring Planeswalkers with them? These expansion explosions, are these counter spells? Are these copying my enemy's ramp? Or do I need to hold onto this for deal life because it's my way to win eventually? And like these decisions have to be, your call so early on to use that Scorching Dragonfire to like apply future pressure on a life total when you're like in a full defense clinging to life mode is such a hard thing to have vision of, but you really have to be in a very fluid mindset to play this kind of deck because the cards have so much flexibility and you do have such explosive potential. You need to be allowing as many future lines to come off the top of your deck as you can.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the worst thing that can happen? They play a bunch of Adantos. What's the best thing you can do?
Yeah.
Draw Uro. If you're going to do that, this is the best way to punish them when you have Stormwrath in your hand. You just have to turn that card off immediately. We're going to switch over to feature match. There was an awesome match. I'm so glad we get to see that. Hopefully Gabriel can go back and maybe they'll like just the fluid state of that sort of deck here as we pop into a Golos field. Wild deck is just getting sideboard here. The Ashiok and crazy stuff. I'm sure we'll see that here in a second. Ashiok's probably a card that's priced to move right now in Historic with all of the searching we're doing. But that was a really cool match. I'm so glad we got to see that. Definitely shows a lot of play to both decks too, right? Like Vampires kind of almost let it slip through their fingers there. So we'll have to see what happens.
The Vampires deck for tribal aggro decks, like if you look at elves, goblins, and vampires, like they all obviously play different cards and have different like lines of threat that they apply to you, but in the end, like none of them is just a dumb creature deck. Like this is not just play a 1-drop, play a 2-drop, play a 3-drop, play a 4-drop. Like some amount of these are lords and swing you out. Like there's tons of utility, lots of activated abilities, many situations where you're choosing between like immediate pressure and playing some sort of longer game. And so I'm really glad that even the sort of aggressive creature decks of the format have tons of play to them and the potential to develop as the meta goes on.
Yeah, so often in Magic, aggressive decks get this reputation of schmork, no think, just turn, right? And in reality, the aggressive decks actually, while they might have slightly less decisions, those decisions matter so much more. Think of it as a weighted test in school, right? If I told you your final exam is 20 questions, you can get 3 wrong and still get a B, right? If I tell you it's 2 questions, you can't get any wrong and pass the class. And that is what playing an aggro deck is like a lot of times. It doesn't feel that way when we play against it, but it really is played that way. And also, explore Uro. How much mana can we have in one turn? It seems like all of it.
It's like if I had to play a Magic deck and I had a headache or something, I didn't want to think too much, I would definitely be sleeving up like Bant Uro instead of, aggro goblins or something, or red-black sacrifice, right? Because like the deck has such powerful cards and like such a margin in terms of resources. You're always drawing a card when you're playing a card. It's very hard to snooker yourself, and you've got a great end game. Whereas like when you're playing that Vampires deck, like that, we nearly saw it lose from a astonishingly good position, it seemed like, just because, got burned out by Teemo Rex. So you got to be careful. But here we are seeing 2 high-value decks. Who has the stronger late game? We've seen the sideboard from Shylax here is, as you said, a very wild list. Lots of big threats coming out. Ashioks, Cradlehoofs, all sorts of things. And, we're not sure what's on the other side of the table, except that it's a Urian Sky Nomad build. So 80 cards special over here. Is that going to prove the edge?
Maybe. They also have Fae of Wishes in their deck. They just discarded it, which means...
all right.
Yeah, everything's on the table. We have all the cards, all the value. This is one of the things about these field decks that's kind of scary to me in playing them, is, all right, how big is too big, right? We mentioned earlier we had the 1 Craterhoof and Filth's deck, right? That was able to go over the top. It seems like a totally reasonable way to have a 1-up that wins these sort of things. Is Yorion totally reasonable too? Is Yorion with Fae of Wishes totally reasonable? I could see it, honestly. I'm asking the question. I don't know. And that anxiety and like how big is too big? Because if you go too big, Vampires is over there, 1-drop, 2-drop, Sorin dead. Like that sort of thing will happen to you. And we see even Assassin's Trophy here. Oh, wow. Luckily we have a basic even though we drew so many. It's just a crazy sort of thing. And now to Fairies and stuff just moving through the deck. These sort of decks are wild.
I can understand your Ryan, especially if we're playing all these Teferi Planeswalkers, because they have very powerful like down tick abilities that control the board. So you're definitely getting some flicker value out of your Ryan, and it's a way to protect the air. And help make sure you never run out of gas if you're just drawing lands, you don't have your field. But I do wonder like about the Fae of Wishes. Like even if you are playing a wish board, which fair enough, when you've got an 80 card main deck, maybe you don't need to bring in as much from the side. You only have these very specialized tech cards. But is Fae of Wishes even the best wish to run? Like you have cards like Mastermind's Acquisition in Historic. We're playing black. I mean, it's a 1/4 flying blocker for 2 mana, but the speed of it worries me a little bit, and the lack of ability to tutor through your own deck when you're playing an 80 card pile feels a little worrying to me as well. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'm just not a Fae of Wishes fan.
It's a little awkward. Fae of Wishes is the ultimate greed, though, right? Because you get to do it again.
Oh, it's so greedy.
Like you play it again, you pick it up, and it blocks.
True,
so
true.
It's kind of a compromise there. We do see missequencing of the lands is one of the things, right? We would have Uro in play if we maybe tap our mana a little bit differently, put a different land in off Uro. These little things matter a lot in these sort of matchups, especially when you're on the back foot. We talked about 20-question test versus 2-question test, right? How important it is. When your opponent's also taking the test and it's a speed test, you are not allowed to make those sort of little mistakes. And so hopefully it doesn't punish us too much here. So it does look like we're finally going to get our Field of the Dead online. And
yeah, and this is our second field, right? What did one get destroyed before, or
our opponent had one?
That was Field of Ruin.
Yes, yeah, we killed their Field of the Dead, which was huge, even though we lost a land. But now we're seeing us go off.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested just because it's sort of like the competing schools of thought, right? Like, clearly you can see the Elvish Reclaimers went to the graveyard. You can naturally assume there's goal loss. So it looks like Seg on the Urian Sky Nomad build is kind of the idea that, well, I have 80 cards, which my 4 Field of the Deads are lost within, but I get to play, as many of these, cards to search for it as possible, and I get the Urian value of flickering it. But is that better than just having a 60-card list and drawing into the same cards naturally?
I think it depends on your read on the metagame, honestly. Like, if you think there's a bunch of these decks coming and you truly believe it, then I like the Yorion. Assuming you have enough stuff to blink, I'm a little skeptical. Like, Golos plus Elvish Rejuvenator are pretty good. Omen of the Sea, that kind of stuff to make it worth it. We know Yorion's really good at blink some stuff, but it does need to blink some stuff to be good. And a Mordigo coming out here. I imagine, as we see on Mordigo name something here in a second, that you're supposed to play 60 cards this weekend because the meta is undefined and the things that a lot of people are playing are aggressive decks. Despite us not seeing too much of it, we have seen every aggro deck win on camera today, minus the one rule against Gabriel. So for the most part, aggressive decks are rising to the top. And that Teferi is going to ultimate, by the way. It's a 10.
Yeah, that's an extra turn. And that can ultimate even turns. If you... Oh, wow. Yeah, and even in the face of the questing base, like, it's an instant speed Planeswalker, so that's happening. You can't really stop that at all. And you make a great point. Even the Gruul deck that lost, like, that was... I kind of want to discount that with no offense to the player, obviously has no control over it, but it very clearly a compromised kind of budget list, playing a lot of what I'd probably call subpar cards for the format, and not a great land base either. So, it seems like maybe this... Oh, really?
Yeah, he just got hoof.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, right. Sorry. I got interrupted what I was saying.
No, you're good.
Like, yeah, Golos is spinning, stuff like that. Because normally the game's over, right? Yeah.
I was shattered. Never mind. We're good. I thought the Teferi took down last turn for some reason. That's on me. And we get to keep our Teferi over here as we ultimate. Wow, that was backbreaking. Wow. Yeah, the deck, even like I agree 100% with what you're saying. Also, Gabriel had main deck Aether Gust, right? Even if they were a maximized list, they are probably going to get stopped. No offense. Just like having the main deck hate cards and they drew them is going to lead to disaster. Also, we have 2 more turns now. That's like a bunch of loots, a bunch of take-ups. I thought it was over. I forgot about Teferi taking up on the previous turn. So much to keep track of. Wow, this is wild. We do have a Hydra Crisis to rebuild the moment it's our turn again. Yeah. And Seg needs to draw something to make advantage of these turns. But if they don't, you could look at it as, hey, I wasn't going to do anything anyways. I got some time to get through those. Yeah. Not to forget that... Sorry, continue.
Oh, no, go on. I'm sorry. I was going to make a pretty irrelevant point, but we see the Hydra Crisis from Seg as well here. So, yeah, making the most of these turns for sure.
Yeah, and slamming it down here. You have to do something on these turns when you get them. Otherwise, they're just explores, and your decks are full of those already. And we see, like, maybe how Yorion could be powerful in this deck, where you ultimate, it's at 1, you Yorion it back with 2 more turns, and that's Ugin. That's going to be very hard to beat simply for the fact that the ultimate is ticking up here. Maybe we can deck the Yori on the player at this point. They've drawn a lot of cards. I'd be curious to know the cards in deck. But oh no!
Oh wow!
Pachuca Bog the Uro. I was gonna say we're gonna need to Uro and start Crasiston to get out of this, but
man, is this? Do you think this Urian deck plays Knight of the Reliquary? That's in the format. I keep wondering when it's gonna show its face.
Maybe. That would be nice with Field of the Dead. You could go get your
one off Pachuca Bog. Like, in what world are you not running the land tutor? Like, you gotta go hard. I guess you got Golos, but
yeah, you're a Field of the Dead Golos deck, so that's probably your tutor. But you could maybe look at Knight in the sideboard or something.
Okay, we got an army of Crasises here. Just Crasis battle, giant jellyfish snakes colliding in the sky. But I mean, with Uro in play, I guess that's one thing you can flicker with your Ryan. You can Ugin down tick and then flicker the Ugin and then down tick again.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Seg's whole deck seems to be built for like this Field of the Dead arms race, which you said might be premature based on like to do it week 1. But we've seen like a Field of the Dead deck like in almost every single match that we've watched. So it seems like you might just have the read that in week 1 of this format, everyone went, Field of the Dead's a pretty gas card, and just like built whatever field pile they wanted.
Exactly, yeah, and that's super important to be aware of too, right? That like, hey, sometimes you're gonna have the read that this is like the right deck, and if you think that everyone agrees 60 cards is the right way to play Field, you can take that shot in the dark. You might run into the Elves, you might run into the Goblins, but your deck is strong enough that, hey, if you draw your Shatter, you're gonna beat them, right? Most likely, you're gonna go over the top of them, and sometimes you just need to hit the right pairings and just be like, hey, I have to get to the winner's metagame. Just got to get those first 3 rounds.
I've ever seen, by the way. Like, I've never seen Instant Shatter pay off that hard. That was incredible.
Yeah, it was about 500 damage stopped, I think, is the mathematical number. So we're seeing that, and we're seeing Teferi also work towards another ultimate. I have to wonder what the clock's looking like. Are we trying to clock our opponent?
Oh, no! And this is what I hate about this Ugin card. I'll be a huge scrub for like 1 minute, but it just makes everything else that has happened in these matches like not matter at all.
Yeah,
it's like whatever previous play you did, whatever all this effort to build up this board of this Teferis and this Krasis and these zombies, like it's going to be irrelevant. You can have an Ugin and your Golos, I guess. You'll have something, but it's very, I don't know, oddly unrewarding to play against.
I want to comment on that because I have a statement about that. I love this Teferi first to bait a counterspell. They have 2 to get got, but it's worth the Teferi to reset this battlefield, even with the other Ugin ultimating or maybe minusing on your Ugin or plusing on your Ugin. You kind of have to do this sort of thing, and this is what sort of happens in these sort of games. But yeah, I do agree that cards like Ugin, I think, are pretty dissatisfying to play against, right? Like Hydroid Krasis does a very similar thing where we played this game, we did a lot of stuff, and then I drew 6 cards, got an 8/8, and everything we did didn't matter. Mass Manipulation is kind of a similar card. There's just a bunch of cards that like the go over the tops do feel bad. I like that Ugin isn't flexible. I don't like how strong it is, but hey, we're here now. No point in talking about it too much, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're living in an Ugin world now, so no point complaining about it. And here's the Ugin ultimate. So you just wiped out the board, but guess what? Like, that doesn't matter either. Now there's an Ugin board. Do you see this ultimate very often?
I've seen it a fair bit. I actually, when I first started playing, was on Khan's block, and I used to play as Ugin. So I've seen a fair bit of Khan's block. Yeah, it was a great block. But
I've heard.
Yeah, this is wow. I was surprised to see the -7. I thought we might just kill the Ugin and forgo the ultimate just to be like, hey, I got an Ugin. Kill your Ugin, you hit mine, whatever, it happens. But hitting the other Ugin lets us do that exact same play and draw 7, put 7, gain 7.
Yeah, maybe a little greedy, but I mean, when you're not punished at all, oh my goodness gracious, this really is like the ultimate like greed mirror winner, right? Like every haymaker you can imagine.
That's a thing where I would expect the Fae of Wishes to grab that. That being main deck makes me think Seg here has a serious plans for the matchup, and the plan is I love greed. Nom.
This is game 2. So I imagine it was in the sideboard for Fae game 1, and then you brought it in game 2, which seems odd in an 80-card deck. You're more likely to be wishing for it, but...
Yeah, there is some, there's a lot of debate about this in Stan, I don't know if you're supposed to or not to. My main worry is I imagine Field of the Dead would matter a lot more, and you'd want Thought Distortion in only niche spots. And so, like, that seems like a card for Teamer Wreck to me, not the mirror.
Yeah.
But maybe the mirror matters about this a lot. Maybe you just get a bunch of lands. You want to make sure they don't play their own Ugins. Maybe that's the plan. Greed is good.
Yeah.
That's all I know. Is my favorite Fullmetal Alchemist character. And I don't know how Sega's going to lose this game. I said that, like, every time. And commentators curses made the other person win. So maybe I've just cursed Seg here. But, like, this truly seems dominant. That Teferi is... Oh, that's a new Teferi. Sorry. The other Teferi was very close to ultimating.
Yeah.
What are cards in deck? Like, can we find out? Will someone hover over Shylax, please? Like,
Shylax has no fields, right? Those fields got exiled a million years ago by Unmoored Ego. So,
well, Shylax has the one.
Yeah, the one that's in play, but there's no more in the deck. So I'm not even sure what Shylax is really drawing to, other than, I guess, like this Hydroid Crisis. But it's just these sort of combat threats that are almost kind of like the game's moved past those. There's an Ugin in play. Seg's on 30 life. Like, I'm not sure that Shylax has the gas in the tank even.
Yeah, I agree 100%. This is a thing where I do feel like Shylax might be playing towards clock. And I know that that's sometimes... Ulamog! All right. Pick him up! Get out of here. You don't have time. Game's over. Nice try.
An EDH deck? Like...
yeah, well, I wish I could flicker my Ulamog with Orion. That would be nice. But yeah, it looks like we're playing the clock. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Just doesn't do what you want to exactly.
It doesn't do anything.
Wow. Yeah. Look how they have 17 cards in deck. They hovered over it for a second there. I'm curious what we're gonna Fey Wishes. All right, looks like we're not gonna.
I was about to say, if that's in your main deck, what are you wishing for? But okay, we don't even get to find out. Robbed of the chance.
I do think if you're like an aspiring tournament player on Magic Online or like Arena with chess clocks, could let them like take the time there. They need to learn that they've already won the game. Let's just pass the turn and attack with Ulamog, exile your deck, pass the turn back. Doesn't even matter.
You're going into game 3 in a mirror between two very slow decks where you know your opponent is taking like the slower, greedier path. So like your game 3, if you drain their clock, you're either pressuring them to win early where you're favored, or if they want to go over the top of you, they're going to have to do it in a very quick fashion. But, we're seeing people again, maybe it's because it's a week 1 tournament and it's not the highest stakes. As much as it is good to win, people are, fairly honorable. And so deciding to not make them go and wish for a card and actually go through the trouble of killing you. Yeah,
for sure. I definitely get that. And I think in real life, you need to do that kind of stuff for actual clock management. And that might be we're trying to simulate this as best as we can. We all wish we were in person playing this, but it just get me out of here. I'm just in this box forever. But I do think that from an EV perspective, it is, a little suboptimal. And I just want to let chat know that you're not a bad person for doing that. Some people feel that way. Just letting you know, hey, you're good. And if they say otherwise, you said that Mason Clark guy said so, and then said, gosh, he was handsome when he was saying it too, and then be like, that doesn't matter. But like the whole time,
how could a man so beautiful be so wrong?
Yeah, how could he do it all? Who is doing it like him? I don't know. But anyways.
Field on field action as we see the very early field of the deck committed. Is there any argument to maybe that's your only land in hand, in which case it's no argument, but if you do have something else to drop, even though you might want to smuggle in your tapped land when it doesn't hurt your curve, is there an argument to hold it back? Because you can play that Field of the Dead as your 7th land and at least guarantee a trigger out of it before you get roasted by Field of Ruin.
So it's a very tight rope we're walking, because we have to remember Shylax here Unmoored Ego'd as well. So I believe they got countered last round, correct? But so you need to get it down through Unmoored Ego.
Sure. Sorry, I meant Seg committed the Field of Ruin. I don't think Shylax is playing Ego, right?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. So maybe you think they're playing Unmoored Ego, or maybe they have something that. It could also just be a curve play. My guess would be that it was a curve play. If they don't have Unmoored Ego, I wasn't, to be honest, looking at the deck list super closely there when we were sideboarding. I was thinking that
I was
need to cut
definitely fishing
for
a deep hypothetical where it's in a scenario where you have the choice of what land to drop, and you don't know that they're gunning for your Ego or the Necromentia or any of those effects. Do you shelter the field to make sure you get a zombie instead of getting Field of Ruined, or do you try and curve out?
My guess is you play it, because if they're spending time Field of Ruining you, it's very hard for them to develop mana. And if that's the case, if you have something like Golos, one of the Field of Ruin, that's the best thing to do. And if you think they might have an Unmoored Ego type card, then you might want to get this down and be like, hey, that's your next turn. That's tempo negative. We talk about why those cards aren't played a bunch, because of the tempo negative nature of them. I'll have at least one Field of the Dead to hold things out. And I do need to win this game kind of quickly. I have 8 minutes on the clock. It's a lot of time, until it's not. And your on deck, I have a feeling, might want more time. Call it a guess.
Hey, that's true. I would normally say that like 9 minutes on a chess clock online is like enough where if you play briskly, like just from the start of the game, don't wait until you're really low to start playing fast. Just kind of play quick. You should have enough time to win, but you're right. Like this game has been so absurd, at least the part of the match that we've observed, that there's no guarantee.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that 100%. And we saw the Bajuka bot come here on Shylax's Uro. Back in sideboarding, I think Uro kind of sucks in these matchups. It's just not very good. It's just like a 6/6. It's like another.
It's just growth spiral.
Yeah, exactly, right? And like sometimes it gets you that extra life or that extra card when it comes back before it gets invalidated by the zombies. But it's just like a big play. So I wonder if maybe we're supposed to cut those kind of cards. Also, this time it looks like our Crater Hoof might actually be lethal in the next turn, barring the Shadow of the Sky this turn. And even if they do, we have 3 Field of the Dead. So we're setting up to eventually stick a lethal one. It's a rock and a hard place for sure. Inside, know it's coming.
No to fairy to
instant speed it here.
I'm trying to remember the exact Crater Hoof text. It's phasing out the Crater Hoof doesn't make the trigger not work. Yeah, it's number of creatures you control, so you still get the. I was like, wait, is it Crater Hoof's power? Does that work? No, Hoof will get the job done. And are we just going to go for it here? Because you could push a ton of damage. You're going to completely mop their board up.
Yeah,
or you wait until it is literally lethal.
No, it's definitely lethal now. Like the Hook has haste 2, and you play the land, and then it's 10 times 10 for each creature's power. So
they do gain trample. I had it confused with the finale. The finale grants haste, but not trample.
Gotcha.
But Hoof is the real deal. My apologies to Mr.
Hoof. There it is. Hoof, there it is.
Welcome to the jam, Seg.
And you can't even root snare.
Your Mirror Breaker could be, 80 cards and 100 haymakers and all of this goofy stuff, or it could just be Crater Hoof, and you don't have time to do any of that. Go to -100.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about, right? Like, I could totally see Seg's deck being right 4 weeks from now, right? We've played a lot of Historic. We've learned Field of the Dead is the best deck. This is how you build it. Like, maybe it's even this build or close to this build. Maybe Shylax is the innovator. And then it's like, okay, that's the case. Maybe we need to be greedier and we need to do that sort of thing. I think that those kind of things get overrated a little bit by players sometimes. And they're like, oh, I have all this greed. I can't lose. And it's like, well, their other deck's still really good. And they have plans to win. It's not like they're not coming without plans. So it's a very awkward spot to be in for sure.
It kind of goes back to like what we were talking about in the Temur versus Field of the Dead mirror matchup, or even like the sort of slow deck problem, where it's like if you're a slow deck and then your game plan to actually win once you have advantage is slow, like you're stabilized, you're like, right now in 10 turns time I will threaten to win the game. It's like, no, that's not good. Like this format is full of ultra powerful top decks. Like even if you think you've stabilized, you can easily get blown out by Ugin, by Crater Hoof, by any of these cards you're not prepared for, even just a big Crisis, like at the wrong moment. So, I feel like I would definitely, if I was going to try and snipe the mirror, I mean, we're seeing the aggro decks win today all day. Maybe you just play a really fast deck and go under field if that's what you expect, instead of trying to be the bigger field deck.
Yeah, exactly. I like that a lot. Or maybe sideboard something that's pretty powerful. I feel like it's very easy to tunnel vision on, I have the best deck. This is the best deck. How do I win? Okay, we go bigger. And then you're like, Yorion. You're like, that's so cool. And your homies are like, that's so cool. And then you play and they're like, 60 cards. They drew all their good ones.
I've got the answer to everything, but it's a 8-card pile. And what if I draw the wrong ones in the wrong matchup?
Yep.
All right. Well, I mean, unfortunately, it's a cool deck, and it's a pleasure to watch Seg play it and land some of those crazy spells. But, it looks like we, maybe have to wait a little bit longer before we know the exact 80-card pile to play to really get that strategy to pay off. As it is, though, it looks like we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with some more of the MTG Arena Zone Historic Open, brought to you by the Historic Reddit. For our last little segment, I think, Mason, it's been a pleasure. It's a sad time that we're almost to the end of our commentary segment.
It is, but hey, when one door closes, another one opens. So maybe we'll be back again someday in the future. Who knows?
All right.
See. All right. Hello. Welcome back to the MTGA Zone Open Arena, brought to you by the historic Reddit. We're coming into round number 6 today of 7. That means we're talking about round 5 of 7. I can't count. This is winning in time, though. This is the kind of point where you're going to win this round, and then you're probably going to make top 8, regardless of what's going to happen, or maybe you need to win one more. I need to kind of look at the breakers. It kind of matters here. With 100 people, it might be around 6 is the actual win and ends. But this is where things start to get very serious. Are you excited to see what we're going to see this coming around? Like, what are your kind of predictions to maybe be at the top of the metagame?
Well, I mean, it's hard, right? Because we can only talk about, we've been focused tunnel vision on the games we've been watching. I haven't really checked the standings yet, and they've been a little slow to update, but we've seen aggro really look very good. And not just because it's winning, but like winning decisively, winning in ways that imply it has legs in a lot of matchups. It's not just like stealing games by going way fast. Like this Vampires deck, the Goblins deck, even the Elves deck look like they are quite flexible and resilient. So I'm yet to see the tech that really makes me feel like they're going to have a bad time against anything that we've seen today. But, you know, it's pretty much just been those creature tribal decks, various field piles that all look pretty slow and dirtily, and like the reclamation decks, smattering of control. So I wonder if that's the whole of the meta, or if we're just dodging the more unique stuff.
Yeah, I'm very curious too. I'm interested. We haven't seen Gruul yet, which thank God if you watch the other tournaments. But I think Embercleave. Yeah, maybe more, maybe the next 2. And Embercleave, it seems pretty well positioned against some of the stuff we've seen so far. So I'm interested to see that. I think that's part of the reason Rec can actually be one of the better decks, is it can interact with those Embercleaves. So I'm curious to see that sort of happen. And also, the best MTG player in the world and streamer, Crokies, says he found the best deck. It's Sacrifice, but we don't see it anywhere here. We saw it in round 1. And so, yeah, I'm curious to see, you know, we found the best deck in the world, undefeatable, and I'm very excited to see what happens.
I've just actually taken a sneaky peek at the top of the standings right now, and I will say we have some 4-0 lists to read out, and it's pretty much what we just said there. So top of we got 4-0 mono red goblins and Rakdos goblins. So representing, it did look kind of like the most convincing creature deck. Just the explosiveness combined with the ability to control the board against other creature decks looks great. We do have 2 different 5-color Golos lists in there at 4-0, as well as a Bant land. So the field of the dead decks definitely representing that 5-color flex to play the extra tech looks like the Mirror Breaker that gives them the edge there. But then also a Lonely Kethis combo sneaking in 4-0 Tomohiro Nakagawa. Repping Kethis, like this Kethis deck, it's always the deck that people are scared of. They're like, at any moment, this Kethis combo will explode, right? Like when we saw the Check House bust that deck out in Standard, I think it rolled people so hard it just like left an imprint on their body, and now they're just forever worried it will rise again.
Yeah, that deck is so powerful. It folds to hate a little bit. It has some answers with things like Teferi and then Sideboard Plans, and it's diversified a bit recently. But we haven't talked about it at all. Who's talking about that deck? This is the weekend that could be the perfect time to play Kethis combo.
Yeah, and I mean, the funny thing is it looks pretty much like stock. There's not much that's been added to this deck except for 4 copies of Chromatic Sphere from Jumpstart. So really just like deciding that this is the time to pull the trigger, and that if you were, you know, sleeping on this deck before because maybe you felt it was dead to Gruul, I feel like maybe that was one of the matchups that would have really struggled. It has never been great at generating a board presence while building towards its combo. But we haven't seen a lot of Embercleave today, like you said, so maybe the time is right. And certainly these slow Field of the Dead decks have no game against this. Like, you're going to get comboed out.
Yeah, you don't have your one Bajuka Bog, and you got to, like, get it in play at the perfect time. You got to explore in response. It's just not really a reasonable plan to actually win a game of Magic. Yeah. So if it looks like we might even be covering that Kethis match this round.
Awesome. So that's terrific. I would like to see it in action.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be cool.
I just wanted to bring up before we jump over to that match, if we go slightly further down the list, obviously it's not like a complete picture, but we do see a lot more goblins, like lots, as well as a smattering of other tribal strategies. We've got Jund Dinosaurs, also Vampires, a Soul Sister representative, and also a couple of tempo lists. So they didn't quite make the 4, but that's what I was kind of wondering, like, where's the counter magic in this format? Where's the tempo aggression to try and, like, disrupt and just sort of get under these powerful curves that people are playing, these top end spells, and they are here. They are showing up and winning.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I'm curious to see what their top 8 looks like. I mean, X1 right now, you have 4 more rounds. Sorry, 3 more rounds to go counting this one. You can still totally make the top 8 of the event. They might just kind of rack it up here and sneak on in, and those decks could also be positioned well if they have the pressure to back up the disruption. And those are the kind of decks that, when they nail it really hard. So it could be exciting to see historic, wide open metagame. There's some clearly powerful cards in Jumpstart, but hey, Standard's been pretty powerful these last couple of years too, and Field of the Dead doesn't want to be forgotten. So we're going to have to see how the metagame breaks down. But I got to say, I know I'm tooting my own horn a little bit here, but I feel like Team Rec remains the best deck in Historic right now. Obviously, 2 days in, everything changes, but you have a best deck every day for every week. Things change. And I think right now, today, Team Rec is the deck.
Yeah, it seems like there's not the best Team Rec player or the only Team Rec player, I'm not sure, is Gabriel, who's 2-2. So it seems like this whole 100-player tournament has slept on your list, Mason. And maybe that means you get to sneak in next. Maybe just get off the commentary booth, start entering. The news is not broken.
I should have played. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. I'm just throwing free money away in our free tournaments that you could be playing in next weekend. So make sure to give a chance to look into that sort of thing. It's a free opportunity. It's pretty awesome. And we have the historic challenges coming up on Arena in just, I believe, 4 weeks, maybe 3 weeks now. I'm having a moment here. But yeah, that's worth $2,000 as well.
Yikes.
So you get some practice in today. It also qualifies you for Zendikar Rising, which will get you to the new Pro Tours. That's pretty awesome. You can start practicing right here in some free tournaments.
Yes, that's definitely the focal point now. People are kind of, I feel like, been a bit lost with the sort of absence of paper organized play. It feels like there might not be as much of a goal structure to work towards in your play, and that hurts the motivation for a lot of players. But when you've got something like that tournament's worth so much, and now we have the new cards. It's kind of like a very clear sprint. Here's where the format starts. Everything that knew before doesn't matter. We ban the 2 top decks, and there's 300 new cards, and you have this time period to figure out what's good and get really good with it, and you will be handsomely rewarded for doing that. And I mean, Team Rec, whatever else might evolve and change over the next few weeks, I feel fairly confident you're not wrong. It's going to be tier 1 or very close to it. So a good one to sink your time into.
Yeah, it's a deck that totally also can adapt to what other people are doing. And as long as things don't get too hostile to it and it doesn't become like tier 0, you should be able to do whatever you want. It looks like we're about to start up our next round here. We're going to pull it up right here on screen. I'm excited. Kethis, kind of forgot about it, not going to lie, because I'm so used to playing the Graveyard Hate myself that, when I play those, it's like, lol, you win game 1, I got this. I'm excited to see here if Sortru can stop Glacier from winning against them. They do have the new Chromatic Sphere in the deck. It's very interesting. We're going to have to see here. Hopefully, we don't abuse the bug that gets fixed very soon on Arena. So
Wait, which bug?
So Chromatic Sphere is a mana ability. This is why KCI combo worked. So you can draw a card and use the mana and then Control Z to put it back.
Sorry, I did see that. They're checking their top deck every the game doesn't.
Yeah, the game is technically right too. The game is like, oh, you have a mana ability, you're allowed to do this. We're filtering some mana here. And so if you wanted to abuse the rules, you could do this. It looks like we're just drawing a card, and then we're going to use Ember to bring back the Chromatic Sphere, just as a way to loop through our entire deck. A lot of value can be generated that way, and that's one of the advantages of this Kethis deck, is you get to do these sort of plays to find your combo. And when people really can't interact with your combo, we do bounce the Skirt Prospector. Did I say it right? I tried 4 times.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We're good. So I'm curious to see if they'll sacrifice it to deny the draw.
I'm interested here. So we see in the chat a little bit of detective work. I think there's 2 goblins list in the top 8. I think this is the mono red goblins list. So you mentioned being able to defeat the combo. I wonder what cards mono red has that really matter when it comes to slowing down Kethis, right? Apart from removal, because admittedly this is a creature-based combo. So the sort of damage goblins are going to matter here, but I think it might just have to be a race.
Yeah, it sounds to be like it should be a race. Maybe they have cards like Grafdigger's Cage. Well, I guess that one they wouldn't have, but Tormund Script, for example. They could have that. They could have Soul Guide Lantern. Really depends on if they thought Kethis is going to be here. It's not like we know Kethis isn't unbeatable. We've played a lot of Historic. It's powerful, but if Hate shows up, you're going to have a problem. So they might just be playing Goblin Trashmaster as a way to stop this sort of deck, blow some artifacts, keep them from doing their sort of thing, and just kind of make that the plan. As I just have the hiccups here because I'm so excited to see what happens. As we do see Embry die, and Embry is a big part of this deck. We just saw how Chromatic Sphere becomes a draw engine, much like Mishra's Bauble in Modern. So that's also probably a huge thing to mention, right? This deck just got a huge, huge draw engine boost. So
Yeah, exactly. Getting more cards to synergize with like the stuff because you were already playing Emery, but now you made your Emery so much better. Like it's just a pure boost, and I assume that's why like Glacier has chosen to go and pick up this deck. But yeah, as you mentioned, or as you know, we sort of touched on before, it is a combo where the cards are mostly vulnerable to normal removal, right? Your planeswalkers can get attacked, your creatures can get killed by burn or damage, you know, removal spells. It's not a deck that's built out of enchantments or you know sort of tricky permanents. And so I guess it's sort of more suited to a meta where people are on like control decks because the cards are sort of cheap and you can tempo people out maybe, or you know maybe just not this goblins matchup. But the mono red goblins list. It's going to be interesting. They are playing 2 Soul Guide Lanterns in the side, but apart from that, none of the tech cards you mentioned. They're all very good ideas. But it looks like they're just all in on like the more explosive, high-cost goblins. There's 3 Muxus. There's 3 Kenko. Krenko, there's 2 ringleaders even, which we didn't, I think, even see in the red black list. So this is like you've got a lot of potential off your Snoops or off your matrons to just take over the game in one turn. But you are vulnerable if you can't, you know, get that fast clock going. You don't really have an answer to these sorts of combo decks.
For sure, yeah, and it looks like Sorcerer here is just trying to like go over the top of everyone else and just be slightly slower, which we've talked about a lot today on commentary. You know, you want to be like one step behind, and it looks to be their plan with the Goblin as they draw 4 cards. Yeah, and this is a plan to beat the combo deck. You know, disrupt your opponent a little bit, use the Gemstoners to blow up a Kethis, buy some time. I'm sorry, the Incinerator. And it's Gemstone Incinerator. I knew I was right. I shouldn't doubt myself. I'm great. I'm awesome. And so, anyways, yeah, like you do that sort of thing, apply pressure, they die. So we're going to have to see if they can assemble it. And they haven't found a Kethis yet.
Yeah.
I don't know what the play is here. My gut says you play Tameo, you named Kethis.
Yeah.
Or maybe you name something else that you want to hit since your Lazov can be Kethis. And you just kind of go towards it, but they're very close to dead.
It seems like you want the Kethis is like a better blocker, and you've got Lazav can become you've got the Archaeologist. I forget the name of the actual the card that mills you the Scholar, the Blue Wizard. So you know your Lazav can become one of your pieces here, but you're right. It's sort of you're walking a very thin tightrope. Like you've got your Oath to protect your Planeswalker to some degree, but your opponent, like we mentioned, it's going to be a race. They are putting you to dead in 2 turns at most. So you have to really get a hit here, and it has to be a meaningful one. They do go for Kethis. No hits, though.
I think they're supposed to get Emery. I understand it's weird because Emery mills 4, but you have to get rid of the Incinerator if you're going to actually win this game. And that's a good bait, because if you don't, you're going to get to draw a bunch of cards with the Spheres. So I don't know. We're kind of about to have nothing, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's awkward. Like, I guess with Kethis, the idea is like if you play the Kethis and you have mana open, you could activate it in response, and you could potentially at least cast something else after they gem palm your Kethis. But that wasn't going to happen this turn. You just played a Tameo. So I mean, look, either way, we're talking about like short straws and shorter straws, right? This Goblin deck has you in a terrible position right now, and mono red proves it's not really needing much disruption, just a bit of creature removal and Smork. As we keep going back to, it's still an aggro format, even without Embercleave running around.
Yeah, and we see just how tricky and powerful the Goblins deck is. With the Goblin War Chief in play, they all cost less. And goblins that make more goblins then make mana because of Skirk Prospector. Yeah. I'll say it right the first time one day. And this is allowing us to build this huge board when we're stuck on 4 lands. I would assume my opponent has 5 lands in hand, since I imagine you'd rather have a goblin than not play your land. That seems kind of wild to me. So with that in mind, look at this, how much they're still doing. And they're applying this pressure. And if you go for the combo, they can sacrifice the goblins in order to kill the Kethis. This is, I'm just going to say it, this is a hard spot to be in for Glacier. And being the Goblins player seems mind-melting. You're an aggro deck with a billion options, and all the options matter just as much on the 2-question test we talked about earlier, right? We normally aggro decks only have a couple of questions that really matter, but they matter a lot. It feels like this deck matters a lot because you're sacrificing pieces. And it really seems to be playing like a combo aggro deck in a weird, oh my goodness. Goblin Chieftain coming down is huge. Another mana accelerant in a weird way, and allowing haste, and just being another body. This is why I think they have to kill them on the next turn, or they're going to lose, just straight up.
Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, that's not Kethis. So I think that might be it. If you Tameo and hit Kethis, you can get back. I think you have to Tameo and draw Kethis and like put Amber in the graveyard or something like that. I played this deck like twice ever, but
you have Excavator in the yard, so you could hit Kethis and then copy Excavator and then mill it on the first mill. But besides that, I believe you would lose.
No, we do have one. Unfortunately, we can't find a single Kethis.
We have some cycle lands, so we can hope. But look at this Kethis deck, though, right? How many triumphs can you get away with is my question, because the aggro decks are out there, you know? Goblins has had kind of a slower draw here, and luckily it's worked out, you know, for them. But Elves just would put a bunch of creatures on the board, you know, Gruul. I wonder if the mana base is one of the things that maybe hurts the Kethis deck, because it does seem like it'd be, you know, one of the more powerful decks in the format.
I mean, the Kethis deck was strong enough in Standard without these Triomes. It almost feels like I mean, like, did the Triomes hurt them there, or did the Triomes theoretically help them? Because not having Cycle Lands doesn't draw you Kethis any faster.
Sure, no, that's a good point. And it allows you to splash a lot of different colors, so maybe it makes the mana. Yeah. It looks like there's a defeat screen. Was there a mismatch?
Yeah, maybe the wrong. I can't see. At least the screen's grayed out, but it doesn't look like there's like the pips on screen to track win losses. So maybe they didn't set up a best of 3 challenge. I know that the challenge settings, like, they default back, right? Every time you direct challenge someone, sometimes you forget to switch it over to the correct format. So you might have to see a remake here or something. Maybe the admins get involved. But yeah, very interesting. I mean, I guess I said going into that matchup, maybe a bit of a commentator curse that, well, it's a good time to be on Kethis combo because no one's playing Gruul. It's like, well, you still may not be safe.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like they paired as a best of 1. So I'm unsure what the rules are. Maybe they'll just start playing game 2.
Sure, you can do a best of 3 challenge and then just concede game 1.
Yeah, maybe we can find another match to figure it out. Maybe they have to restart. I'm unexactly sure.
Yeah, it looks like we're re-challenging the same opponent here, and I assume they said they're friends, so I assume that they know what's going on, and we'll just see the Kethis play a snap concede and then move to sideboarding. No one gains any information or anything like that, so hopefully not too complicated to resolve.
Yeah, just a little.
It looks like we are asking in chat as well what's the ruling, but maybe they're just deciding to go for it.
Yeah, you know, sometimes these things happen.
Yeah. It's funny in the game to concede.
Y'all see us, and on their screen, the Kethis player was like trying to concede and almost exited arena like 3 times. So we're gonna see sideboard here. We see Urza's Ruinous Blast come in. We see Uro in the sideboard as a way to maybe play against grindier decks as a pivot. I'm curious to see what the play is here besides Ruinous Blast.
I can't believe I'm saying this because I have put more copies of Ruinous Blast in decks than most people alive. I have also taken all of those copies out of those decks. And even though I've played other legendary sorceries a lot. I play Khan's Druidic Vow like a ton. But the thing is, specifically, think about how you want to use a Wrath, especially in this kind of deck. It's meant to hold off the board of opposing creatures when you're losing. You want to cast it when you're behind. Very often when you're behind, you don't have a legend in play. Like we saw in that game right there, the problem is you can't get a legend to stick to the board. So then if you top deck your Wrath, and your Wrath is uncastable because you're not on the board against the Goblins deck, like, why are you, is it that much better than just playing Shatter? It's even an extra mana. Like, sure, Kethis discounts it, but I mean, I'm not convinced, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm no Kethis combo player, but I've played a lot of combo in my day. And I feel like this Uro is like the plan we had at home, right? And I think they did a great job of having a plan and coming to an event with a plan and enacting it. But I wonder if this plan is the one that we're supposed to actually do against Goblins. My experience playing Uro decks is that they're actually not that good against Goblins unless you have a bunch of kill spells. And we have Ruinous Blast, which admittedly is a big kill spell, but it's also 5 mana. So I'm a little hesitant to see us trim so much of the combo. Maybe that's the right thing to do. I'm going to keep my eyes out for that for the rest of the tournament, though, or the rest of the match.
I don't think this deck can really afford to like cut away like cards in favor for like just spot removal. But I wonder whether there was like, could you have played some sort of like defensive enchantment? Like Illness in the Rank's probably not the best here. I don't know if like any of the other ones really get the job done. But even just fogs, right? Like you're a Tamio deck. Take a leaf out of Nexus's book. If you are this absolute combo deck and that's your number one go-to plan, you can potentially make like 1 or 2 fogs go a long way, let alone the full 4. And this Goblin deck isn't going to start presenting serious damage. Like the way that these Lord decks work is that the first 2 turns of attacking are not equal to the later turns of attacking. Like if you can just hold a fog until the turn they like hit their Muxus and their haste guy, and you block like 50 damage, and the next turn you buy it back and you advance your combo, like that's doing more for you than any Wrath.
That's true. My kingdom for a ghostly prison.
Yeah, that would be pretty. As a slow white deck player by career, I would definitely enjoy having that around, but that's not where we live. You don't even have Sphere of Safety, right? Come on.
I don't think so. We need the prison pack from Jumpstart.
Yeah, wow. How is there not a Jumpstart prison? You know, everyone a big fan of prisons in Magic the Gathering traditionally.
Tango Wire is my favorite Magic card, and we play Kethis.
Actually, yeah, I may not be allowed to play prison in Historic, but I got to tell you, my pet blue-white Fall of the Thran control deck is looking pretty keen against all these field decks.
Yeah, maybe. Well, don't all the lands come back at the end?
It's
2 and 2.
They would if I wasn't main decking like 4 Soul Guide Lantern and some Clerics or an Ashiok. Like you've just got all these like cantripping 0-cost artifacts and things that can just exile your opponent's graveyard now. So the idea is that my lands come back, not yours.
Mm-hmm.
But that that's a pretty selfish aside. We're seeing this Goblins deck just kind of run over Kethis again, though. Like this is just, I think, out of all, like as opposed to something like Wreck or Nexus, like this does look like a combo deck that you really need to have a read on the meta for, because this aggro matchup is unwinnable looking.
Yeah, the Jim Palm Incinerators, timely and powerful, and it's just leading to some stuff happening. We see Wily Goblin generating that extra mana too. These goblins are so good at generating all this extra mana. We're kind of in this weird spot where we do kind of have to just keep slamming our Kethis and hope they don't have it. Otherwise, we're going to lose. Like, we need to start drawing pieces. But also, I don't know what we can really draw to. Like, they're drawing towards Muckus. Like, that could come down to certain and the game would end. So
I think the issue is that too many of these Kethis, like, combo pieces don't do enough by themselves, right? Like, it's not drawing you deeper into your deck. You're not finding the other combo pieces. It's not a removal spell or anything else. Like other combos that are good, the cards are more functional. Okay, at least we have managed to hit our Excavator. So like we're sort of online, but yeah, like without our Emery, we don't really have a way of advancing our game plan faster each turn. We just have to keep top decking and not get our stuff removed, which is a lot to ask. Maybe against a less interactive aggro deck, like, I don't know, dinosaurs or something, but then those tend to present a much faster clock, giant trampling creatures, that sort of thing, which we're also unprepared for. So, I mean, this Kethis combo deck's 4-0. It's done something, but, like, I don't know whether it's run into this Goblins deck or whether it's been preying on these kinds of Field of the Dead dirtle decks that don't put the pressure on like this.
Yeah, if we hit Emery off the top, we could maybe loop enough to actually win the game here. We're very, very close. And we can loop casting Kethesis if we get another legendary thing and get a couple mills. It's very anemic, but we have to do something, and Krinko is about to make a bunch of goblins. And if they play like a chieftain here, I have to assume Gobos ×2 is game over.
Yeah, so, I mean, any removal spell as well, like...
Yeah, they actually have the Castle Embereth as well. So if they play another castle from hand, they can start sacrificing goblins. And
they could even just sacrifice... I was about to say, they don't have the activation, but of course they just sacrifice some summoning sick goblins, and here we go.
Yeah,
this Prospector card is out of control.
This is the Goblin King. Muckus is about to come down.
Oh, damn. Okay, so this is why we're playing 3 Krenko, huh?
Yeah.
Like, it's for the Prospector.
Yeah.
Wow.
We hit a haste. We hit a haste alert. That's game.
Holy.
I have to assume it's 100,000 damage exactly.
Yeah, he's in 1 million damage.
Yeah.
It's okay. I gotta ask, who's the combo deck here?
Yeah, like, so, right? And this is the kind of
this guy over here with 2 creatures, or is the person attacking with 100 goblins?
This is the kind of stuff that shows a really powerful deck, right? When they play fair game plans and have a combo kill. You can't tell me this isn't a combo kill. Even if this wasn't enough damage, you can even sacrifice the creatures that get blocked here, activate your Castle Embereth.
Yeah.
100 million badillion damage. All from hand, out of nowhere. Krinko plus Curse Prospector, incredibly powerful when combined with Muxus as this second really collected company type card for this deck that also is a threat to win the game on its own.
Yeah.
Goblins, what a powerful showing.
it seems crazy right now to try and play against. It's honestly a comparison I never thought I would make until 2 seconds ago, but it feels like the creature-based version of Wreck, where like you don't have any one card that's necessarily your combo piece or your kill piece, but like every card in your deck draws you deeper, and you have these explosive payoff cards that like always advance your board state, and very often, if you're in any sort of good position, are the kill. Like that Muxus on an empty board, okay, maybe you don't win, but you're suddenly threatening to win. And Muxus on a full board, you win immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's so explosive and consistent.
Yeah, and the ability to refill. I've played a lot of games where I've controlled the board. I kind of talked about how I play Uro. I don't think it's that good, but I've like spot removal spell. I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. Uro's amazing. And then like Muckus, get a bunch of goblins. They all kind of suck, but there's a billion of them. And you're just like, oh no, I'm dead. And a lot of decks can't beat that. It's just too much.
So which is Vengeance? Like this goblin deck is definitely.
I wonder if that would even be good. Maybe we need like a Plague Engineer or something, because the Witch's Vengeance is a sorcery. Like
I'd accept Engineered Plague.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it looks like that is going to be the end of our time today. Thank you so much for having.
We haven't been.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Commentary. I thought they said let's hop off, meaning we need to switch because we're switching soon. But we're about to watch Pop Off play, which is kind of funny. Yep. So we're about to go watch some more Magic. Never mind what I'm going to say.
Hey, I'm never sad about that. I did want to check. It looks like the player may have lost in because their stream just ended. But the Dimir Tempo deck, because I'm just trying to think like who can beat this Goblins deck. And this is a Dimir like Thief of Sanity, Murderous Rider, Phyrexian Obliterator deck. But their top end, they have Phyrexian Obliterator, Gifted Aetherborn, and their top end is Massacre Worm. And if I was going to try and start looking for a way to beat goblins, these are some pretty hefty anti-creature cards you can run. So there are ways forward, I think, and I'd be interested to see if the takeaway from this tournament really is, oh my god, how do you beat goblins? Like red-black goblins, mono-red goblins. We may see a very different direction because these field decks and stuff like are not seeming to cut it.
Yeah, apparently not, and I think that's just the perk of being an aggressive combo-esque deck with being goblins, right? And you would think something like elves might be the counter that can go over the top of even more, but Goblin Chain Whirler, we've already seen that kind of card messes up these elf decks. So goblins, it might just be that, hey, red's here to stay in Historic. It's a great color. I don't know. It's very powerful. I'm like
the way for elves to match up to the explosiveness that we just saw, like that Muxus play, right? Like what can elves do that really matches that? They don't have a way to like immediately fill the battlefield. Like the closest thing I can think of is you have one of these huge mana dorks like Archdruid or Marwyn that's charged up. You can like Finale and like get a hoof or something and you just go in and win. But I can't quite see it matching the strength of the Goblin deck right now. But they need to be like even more elf ball with Beast Whisperer.
Yeah, maybe something like that. I think that the potential really falls on Allosaurus Shepherd to be the early developing play that then turns into it. Because you can get a bunch of mana really quick. You can get, like, right now, let's say we had an Allosaurus Shepherd in play. If we drew a land, we can activate Castle Garenbrig, and we can 15 them, right? So, like, that sort of thing does provide a big clock, and then it kind of falls on the Goblin player to have the Chain Whirler, barring even having a Lord Unit to protect you from Chain Whirler. So I think it's going to come down to that kind of stuff. I am curious to see, over a long period of time what happens. My guess is, though, is that that Elves lacks the card advantage that Goblin has to make up against the other interactive decks, so it just won't stay around. Unless they figure out some way to beat that. And maybe Heraldic Banner is a card they can play. Who knows, There's like a lot of things that they need to explore.
I feel like they would need a second color. I just don't know if like green offers this elf deck specifically the cards it needs, but I feel like there's a green-black elves list sitting like around 3-1 or 2-2. I can't remember, like somewhere in the middle of this tournament. And I think green-white elves is also like a possibility just because it brings in the kind of like strong sideboard cards and interactive cards that you might need to support this elf strategy, as well as more ways to like buff your go wide plan. Like you can prevent damage to your elves from stuff like Chain Whirler, or you can save them from removal. We do have Heroic Intervention now, which is like such a key card if you want to play this kind of deck, but I just don't know if that by itself is enough.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, we've seen that some technical difficulties. I think they have to restart their arena client real quick. Yeah, I wonder if that's the way to go. I also wonder if maybe the trick is take a book from Goblins, play red, play Experimental Frenzy, just dump those elves onto the battlefield.
Well,
Assassin's Trophy is shown to be good in Modern and that kind of stuff, but maybe Historic's a different beast and we need to be playing a different style.
that's an interesting idea. Like how because people were playing Frenzy Elves, like even before this most recent Jumpstart thing, and you can play Radha as well. Like she's an elf still, right?
Yeah.
Canonically an elf. So like you have sort of extra copies of Experimental Frenzy that like sort of pay you off even better. Obviously, you can't cast elves off the top, but then if you have, you need to pair that with Frenzy, so you don't have, because obviously redundant copies of Frenzy are pretty bad. But like you can stack more copies of the effect without going in on a useless enchantment, and you can also, even play stuff like Beast Whisperer, or Guardian Project. I don't know, just these draw card triggers. There's Primordial Sage now in the format, and Soul of the Harvest. All of these effects help you in this effort to constantly replenish your board so that you aren't as vulnerable to, getting board wiped.
Yeah.
And you can go over other creature decks.
For sure, yeah. It's so much. It's just like, it's like, okay, which way we can go a billion different ways. And I think that what you're talking about makes a lot of sense to me. And I would be excited to see the future. And once again, this is day 2. You had 2 days before today really to submit your deck, unless you woke up really early today if you live in the northern hemisphere, the eastern hemisphere. So I don't know, like what's going to happen over time, who knows. But for right now, we know that Goblins is one of the decks to be looking out for, along with Field of the Dead. So
yeah, Goblins looks just, it has such an overwhelming mass of like card advantage, and we've already seen how it can potentially tech like, if Elves does become dominant or the Goblin Mirror becomes dominant, we might see people like flex back towards black-red. I don't know whether like that mono-red deck obviously is like better at high rolling in terms of explosive damage potential, but I wonder, like, the Black Splash doesn't really cost you a lot. I wonder whether you couldn't just... Yeah, it's unfortunate, but we'll get back to Pop-Off when they manage to fix their arena. But yeah, like, I wonder whether you couldn't even just go with that heavier Krenko Muxus plan, if that turns out to be the best way to build, and still play black and play like the death touches to break the mirror up.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see that sort of thing. We've seen a little bit of that already, and I wonder if that's just going to evolve over time. And like, we see this happen a bunch, right? We saw it with Field of the Dead. It was very obvious with Yorion, right? Like you had 80 cards, and that was your way of going bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And adding colors and doing this sort of thing is the way for the aggro decks to do it. We're gonna have to wait and see. I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with chat. I don't remember all 100 or all 350 cards added from Jumpstart, along with all that's in Historic. This format's big. It's unexplored. It's underappreciated, to be honest. And we're gonna have to see what happens.
Yeah, I think the one thing that like I can sort of rule out is like, it feels very hard to play a slow board-based deck. Like Field of the Dead can almost get away with it because like its engine is based on lands, and so like you're able to like include this whole Field of the Dead plan at a very low deck building cost and just run a ton of haymakers that you're already ramping into while enabling your field. But for someone like me, I quite enjoy playing like Enchantress type decks, things that like generate continuous advantage, and just in the face of like this combination of pressure from tribal aggro, and then like the top end threat of something like Uro that you just almost can't be prepared for. Although maybe just you main deck Immortal Sucks. It seems tough to make that kind of plan work. But apart from that, it almost seems anything seems viable.
Yeah, everything. There's pressure coming from all the angles, which is kind of good, right? It means we're probably going to get a secular meta game. We're going to get a lot of churn. There's a lot of things you can do. Not only is there a lot of pressure, it means there's a lot of different things you can do, and we need to explore those things. And, today is not like, at the end of this tournament, don't think, oh my gosh, Gruul won again. Historic is ruined. Never think down the first weekend of a tournament. It's like, okay, this is where we're starting from. What do we do with this data? How are we going to evolve the metagame? It's week 1, things aren't figured out. So, and we're going to cut to... Yeah, so we're going to go back to feature match with Kethis involved here. And so we're going to go back to everyone's favorite, Field of the Dead Mirror with Craterhoof. And wow, we're actually seeing Kethis on the other side as the Mirror Breaker attacking for super lethal, I believe. It might be... Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Kinrith, not Kethis. I misspoke.
Close enough.
Yeah, I assume this is lethal, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe they're at 2. Oh, no, it's exactly lethal, right? Oh, no, the Elf had unblocked. Yeah. They're at 2. They're at 2. They're at 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
7 unblocked zombies. One's trampling over. They're at 1.
Oh, they have a fetch lane. If they can fetch a green, they can make it more.
Yeah. You could have put a counter on one of these zombies, right, and got there.
Yeah, assuming they had a green land to fetch. I don't.
Maybe they're at. No, there's like 2 or 3 forests in play. They might just be out of forests.
Yeah, we'll find out right now. Or maybe we won't. Maybe we'll have to shame like I'll grab this plains. I won't grab anything.
Oh, they have nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's lethal. They misted the math.
What a...
If you're gonna attack all out like that, make sure you can bring the heat. Is all I have to say there. Wow, what an exciting moment. Maybe
they just assumed they were dead on the crackback.
Yeah, they were just like, I have a billion zombies. How could I ever lose? I hate math. Smork you. I've been there before, and
right.
Here we go. Wow, that is wild.
Okay.
It's
been a long tournament. These Field of the Dead mirrors are happening a lot and are pretty grueling. So,
Yeah, so we're gonna actually head back to the Elves matchup here to see Pop-Off play. And
because this Elves deck, we're still trying to evaluate it, right? It seems somewhere below Goblins and maybe even below Vampires in terms of like the aggro list, but still with a lot of potential to surprise people.
Yeah, my guess is that Vampires could probably tune its sideboard in its current configuration to be the better deck, with the Elves having the more potential because Elves is a more broken system going on with mana cheat. Once again, if you draw Sorin, anyone's going to have a hard time beating you. You have Sorin plus a good one. But Elves, just so much mana. Just got to figure out how we want to spend that mana. So many different cards and ways to do it. So
I think the important part for me is just that both the Vampires and the Goblins are very easily able to include removal. Mm-hmm. And so, like, the Elf deck is trying to set up a broken board, but it does need, like, those mana dorks are only good if you have a mana sink or a way to draw cards. And usually those are creatures. So if that Lord or that, Beast Whisperer or whatever else, like if whatever card you're doing gets eliminated and you can't like string together that critical mass of elves, then you probably don't close fast enough is my thinking. And it doesn't look like any of the elves decks are really seeing a ton of success. I don't think any of them were even 3-1 going into this round, unfortunately. Yeah, 2-2 for the elves decks. Like Golgari elves even is 2-2.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Who knows? We're going to have to see how it all keeps going. There's just so much to explore. I know I keep saying it, but it's just the truth. Like, everything is like, it's solved. It is. Seriously, it's not.
Even if Goblins, like, if the top 8 decks of this format were all Goblins, it wouldn't be a solved format. That's just week 1, right? Like, people have had so little time to prepare for this format in between grabbing all the cards that, like, this is just everyone's best guess, and I'm sure for some people almost more the deck they want to be good than they know is good. Like, I'm not saying they didn't try and tune things. All these decks look strong, but like in terms of what's the pure strongest list, we are probably still a week or 2 away from having a good idea of that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also a thing where it's like, once again, it's not like there's nothing on the line. This is a free tournaments with cash prizes, right? And so with that being the case, you might want to play like, hey, I see Goblins is doing really well. I see Field of the Dead is doing really well. I know those decks have done really well. If someone wants to bring their brew that's cool, if they nail and spike it, I'll take the L. But I'm just going to play this consistent thing that I know works. And you have to see. And we also, I'm going to bring it back up again. The stuff that seems to be best versus them would be things like Field of the Dead or etc. And we're just not Team of Reclamation to beat these Field of the Dead decks, and we just have only seen one player playing that. And that's just no matter how good that one player is, PV has 0-5'd a bunch of PTs in a row. It just happens.
Yeah.
So
that's magic. Yeah, you got to look at the long game always. One tournament result is like never ever enough data points. Basically, you can certainly try and make a rebase on that, and it's not nothing. Like, you can watch a deck and see its power, like we are with Goblins now, but you should never like carry too much weight with that assumption.
Yeah, 100%. That's a great way to turn into a boomer. So it turns out Pop-Off's opponent's arena just crashed. So they're restarting. Luckily, it was before the game started. So this is going to be another minute here before we get into there, and then they're one of 2 matches. But luckily, they're on game 3. Yeah, and it's a
Okay.
moment that's kind of awkward where, even though maybe one player was ahead there or felt ahead, it's a software problem. Arena, quality program from a small indie company, and sometimes it's just going to crash every now and again. And
Yeah.
it's better than nothing, and we're getting better all the time. So it's an unfortunate thing to have happened. No one likes it, but
Yeah.
it's the rules we sign up to play with.
And ultimately, like, if that's the rules, then there's no issue in the moment. Like, sure, okay, maybe talk to the admins later or explain how you feel or if you've got a case to make. But in the course of a tournament, like, you got to respect the admins and the people running this event. As you said, it's such a great opportunity for the community. You kind of have to just go with what's written down in the moment.
Yeah, and I see Croaky's in the chat mentioning where are the Mayhem Devils to eat the goblins. That is true. We saw some earlier, but they've all kind of lost.
Yeah, I mean, the goblins might have a slightly hard time. They might have a slightly hard time dealing with the Mayhem. The Mayhem Devil being a 3/3, I think, is so important because, like, we talked about the ability of the goblins to have the edge. We saw it in the creature matchup because they can control other creature decks with all these little removal goblins, the firebrands, the ember haulers. But that, how does that line up really? Unless you're playing specifically the Death Touch build, which people are, got a couple of Rakdos goblins in and around the top 8, then you might have trouble ending the Mayhem Devil. And as we've seen, even in Mayhem Devil mirrors or them against other creature decks when those pop up in standard, like, the card is unreal. It's unbeatable if they untap with it and have, like, the cat oven engine in play because it so efficiently picks apart whatever board you have that you just cannot overcome it while they continue to lay down cards.
Yeah, and it definitely is also a deck that, like, if it's behind, you have to kind of skillfully navigate towards the W, right? And it could just be a situation where maybe they're not as experienced playing Historic Sacrifice against those sort of decks. And so the experience lack there is the new cards. Phyrexian Tower opens up a lot of interesting lines of play. The interesting part about strong cards like Phyrexian Tower is they introduce a lot of different play patterns and play lines. And it's very easy to mess up a small one there. And we saw, in round 4 with the Scorching Dragonfire on Downto's Vanguard. Yeah. Something small like that has lasting ramifications. And decks that live on the margins sometimes, unfortunately, that can happen. So maybe it's an experience that in 2 weeks here we'll see Mayhem Devil, being the king it is.
Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds like the play you were describing, that's you with a lot of experience on Team Erect compared to the pilot who, as you mentioned, sort of just picked up the deck for this tournament. It really is sort of like a week 3 or 4 play to go in that hard, that early, with experience. You need experience with the deck in different matchups. And I think it's the same thing. Although it must be said, Mayhem Devil dealing 1 damage of ping, like, it looks pretty good. But comparing its experience in standard or even previous Historic to these tribal decks, all just got like an extra Lord each, I believe. So, like, there is a lot more potential that if you don't have that hand to run out the Mayhem Devil plus Sacrifice engine of your choice quickly, it could be hard to economically clear out the Goblins board because it's not even like Elves where, like, their Clan Caller is, like, unfortunately a 1/1, I believe, and doesn't buff itself until you have a second one. So if you have a Goblin Chieftain out, every Goblin is at least a 2/2. Now it's twice as hard to start clearing that board away. And if they land a third Lord, if they're like Explosive Moxus Draw, or they chain into it with Snoop plus Prospector, the game can slip away from your ability very quick because ultimately that Sacrifice engine is efficient, but it is fair and efficient. It can't just kill the whole board for free.
Yeah, you really need to, like, stitch your supplier and to call the Death Dwellers a Mayhem Devil if you're going to do that sort of thing.
Yeah,
so that you're over there just boom, boom, boom on a cowboy. But, otherwise it's just too many sack activations. Even with Goblins being kind of weak, the one Goblin's got to get killed as the Lord to kill that, and you're falling behind. Oh no, they drew an Incinerator and they try to kill my Mayhem Devil, and then da-da-da-da. And so it's very easy for things to kind of spiral out of control. This is before they even hit their ringleaders and things of that sort of nature. So a lot can go on in these sort of things. And yeah, I'm curious.
Once both. Oh, sorry.
No. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, I think it's gonna be the kind of matchup that, like, when I think about it, probably comes down to and gets interesting once both decks are, like, sideboarding. Like, especially if like, this Goblins deck definitely seems like, we said not to make any assumptions too early, but a deck that strong has to be some sort of pillar of the meta. It would be, I find it hard to imagine an aggro deck doing better than that at, like, testing people's builds. So that's going to be what people are teching against. And, if we maybe see, something like the sack deck bringing in Witch's Vengeances, if not, going even harder on the threaten effects than it already does with Claim the Firstborn. I'm not sure I've actually seen much of the Historic deck, I'll admit, to know exactly what the stock list would be. But like, there's various avenues it has to blow out creature decks. So either, like, very wide or on individual card value. But then the Goblins players can bring in stuff like Red Cap melee and removal spells or effects that actually shut down the Devil engine. And then I don't think that the Sacrifice deck
necessarily measures up to the raw power that we're seeing out of these combinations of goblins. So it'll be funky to see which deck actually ends up on top, and it may even come down to just like, as you said, week to week meta reads and who techs more heavily against the other.
Yeah, and one of those things too, we mentioned you don't even know the stock sacrifice list. No one really does, without streamers and stuff like that. There's just not enough time to share information and good kind of stuff. And I would say, stock is whoever has the most Twitter followers and tweets the most. And so that's kind of where we're at. So if right now the stock thing is to play one clan, the firstborn, maybe, I would expect that sort of thing. And, there's a big difference between 1 and 4 and also 4 and 1. Maybe if you're playing less clan the firstborns, your Phyrexian Tower's a little worse, but you get other cards that do other things. And so it's all about give and take, and it's all about a vacuum. Magic cards don't live in a vacuum. That's why card reviews are fun, but they're often wrong, right? It's how things interact.
It seems like with the tower, that maybe pushes things over towards, like, if you weren't playing 4 claims before, like, maybe I guess it depends on the meta, but maybe you definitely do now, right? Because like you having that extra free sack outlet to make sure that's always a removal spell and mana advantage to you is very significant, I think, for that card in particular.
For sure, yes. I mean, cards like Claim become like kill spell plus Lotus Petal, right? They're just like incredibly strong cards, assuming they don't even attack and deal damage. It's awesome. There's just so many cool things. I'm glad to see cards like Phyrexian Tower live through the 20 card banning that we saw in Jumpstart. Rest in peace, Time to Feed. I'm glad that you could die for Phyrexian Tower sins.
Rest in peace, Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, I know that is a controversial topic. I think that one was pretty glad to see banned, but Flametongue Kabu.
If there was a way to enforce it so that it could only be in like aggro decks and not just Teemo Rec, like I'd be happier. Yeah. I think it's sad that the aggro decks that we're seeing right now, I think it's very telling that the decks that are doing well are all these tribal creature decks, because I feel as though the natural response to aggro right now is to just ignore it. Like traditionally you would try and like clear away creatures and wrath or whatever. Now people just ramp hard and go over you while absorbing damage. And it looks like we're not actually going to see this match after all. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So it looks like this match is actually not happening after all. Just too many technical difficulties, and the players are not going to, fight out what seems like at this point sort of a very awkward, interrupted match, which means that this round might be drawing to a close, and maybe my future musings on Historic will have to wait, Mason.
Yeah, apparently it looks like the other player gave them the win. They were head on board, and so it's just like, we don't have time for this. You just have it, whatever, Of course, So
fair enough. Good sportsmanship that we've seen throughout the day. Really, really impressive. So awesome. That being said, it looks like we have a shift that's finishing up. There's more commentators waiting in the wings. So all I can say is that it's been a pleasure to commentate this tournament. Awesome decks coming out. It's great to see so many people really taking on the new meta so soon after Jumpstart's release, and of course the bannings as well. It's really reinvigorated the format rather than scared people off, despite some issues acquiring cards. So I can only imagine it gets bigger and better in future weeks, and that's just terrific. I hope to return very soon. So thanks, of course, to the Historic Reddit and to MTG Arena Zone for bringing me on, and to you, Mason, for co-casting with me. It's been terrific.
Yeah, it's been a blast. I'm so glad we got to do this together. It was so much fun. I'm so glad we got to do today and not Dual Decks Nexus versus Gruul. Wasn't looking forward to doing that, but this has been way more fun. So many different decks, so many different cards.
Yeah,
it was a pleasure to do this with you. I want to thank Sidetrack for inviting us on to do this. The MTGAZ Zone for throwing their free tournament, the free tournament with real money on the line. Wow, what an awesome opportunity. That's amazing. I'm so excited for them to do that. If you liked what we saw here, of course, make sure to follow us on Twitter at @AWanderingBard for my homie over here, and at MasonClark here. And if you want to hear more about Historic and the defined metagame, you go to CCMTG this week, Constructed Criticism, anywhere you get your podcasts. And we're going to be talking all about it with Allie Warfield, MPL rival member. Allie is huge on Historic too, so if you're looking to get more Historic content, at Mythic Nebo on Twitch.tv, and I stream Historic as well at Twitch.tv/TheMasonClark. So there you go. Thank you so much for having us. It was a blast.